Candy Cane Cornspiracy by Win Valentine. Copyright 2024 by Win Valentine. First edition published by I2I Hype, LLC 2024. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers in the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Chapter 1, Frosting and Foresight. The bell above the door of the Gingerbread Cottage Bakery jingles merrily as Holly Evergreen steps inside, the first light of morning peeking through the frost-kissed windows. She inhales deeply, the familiar scent of cinnamon and sugar welcoming her like an old friend, intertwined with the faintest hint of crisp autumn air. Her gaze sweeps over the cozy space, a smile playing on her lips as she takes in the wooden countertops dusted with flour, the gleaming display cases filled with pastries, and the twinkling fairy lights strung along the walls, their colors flickering between festive red and green and eerie oranges and purples. Holly heads to the back room, her footsteps echoing slightly in the quiet of the early morning. She returns with a large box labeled Halloween Exchange, setting it down on the counter with a soft thud, the contents clinking gently. As she unpacks the box, her mind drifts to Christmases past, the snow-covered streets glistening under the moonlight, the carolers bundled in scarves and mittens, their breaths visible in the chilly air, and the warm glow of the town's enchanted tree casting long, dancing shadows. This year, though, Merry Hollow will be a little different. Halloween is coming to town, bringing with it a whirlwind of change and uncertainty, and Holly isn't quite sure what to expect. She begins to decorate, her fingers dancing as she uses her sugar magic to spin intricate frosting cobwebs across the windows. The webs glisten, catching the light like delicate lace, their patterns shifting slightly as if spun by an unseen breeze. Holly steps back, tilting her head as she considers her work. It's beautiful, but something feels off. The cobwebs clash with the red and green garlands, the blend of holidays uncertain and awkward, like a puzzle with pieces forced together. As she reaches for a gingerbread man to decorate, it suddenly twitches, coming to life in her hands. Holly gasps, nearly dropping it as the tiny figure begins to move. The gingerbread man wobbles, its icing eyes blinking up at her, tiny candy buttons shifting with its movements. Holly's heart races, but she takes a deep breath, letting her magic flow gently like a soothing river. "Shh. It's okay," she murmurs, and the gingerbread man calms, its movements slowing to a stop, its icing eyes closing peacefully. Holly sets it aside, her brow furrowed in thought. Her magic has been evolving, growing stronger and more unpredictable, like a teenager finding their voice. She's not sure what to make of it, but there's no time to dwell on it now. She has a bakery to decorate, customers to serve, and a town to prepare for the influx of Halloween spirits. She hangs a wreath made of candy corn and holly berries on the door, a symbol of the merging holidays, the bright colors clashing yet complementing each other. Customers begin to trickle in, their eyes widening as they take in the new decorations. "What's all this, Holly?" Mrs. Claus asks, her gaze lingering on the cobwebs, her eyebrows raised in a mix of curiosity and concern. Holly smiles, though her enthusiasm is tinged with apprehension, like a performer before a big show. "It's for the Halloween exchange program," she explains, her voice filled with a forced cheeriness. We're blending traditions this year. Isn't it exciting? Mrs. Claus hums, her eyebrows raised, her lips pursed slightly as she takes in the unusual sight. Well, it's certainly different, she says, her tone neither approving nor disapproving, simply stating a fact. Holly turns back to the counter, rolling out dough for a batch of pumpkin spice candy cane cookies, a new recipe she's been experimenting with. She sprinkles spices onto the dough, the scent of pumpkin and cinnamon filling the air, mixing with the usual sweet aroma of the bakery. As she works, she glances out the window, noticing the clock tower's hands moving erratically, as if confused by the blend of holidays. She pauses, her brow furrowing, but then shrugs it off, attributing it to pre-exchange jitters. Finally, Holly steps back, surveying her work. The bakery is a whimsical blend of Christmas cheer and Halloween spookiness, cobwebs and garlands, candy corn and holly berries, all coexisting in a sweet, festive chaos. It's a sight unlike any other, a testament to the changes coming to Merry Hollow. She nods, satisfied, ready to face whatever this holiday season brings, her heart filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, like an adventurer stepping into uncharted territory. The jingling bells above the bakery door chime merrily as a delivery elf steps in, his arms laden with a peculiar package. Shimmering like fresh snow under moonlight, the parcel catches Holly's eye immediately, standing out among the familiar sights of her cozy bakery. She pauses mid-whisk, a half-mixed bowl of batter resting on the counter, and wipes her hands on her festive apron adorned with dancing gingerbread men. Approaching the counter, her eyebrows raise in curiosity as the sweet aroma of gingerbread and cinnamon swirls around her, mingling with the crisp scent of winter magic that clings to the elf like a second skin. "Delivery for Holly Evergreen," the elf announces, his voice as bright as the bells on his shoes that jingle with each step. He extends the package toward her, its wrapping paper gleaming with an otherworldly sheen that seems to dance under the bakery's twinkling fairy lights, casting tiny, shimmering reflections onto the polished countertop. Holly takes it, her fingers tingling slightly at the touch of the cool, smooth paper, a sensation akin to the first gentle kiss of snowflakes on bare skin. "Thank you," she murmurs, signing the clipboard the elf holds out with a flourish, the quill pen scratching softly against the parchment. She squints at the package, noting the absence of a return address, only her name scrawled in elegant, looping handwriting that seems to shimmer with frost, as if the very letters were carved from ice. With careful fingers, she unwraps the package, the paper crinkling softly like fresh snow underfoot, revealing an ornate invitation nestled within. Its edges are gilded with what appears to be edible gold leaf that sparkles in the warm glow of the bakery, catching the light like the first rays of sun on a winter's morn. Holly picks it up, her eyes scanning the intricate calligraphy that swirls across the page like delicate ice patterns on a window pane, each letter flowing seamlessly into the next. The invitation speaks of the Chronocandy Clock, a powerful artifact that regulates the flow of time between holidays, maintaining Merry Hollow's eternal Christmas with a magic that transcends the ordinary. Her breath hitches as she reads, the implications of such an object weighing heavily on her mind, stirring up a flurry of questions and concerns like a blizzard on the horizon. As she finishes reading, a small, ticking candy rolls out from the invitation, its surface swirling with hypnotic patterns that seem to shift and change with each tick, like the ebb and flow of time itself. Holly watches, mesmerized, as it spins on the counter, the ticking echoing in the quiet bakery, resonating with a magic that feels both familiar and foreign, a blend of Christmas cheer and something more ethereal. She reaches out, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface of the candy, a shiver of anticipation running down her spine like a chill wind. She turns her attention back to the invitation, her eyes scanning the details of the inter-holiday exchange program. Halloween Town will be sending delegates, their magic intertwining with Merry Hollow's, blending traditions in a way never seen before. Holly's heart races, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through her veins like a rush of hot chocolate on a cold winter's day, warming her from within. She imagines the streets of Merry Hollow filled with jack-o'-lanterns and ghostly apparitions, the air thick with the scent of pumpkin spice and the sound of laughter from children dressed in costumes rather than cozy winter sweaters, a stark contrast to the familiar sights and sounds of her beloved town. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy pulses from the candy, jolting Holly like a static shock, a sudden spark in the stillness of the bakery. She gasps, her eyes widening as the candy dissolves, leaving behind a faint scent of pumpkin spice that lingers in the air like a phantom, a whisper of the magic yet to come. The ticking fades, the echo of its rhythm lingering in her mind, a steady beat that seems to sync with her own heart, binding her to the enchantment that has just begun to unfold. Holly steps back, her hand pressed to her chest, her breaths coming in quick puffs that mist in the suddenly chilled air. She looks at the invitation, then at the empty space where the candy once lay, now marked only by a small, glistening patch of melted sugar. The implications of the exchange program, the Chronocandy Clock, the dissolving candy, it all swirls in her mind, a whirlwind of thoughts and possibilities that seem as endless as the eternal Christmas she has always known. She ponders the changes this could bring, the blend of holidays, the potential for chaos or harmony, the fear of the unknown gnawing at the edges of her excitement. The bell above the bakery door jingles merrily as Jack Frost strides in, a swirl of crisp winter air accompanying his entrance, carrying with it the faintest hint of pine and snow. Holly glances up from her counter, her eyes instantly locking with his icy blue gaze, a shiver of delight rippling through her at the sight of his familiar silver hair and shimmering blue coat, which seems to catch the light like freshly fallen snow. The scent of cinnamon and gingerbread wafts through the air, mingling with the cool breeze Jack brings. Jack. She greets him with a warm smile that crinkles the corners of her green eyes, beckoning him closer. You're just in time. I wanted to show you something. Her fingers dance excitedly over the countertop, leaving a trail of sparkling sugar in their wake. Jack's eyes roam over the bakery, taking in the whimsical blend of Christmas garlands and frosting cobwebs that Holly had spent the morning creating. His expression is a mix of amusement and faint concern as he notes the candy corn wreath hanging on the door and the ghost-shaped meringues floating near the ceiling. The meringues bob gently in an unseen magical current, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Interesting, aesthetic, he remarks, raising an eyebrow. Very eclectic. Did a sugar plum fairy have a fight with a jack-o'-lantern in here? Holly laughs, a sound like tinkling bells, and shakes her head, her red curls bouncing merrily. It's for the Halloween exchange program. She waves an ornate invitation enticingly, the parchment shimmering with magic. Tiny bats made of ink flit across its surface, occasionally transforming into snowflakes before reverting to their original form. I just received this mysterious package with all the details. Isn't it exciting? It arrived in a puff of orange smoke that smelled like pumpkin pie. Intrigued, Jack leans in closer as Holly explains about the invitation and the dissolving candy, his brow furrowing slightly at the mention of the Chronocandy Clock and its role in maintaining the holidays. The clock's ticking seems to echo faintly in the air, a reminder of the magic that keeps Merry Hollow in perpetual Christmas. That's powerful magic, he muses, running a hand through his silvery hair, a gesture Holly finds both endearing and slightly distracting. A few snowflakes fall from his fingers, melting instantly in the warm bakery air. Blending Christmas and Halloween traditions could have unintended consequences. We might end up with candy canes that turn into snakes or snowmen that come to life and start craving brains. But think of all the new spells and techniques we could learn. Holly counters, her green eyes sparkling with excitement and reflection from the twinkling lights around them. She waves her hand, and a gingerbread house appears on the counter, its windows glowing with an eerie orange light. Imagine what kind of magic Halloween town might have. This could be a wonderful opportunity for both our towns. We could create treats that are both delicious and delightfully spooky. Jack purses his lips, unconvinced. A small flurry of snowflakes swirls around him, reflecting his unease. Christmas magic is pure, Holly. It's about warmth, joy, and unity. I worry about corrupting it with darker elements. He wrinkles his nose playfully, but Holly can see the genuine concern in his eyes. What if we end up with elves that want to scare children instead of make toys? Oh, come on. Holly nudges him gently with her elbow, leaving a smear of frosting on his coat that quickly crystallizes into delicate frost patterns. A little pumpkin spice never hurt anyone. Besides, their magic could teach us new ways to harness the Yule spirit. And who knows, maybe we can teach them a thing or two about the power of festive cheer. Just think of the possibilities: jack-o'-lanterns that sing carols, or reindeer that can turn invisible. They continue their light-hearted debate, Jack insisting on the superiority of pristine snowflakes and holly berries while Holly argues for the charm of jack-o'-lanterns and candy corn. The bakery air fills with their laughter and the comforting scent of sugar and spice, occasionally punctuated by the pop and sizzle of magical sparks as their words bring half-formed spells to life around them. Finally, Jack relents with a dramatic sigh and a playful wink, a miniature snow cloud forming above his head and dusting his shoulders with fresh powder. Very well, I suppose I can try to embrace this Halloween whimsy. For you, Holly. But if I end up with bats in my beard, you're the one who'll have to get them out. Grinning, Holly waves her hand, and a tray of perfectly frosted pumpkin-shaped cookies appears on the counter, their orange icing glistening like freshly carved jack-o'-lanterns. The cookies seem to glow from within, casting flickering shadows across the bakery. How about we make these a bit more frosty, she suggests, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Let's give them a true Merry Hollow makeover. Jack smiles, catching her meaning, and with a flick of his wrist, delicate icicle patterns begin to form on the cookies, transforming them into shimmering, icy pumpkins. Frost creeps across the surface, creating intricate swirls and spirals that catch the light like tiny prisms. Holly claps her hands in delight as they work together, their magic intertwining in a dazzling display of sparkling sugar and glittering frost, creating a spectacle that seems to embody the spirit of both their worlds. The air around them fills with a gentle flurry of edible snowflakes and miniature candy bats, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. As they step back to admire their handiwork, Holly rests her head on Jack's shoulder, feeling his cool touch against her cheek, a comforting contrast to the warmth of the bakery. The scent of mint and chocolate mingles with the spicier notes of pumpkin and cinnamon, creating a unique aroma that seems to capture the essence of their blended magic. This is just the beginning, she murmurs contentedly, watching as one of the icy pumpkin cookies winks at her with a frosting eye. We've got so much to prepare before the Halloween town delegates arrive. I can't wait to see what kind of magic we can create together. Her eyes shine with anticipation, reflecting the twinkling lights and the promise of adventures yet to come. In that moment, surrounded by the fruits of their combined creativity, Holly feels a surge of excitement for the future and the endless possibilities that lie ahead. Jack nods, slipping his arm around her waist and pressing a gentle kiss to the top of her head. Then we'd better get baking. This is going to be one Halloween, he pauses, grinning mischievously, for the books. Chapter 2, Whispers of Change. Holly enters the crowded town hall, her senses immediately overwhelmed by the buzz of conversation and the palpable tension in the air. The room is a sea of festive sweaters and pointed hats, with concerned faces peeking out from behind steaming mugs of hot cocoa and gingerbread lattes. Twinkling fairy lights strung along the rafters cast a warm glow over the assembly, their gentle shimmer a stark contrast to the nervous energy crackling through the room. She spots Jack near the front, his silver hair a beacon in the crowd, and makes her way towards him, carefully navigating through the throng of anxious residents. As she moves, she catches snippets of worried whispers and excited speculation, the conflicting emotions of the townsfolk washing over her like waves. Mayor Kringle, his red suit immaculate and his white beard neatly trimmed, calls the meeting to order with a resounding tap of his candy cane gavel. The sound echoes through the hall, silencing the chatter as effectively as a spell. The room falls silent as he introduces the concept of the Halloween exchange program, his jovial voice carrying a hint of uncertainty that doesn't go unnoticed by the attentive crowd. His usually rosy cheeks seem a shade paler, and his eyes, typically twinkling with mirth, now hold a glimmer of apprehension. My dear citizens of Merry Hollow, he begins, his voice echoing through the hall, we find ourselves at a crossroads of magical opportunity. The proposal before us is to participate in an exchange program with our neighbors in Halloween Town, a decision that could shape the future of our beloved community. He pauses, allowing his words to sink in, his gaze sweeping across the sea of familiar faces, each one a reflection of the town's rich magical heritage. A ripple of murmurs sweeps through the crowd. Excited whispers mingle with skeptical grumbles, creating a cacophony of conflicting emotions. The air itself seems to vibrate with the intensity of feelings, causing the enchanted mistletoe hanging from the ceiling to bloom out of season. Elf Jingles, the town's chief toymaker, jumps up, his bells jingling frantically, his pointy ears twitching with agitation. His green and red striped stockings seem to quiver with nervous energy as he speaks. But what about our toy quotas? We can't have pumpkins in the workshop. Think of the children's expectations. His voice cracks with emotion, and a shower of tiny jingle bells cascades from his hat, tinkling merrily as they hit the floor. Mrs. Frost, Jack's mother, counters with a frosty smile that doesn't quite reach her icy blue eyes. Perhaps a touch of Halloween spirit could add some excitement to our eternal Christmas. I, for one, wouldn't mind a bit of variety in our decorations. Imagine jack-o'-lanterns carved with snowflakes. As she speaks, a delicate frost pattern spreads across the window behind her, as if her magic were unconsciously emphasizing her point. As the debate heats up, Holly stands, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. She feels a surge of magical energy coursing through her veins, responding to her heightened emotions. She clears her throat, drawing all eyes to her, feeling the weight of their gazes. The scent of gingerbread wafts through the air, emanating from her in waves, a manifestation of her nervous excitement. "Friends," she says, her voice steady despite her nerves, "this exchange could bring new magic and ideas to our town. Imagine the creative possibilities for our crafts and treats. We could have candy corn hot chocolate or pumpkin spice candy canes." As she speaks, the air around her shimmers with sugar crystals, her magic responding to her passionate words. Jack rises to support her, his cool presence a calming influence in the increasingly heated atmosphere. A gentle flurry of snowflakes swirls around him, testament to his own magical nature. As someone who was once an outsider here, I can attest to the benefits of blending different magical traditions. This could strengthen our own abilities and broaden our understanding of the magical world. We might even discover new forms of winter magic we never knew existed. His words carry a weight of experience, and many in the crowd nod thoughtfully, the ice in their drinks tinkling in response to Jack's magic. Marshmallow Mel, his round face creased with worry, speaks up from the back, his usually jolly voice tinged with concern. The marshmallows floating in his hot chocolate seem to quiver in sync with his emotions. But what about the Chronocandy Clock? It's the heart of our eternal Christmas. How can we ensure its safety with Halloween magic in town? What if their spells interfere with our timekeeping? As he speaks, the clock on the wall behind him seems to tick a little louder, as if sensing it was the topic of discussion. His words ignite a firestorm of debate. Voices rise, magical sparks fly, and for a moment, it seems the town hall might be overwhelmed by the clash of opinions. Snowflakes and candy canes materialize in the air as emotions run high, creating a surreal blizzard of festive magic. The enchanted paintings on the walls begin to shift, their subjects moving from frame to frame as if trying to escape the commotion. Mayor Kringle struggles to maintain order, his gavel creating showers of peppermint with each strike, the sweet scent mixing with the tension in the room. The magical outbursts cause the Christmas lights to flicker and the garlands to rustle as if caught in an otherworldly breeze. Finally, as the arguments reach a fever pitch, with residents on both sides passionately defending their views, Mayor Kringle calls for a vote. The very air seems to hold its breath as hands are raised and counted. Holly holds her breath as well, her fingers intertwined with Jack's for support, feeling the cool touch of his skin against her warm palm. Tiny sugarplum fairies, conjured by the intensity of the moment, flit about the room, their gossamer wings catching the light. The result is close, but the exchange program is approved by a narrow margin, setting the stage for an unprecedented magical adventure. As the decision is announced, a collective gasp ripples through the crowd, followed by a mixture of cheers and groans. The town hall itself seems to react, the magical foundations humming with energy, as if sensing the momentous change about to sweep through Merry Hollow. As the meeting adjourns, Holly feels a mix of relief and anxiety washing over her. The decision has been made, but the real challenges lie ahead. Jack ambles through Candy Cane Park, his mind swirling with thoughts of the upcoming Halloween exchange. The familiar crunch of peppermint frosted snow beneath his feet does little to soothe his unease. He absently waves his hand, creating intricate ice patterns on nearby tree branches, the delicate frost formations spiraling out in mesmerizing fractals. The air around him sparkles with tiny ice crystals, a subtle manifestation of his inner turmoil. A group of giggling elf children dash past, their laughter a stark contrast to Jack's somber mood. Suddenly, a chill unlike anything he's ever felt courses through his body. It's not the comforting cold he's accustomed to, but a bone-deep, unsettling freeze that makes him gasp and stumble. The world around him begins to blur, the cheerful reds and whites of Merry Hollow melting away like ice cream on a hot summer day, colors swirling and distorting in a dizzying kaleidoscope. The joyful sounds of the park fade into an eerie silence, broken only by the pounding of his heart. In the blink of an eye, Jack finds himself surrounded by an eerie, unfamiliar landscape. Gnarled trees with skeletal branches reach toward a violet sky, while jack-o'-lanterns leer at him from every corner, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows. The air is thick with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, mingled with an undercurrent of magic that feels both foreign and strangely familiar. A distant howl echoes through the night, sending shivers down his spine. Halloween Town, he whispers, the name coming to him unbidden, tasting of candy corn and midnight mischief on his tongue. The words feel right, as if he's spoken them 1,000 times before. To his astonishment, Jack sees himself, or rather, a version of himself, standing in a moonlit clearing. This other Jack's hair is darker, streaked with orange, and his eyes glow with an otherworldly light, reminiscent of jack-o'-lantern flames. He watches, transfixed, as his doppelganger raises his hands, summoning not ice and snow, but shadows that dance and twist at his command, forming shapes both beautiful and terrifying. The shadow creatures swirl around the other Jack, responding to his every gesture with fluid grace. As quickly as it appeared, the vision vanishes, leaving Jack reeling. He finds himself back in Candy Cane Park, the sudden shift leaving him dizzy and disoriented, his senses overwhelmed by the abrupt return of Merry Hollow's perpetual Christmas cheer. He stumbles to a nearby bench, his mind reeling from the vivid images that still dance behind his eyelids, each one more perplexing than the last. The cheerful tinkling of sleigh bells in the distance feels jarring after the eerie silence of Halloween Town. "What was that?" he mutters, running a hand through his silver hair, his fingers trembling slightly. The memory of the other Jack, wielding shadow magic with such ease, sends a shiver down his spine. It felt so real, so familiar, yet he has no recollection of ever being in Halloween Town. The very idea seems to clash with everything he knows about himself, yet a small part of him resonates with the shadowy figure he saw. He flexes his fingers, half expecting shadows to appear, but only a light dusting of frost materializes. Jack debates whether to share this strange experience with Holly. She'd want to know, of course, and might even have insights into what it could mean. Her knowledge of magical lore and her intuitive understanding of the hidden workings of their world could shed light on this bewildering vision. But the thought of voicing these confusing images aloud makes him hesitate, a knot of anxiety forming in his chest. What if it's nothing? Or worse, what if it's something that could change everything? The potential implications of this vision loom large in his mind, threatening the life and identity he's built in Merry Hollow. He imagines Holly's concerned face, her green eyes filled with worry, and the thought makes his heart ache. After a long moment of internal struggle, he decides to keep it to himself, at least for now. He needs time to process, to make sense of what he saw before bringing anyone else into it. The weight of this secret settles heavily on his shoulders, but he resolves to bear it alone until he can understand its significance. He takes a deep breath, trying to center himself and push away the lingering unease. Still unsettled, Jack rises from the bench and walks to the edge of the frozen pond nearby. He stares at his reflection in the ice, half expecting to see the other Jack looking back at him, shadows swirling in his eyes. But it's just his familiar face, framed by silver hair, with ice blue eyes that now hold a hint of uncertainty and a depth of questioning he's never seen before. As he gazes at his reflection, he can't help but wonder if there's more to his past, and his future, than he ever imagined. The ice beneath his feet seems to whisper secrets he can't quite grasp, leaving him with more questions than answers. Holly stands in her bakery kitchen, surrounded by bowls of colorful ingredients and the comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon. She hums a cheerful tune as she prepares to bake welcome treats for the upcoming Halloween visitors. With a flick of her wrist, she summons her favorite wooden spoon, ready to mix the first batch of sugar cookies. The kitchen is warm and inviting, with sunlight streaming through the frosted windows, casting a magical glow on the polished countertops. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very walls of the Gingerbread cottage bakery are eager to witness the merging of holiday traditions. Even the gingerbread man cookie jar seems to be peeking over the edge of the counter, its icing eyes wide with curiosity. As she begins to stir, Holly notices something peculiar. The sugar seems to sparkle more brightly than usual, and the mixing process feels effortless, as if the ingredients are eager to combine. She pauses, watching in amazement as the sugar begins to swirl on its own, forming ghostly shapes and miniature witch hats in the bowl. The air around her tingles with an unfamiliar energy, and she can almost hear the sugar whispering secrets of ancient confectionery magic. Tiny sparks of orange and black dance among the crystals, as if Halloween itself is trying to make its presence known in her Christmas-themed kitchen. The cinnamon sticks in the nearby spice rack begin to rattle gently, as if joining in a mysterious rhythm. "That's new," Holly murmurs, her eyes widening as she tries to regain control of the mixture. She concentrates, attempting to guide the sugar back into a uniform blend, but it resists her efforts. The magic pulses through her fingertips, more potent than she's ever experienced. It feels like a living thing, playful yet powerful, dancing just beyond her reach. The wooden spoon in her hand begins to quiver, as if it's struggling to keep up with the newfound energy coursing through the batter. Holly's apron strings untie themselves and retie in intricate bows, changing color from festive red to a deep, midnight black. Determined to see the process through, Holly pours the enchanted batter onto a baking sheet and slides it into the oven. As she waits, she can't shake the feeling that something extraordinary is happening to her magic. The oven seems to hum with anticipation, and the scent of baking cookies takes on an otherworldly quality, mingling hints of pumpkin spice with the traditional Christmas aromas. The kitchen clock ticks with an unusual rhythm, as if time itself is being warped by the collision of holiday magics. Holly notices that the snowflake-shaped magnets on her refrigerator have transformed into delicate bat silhouettes, fluttering their wings ever so slightly. When the timer dings, Holly opens the oven door to find a surprise. Instead of the usual sugar cookies, the tray is filled with perfectly formed mini jack-o'-lanterns, their faces shifting between playful grins and spooky grimaces. The cookies glow faintly, as if lit from within by tiny candles, and Holly swears she can hear faint, mischievous giggles emanating from them. As she leans in for a closer look, one of the jack-o'-lantern cookies winks at her, sending a shiver of excitement down her spine. The aroma wafting from the tray is a bewitching blend of gingerbread and caramel apples, filling the kitchen with the essence of both holidays. Intrigued by this unexpected development, Holly decides to experiment further. She focuses on her emotions, thinking of the excitement of the upcoming exchange program. To her delight, the next batch of cupcakes emerges topped with swirling frosting that alternates between Christmas red and Halloween orange. The colors dance and blend, creating mesmerizing patterns that seem to tell stories of both holidays intertwining. Tiny sugar figurines of elves and goblins hold hands atop the cupcakes, symbolizing the union of the two magical realms. As Holly watches, the figurines begin to sway in a silent dance, their movements graceful and hypnotic. Emboldened, Holly channels her creativity into a spectacular cake. As she works, the cake seems to come alive under her hands, its layers shifting between cozy Christmas scenes and eerie Halloween vistas. Gingerbread houses morph into haunted mansions, and sugar plum fairies dance with ghostly apparitions across the frosted surface. The cake radiates a gentle warmth, and Holly can feel the magic pulsing through it, a harmonious blend of Yuletide cheer and Halloween mischief. As she adds the finishing touches, she notices that her hands leave trails of shimmering frost and glowing embers, a visual representation of the magical fusion taking place. The kitchen windows fog up, etched with intricate patterns of snowflakes and spider webs that intertwine in beautiful symmetry. As Holly steps back to admire her creation, she can't help but wonder if the approaching Halloween magic is influencing her abilities. The thought both thrills and unnerves her, leaving her excited about the possibilities yet anxious about the implications of her evolving powers. She runs her fingers through her curly red hair, leaving a trail of sparkling sugar dust in its wake, and ponders what other surprises this magical merger of holidays might bring. The bakery seems to breathe around her, its very foundations humming with the potential of this unprecedented magical convergence. Outside, the first leaves of autumn begin to fall, their colors a vibrant mix of fiery oranges and deep evergreens, as if nature itself is embracing the blend of holiday spirits. Chapter 3: Shadows and Snowflakes. The town square of Merry Hollow buzzes with anticipation as residents gather, their eyes fixed on the empty space where the Halloween town delegation is set to appear. Snowflakes dance in the air, mingling with the scent of cinnamon and pine. Holly stands at the front of the crowd, her fingers intertwined with Jack's, both of them feeling the weight of their roles as unofficial ambassadors. The festive sweater she wears seems to shimmer with barely contained magic, reflecting her nervous excitement. The air crackles with an electric mix of wonder and apprehension, as if the very atmosphere of Merry Hollow is holding its breath in anticipation of this unprecedented meeting of holiday realms. Even the enchanted Christmas tree in the town square seems to quiver with anticipation, its ornaments tinkling softly in the breeze. A chill wind sweeps through the square, carrying with it tendrils of ghostly fog. The mist swirls and thickens, obscuring the festive decorations and casting an eerie pallor over the gathered crowd. Children clutch their parents' legs, wide-eyed with a mixture of fear and excitement. The tinkling of jingle bells fades, replaced by an otherworldly silence that hangs heavy in the air. The once familiar square transforms into a liminal space, caught between the cheerful warmth of Christmas and the spine-tingling chill of Halloween. The very cobblestones beneath their feet seem to shift and change, as if unsure whether to sparkle with frost or ooze with an eerie green glow. From the heart of the fog emerges a tall, imposing figure. Mayor Cornelius Crypt steps forward, his skeletal form cutting a striking silhouette against the misty backdrop. His hollow eye sockets gleam with an otherworldly intelligence as he surveys the crowd. A collective gasp ripples through the Merry Hollow residents, followed by hushed whispers and the occasional nervous giggle. Some of the more sensitive townsfolk swear they can hear the faint rattling of bones as the mayor moves, a sound utterly foreign in the usual symphony of sleigh bells and carols. His bony fingers tap against his suit jacket, a pinstripe affair that seems to writhe with shadowy patterns when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Two more figures materialize from the fog, flanking Mayor Crypt. Wraith Shadowmist glides forward, her shadowy form barely distinguishable from the mist itself, save for her piercing violet eyes. Beside her, Pumpkin Spice bounds into view, his orange hair and warm brown eyes a stark contrast to his partner's ethereal presence. He grins widely, revealing a set of slightly pointed teeth that glint in the winter sunlight. The juxtaposition of Wraith's ethereal grace and Pumpkin's exuberant energy creates a visual spectacle that captivates the onlookers, many of whom find themselves torn between fascination and trepidation. Wraith's cloak seems to absorb the light around her, while Pumpkin's jacket shimmers with an array of autumn colors that shift and change with each movement. Holly and Jack exchange a quick glance before stepping forward to greet the visitors officially. Holly's voice wavers slightly as she begins the welcome speech, but she feels Jack's reassuring presence beside her. His icy touch sends a comforting chill down her spine, steadying her nerves. She draws strength from their connection, feeling the intertwining of their magical essences, her sugar-sweet warmth and his frosty coolness, creating a perfect balance to face this new challenge. The air around them shimmers faintly, a visible manifestation of their combined magic that goes unnoticed by most, but causes Mayor Crypt to tilt his head in curiosity. "Welcome to Merry Hollow," Holly announces, her voice growing stronger with each word. "We're thrilled to have you join us for this historic exchange. May this be the beginning of a beautiful friendship between our realms." As she speaks, her innate magic responds to her emotions, causing the air around her to shimmer with tiny, sparkling sugar crystals that dance in the light, adding an extra layer of enchantment to the scene. The sugar crystals swirl and form intricate patterns, briefly taking the shape of pumpkins and bats before dissolving back into a glittering mist. As she speaks, the fog begins to dissipate, revealing the full Halloween town delegation. Witches on broomsticks hover above, their cackling laughter mixing with the jingling of sleigh bells. Werewolves and goblins stand at attention, their curious eyes darting from one festive decoration to another. A group of sentient jack-o'-lanterns waddle forward, their carved grins flickering in the winter sunlight, leaving trails of pumpkin seeds in the snow. The merging of Halloween and Christmas creates a surreal tableau, cobwebs draped over twinkling fairy lights, bats roosting in evergreen wreaths, and candy canes sticking out of bubbling cauldrons. A mischievous ghost child floats by, playfully trying to snatch a cookie from a nearby elf's plate, only to have his spectral hand pass right through it. The Merry Hollow residents react with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Some elves crane their necks to get a better look, while others take a step back, unsure of how to process the spooky visitors in their Christmas paradise. A few brave children inch forward, fascinated by the strange creatures before them. One particularly courageous little girl reaches out to touch a passing jack-o'-lantern, giggling in delight as its flickering grin seems to wink at her. The jack-o'-lantern responds by spinning in place, showering the girl with harmless sparks that dance around her like fireflies. Mayor Kringle steps up, his rotund figure jiggling as he clears his throat. "Ho ho ho! Welcome, dear friends from Halloween Town." His voice booms with forced jollity, a nervous tremor barely detectable. "We hope your stay in Merry Hollow will be spooktacular." He chuckles at his own joke, the sound echoing awkwardly in the stunned silence that follows. A few polite titters ripple through the crowd, more out of sympathy than genuine amusement. Mayor Kringle's cheeks flush a deeper red, clashing comically with his white beard, as he realizes his attempt at Halloween humor may have fallen flat. He tugs at his collar, causing a small avalanche of snowflakes to tumble from his hat, which only adds to his flustered appearance. Mayor Cornelius Crypt, in his boundless enthusiasm to embrace Christmas customs, embarks on a series of well-intentioned but comically misguided attempts to participate in Merry Hollow's traditions. His tall, skeletal form looms over Holly as he proudly presents a stocking he's hung, from his own bony foot, the fabric stretched taut and threatening to tear at any moment. The red and white stripes of the stocking clash humorously with his dark, otherworldly appearance, creating a visual spectacle that draws curious stares from passing residents. "I've prepared for the ritual of sock hanging," he proclaims, his jaw clicking with excitement and his hollow eye sockets gleaming with an eerie light that seems to flicker like candlelight in a haunted house. "Though I must say, it's rather challenging to walk now. Is this discomfort part of the Christmas spirit? Perhaps it's meant to build character, like our Halloween Town tradition of sleeping in coffins filled with pine needles and the occasional restless spirit." Holly stifles a giggle, her green eyes twinkling with mirth as she gently explains the correct placement of stockings. She takes a moment to admire the mayor's dedication, even as she guides him towards a nearby fireplace, its crackling flames casting dancing shadows across the room. Undeterred by his initial misstep, Mayor Crypt moves on to improve a nearby snowman, his bony fingers wiggling in anticipation like spiders preparing to weave a web. With a flourish that sends a chill through the air and causes nearby icicles to shiver, he transforms the snowman's carrot nose into a crooked jack-o'-lantern grin, its coal eyes now glowing with an eerie orange light that seems to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The snow around the figure begins to darken, taking on a shadowy quality that makes it look as if it's melting into the very fabric of reality, creating a swirling vortex of winter and Halloween magic. Much better, he declares, his voice echoing with ghostly pride, oblivious to the startled gasps and wide-eyed stares of passing elves who scurry away from the now-haunted snow sculpture, their jingle bells tinkling in frantic rhythm. Now it has some real personality. Don't you think it captures the true spirit of winter? The long, dark nights, the howling winds, oh, how delightful. It reminds me of the Pumpkin King's garden back home. Later, at the town square refreshment stand, Mayor Crypt mistakes a bowl of creamy eggnog for a magical potion, its frothy surface reminding him of bubbling cauldrons back home in the Witch's Quarter. The sweet aroma wafting from the bowl confuses his senses, accustomed as they are to the pungent scents of Halloween Town's concoctions of eye of newt and toe of frog. He gulps it down enthusiastically, his bony throat somehow managing to swallow, resulting in a fit of magical hiccups that send sparks of purple fire shooting from his mouth with each hic. The nearby candy canes begin to melt, creating a sticky, peppermint-scented puddle at his feet that swirls with the colors of twilight. Small wisps of smoke rise from the puddle, forming ghostly shapes that dance and twirl before dissipating into the crisp winter air, leaving behind the faint scent of cinnamon and graveyard dust. Attempting to join in the festive spirit and perhaps make amends for his previous mishaps, Mayor Crypt decides to try caroling. As he opens his mouth to sing, his ghostly voice resonates at a frequency that causes nearby ornaments to vibrate and shatter. Tinsel and broken baubles rain down around him in a glittering cascade as he continues, oblivious to the destruction. The other carolers scatter, leaving him as a solo act in the rapidly emptying town square. His rendition of Silent Night takes on a particularly ironic quality as windows rattle and street lamps flicker in response to his otherworldly vocals. Holly rushes over, her curly red hair bouncing with each step, and places a gentle hand on his arm, feeling the chill of his bones through her festive sweater. "Perhaps we could try a quieter activity," she suggests diplomatically, leading him towards a Christmas tree that has miraculously survived his caroling. She begins to explain the tradition of tree decorating, her voice warm and patient, but Mayor Crypt's excitement gets the better of him once again. With supernatural speed that leaves a trail of spectral afterimages, he zips around the tree, his bony hands a blur of motion. When he finally steps back, looking immensely pleased with himself, the tree is a chaotic mess of upside-down ornaments, tangled lights that blink in an unsettling pattern, and what appears to be a few stray bat wings fluttering among the branches. Cobwebs drape elegantly from tip to base, glistening with an unnatural sheen, while tiny jack-o'-lanterns nestle among the pine needles, their flickering grins casting eerie shadows. "Is this not the epitome of Christmas cheer?" he asks, beaming with pride at his creation, completely unaware of the bemused and slightly terrified looks from the gathering crowd of Merry Hollow residents. The tree seems to shudder, as if trying to shake off its macabre decorations, but remains standing, a testament to the resilience of Christmas magic in the face of Halloween enthusiasm. A few of the braver onlookers begin to appreciate the unique beauty of the fusion, their initial shock giving way to curiosity and even a touch of admiration for the mayor's unconventional approach to holiday decor. Holly and Jack approach the Halloween Town detectives, their breath visible in the chilly air, the crunch of snow under their boots punctuating each step. Wraith Shadowmist's piercing violet eyes seem to look right through them, while Pumpkin Spice's warm smile provides a stark contrast to his partner's cool demeanor. The wind whispers through the nearby evergreens, carrying the mingled scents of pine and pumpkin spice, creating an atmosphere that is both festive and slightly eerie. "Welcome to Merry Hollow," Holly says, extending a hand. Her festive sweater sparkles with tiny, enchanted snowflakes that catch the fading light, adding a touch of magic to the already enchanting scene. "I'm Holly Evergreen, and this is Jack Frost." Wraith nods, her shadowy form shimmering like smoke caught in moonlight, an ethereal presence that seems to defy the laws of nature. "Charmed," she says, her voice a whisper on the wind, barely audible yet somehow commanding attention. Without warning, she steps forward and passes through Holly, leaving a trail of ghostly mist in her wake. The air around them grows noticeably colder, frost forming on the nearby foliage as if winter itself had taken a deeper breath. Holly shivers, feeling as if she's just walked through a frozen cobweb, the chill seeping into her bones. Her teeth chatter slightly as she speaks, her words coming out in small puffs of visible breath. That's quite the talent. It's certainly invigorating. Pumpkin Spice chuckles, his orange hair catching the light like flames dancing in a hearth, bringing a sense of warmth to the frosty scene. Rafe likes to make an impression. She's not one for small talk. He kneels, placing his hand on the snowy ground. In seconds, a cluster of jack-o'-lanterns sprouts up, their carved faces grinning mischievously. The pumpkins seem to pulse with an inner light, casting eerie shadows across the snow, a stark reminder of the Halloween magic they bring with them. Jack raises an eyebrow, impressed. His ice blue eyes sparkle with curiosity, reflecting the dancing light from the jack-o'-lanterns. Fascinating. I've never seen magic quite like that before. The integration of organic matter and spectral energy is remarkable. The four begin to discuss their respective abilities, with Holly demonstrating her sugar magic by conjuring a swirling cloud of sparkling sugar crystals. The air fills with the sweet scent of caramel and cinnamon as the crystals dance around them, creating a mesmerizing display that seems to defy gravity. Jack creates intricate ice sculptures with a wave of his hand, the delicate structures catching the light and casting rainbow reflections onto the snowy ground. Snowflakes begin to fall gently around them, seemingly drawn to Jack's creations, as if the very elements are responding to his magic. As they compare notes, their magics begin to intermingle. Holly's sugar crystals mix with Jack's ice, creating a shimmering, frost-covered confection that hovers in the air like a delicate, edible snow globe. Rafe's shadows dance around Pumpkin's jack-o'-lanterns, giving them an eerie, animated quality. The pumpkins' expressions seem to shift and change, their grins becoming more mischievous by the second. Suddenly, a burst of combined energy shoots skyward, exploding into a shower of glowing candy corn and icy pumpkin seeds. The magical display illuminates the area, casting an otherworldly glow over the snowy landscape, a sight that is both beautiful and slightly unsettling. The four exchange startled glances, then burst into laughter. The sound of their mirth echoes through the crisp winter air, a harmonious blend of Holly's tinkling giggles, Jack's deep chuckles, Wraith's ghostly titter, and Pumpkin's hearty guffaws. The laughter seems to break the tension, creating a sense of camaraderie among the group. "Well, that was unexpected," Pumpkin says, brushing a few frozen seeds from his shoulder. His eyes twinkle with amusement, the warmth in his gaze a stark contrast to the chilly air. "I don't think I've ever tasted icy pumpkin seeds before. Might make for an interesting Halloween treat back home." They move on to discuss the exchange program's goals, with Wraith expressing some reservations. Her violet eyes narrow as she speaks, her form seeming to grow more substantial with her concern, as if her worries are giving her a more tangible presence. "We must be cautious," she warns, her voice carrying a note of seriousness that cuts through the light-hearted atmosphere. "Mixing holiday magics can have unforeseen consequences. The balance between our realms is delicate." Holly nods, sensing an underlying tension between the two Halloween detectives. Wraith's cool demeanor seems to clash with Pumpkin's enthusiasm, creating an almost palpable friction. She wonders about the history between these two, and how it might affect their investigation. As the conversation continues, Jack and Pumpkin discover a shared interest in magical history. They begin an animated discussion about ancient holiday rituals, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Jack gestures enthusiastically, small ice crystals forming in the air around him as his emotions heighten, creating a visual representation of his passion for the subject. "Perhaps we could compare some old texts," Jack suggests, his voice filled with scholarly enthusiasm. "I have a few rare volumes on winter solstice celebrations. The magical theories behind some of the older rituals are truly fascinating." Pumpkin grins, his warm brown eyes alight with interest, mirroring Jack's enthusiasm. "And I've got some fascinating scrolls on the origins of Samhain. We should definitely set up a study session. I bet we could find some interesting connections between our holidays." Chapter 4, Cultural Cauldron. Holly and Jack lead the Halloween Town delegation on a tour of Merry Hollow, starting at the iconic candy cane lane. The street is lined with towering, red and white striped candy canes, their sugary scent filling the air, intermingling with the crisp winter breeze. Twinkling lights wrap around each candy cane, creating a mesmerizing display of color and movement. Mayor Crypt, his skeletal frame draped in a flowing black robe that billows dramatically behind him, pauses at the entrance. His eye sockets widen in surprise as he takes in the spectacle, the reflection of the candy canes dancing in his hollow gaze, creating an eerie yet festive effect. "My, what peculiar walking sticks," he exclaims, reaching out with bony fingers to grasp one of the candy canes. "Though I must say, they seem rather impractical. Far too sticky for proper support, and the stripes are quite dizzying." He tries to lean on it, only to find his hand stuck to the candy, eliciting a bemused chuckle from the group. As he struggles to free himself, his robe becomes entangled in the twinkling lights, causing him to resemble a rather festive mummy. Holly stifles a giggle, gently explaining, "Actually, Mayor Crypt, those are candy canes. They're a traditional Christmas treat, not walking sticks. Here, let me help you with that." She waves her hand, using a touch of her magic to free his fingers from the sticky candy and untangle him from the lights. A shower of sparkling sugar dust falls around them, momentarily transforming the mayor into a glittering specter. The group moves on to Sugarplum Square, where crystalline fountains spray streams of shimmering, sugar-infused water into the air, catching the light like a cascade of tiny diamonds. Delicate ice sculptures of ballet dancers pirouette gracefully around the square, their frozen forms seeming to move in the play of light and water. As they approach, Wraith Shadowmist drifts closer to examine the magical display, her shadowy form rippling with intrigue. The square's festive atmosphere is a stark contrast to the eerie charm of Halloween Town, and Wraith finds herself both fascinated and slightly out of her element. Suddenly, her ethereal substance brushes against the nearest fountain, and with a startling glorp, the water transforms into a quivering mass of purple gelatin, its sweet scent intensifying. The gelatin begins to take on a life of its own, forming into wobbly, ghost-like shapes that dance around the square. The transformation spreads rapidly, affecting the other fountains in a domino effect of sugary chaos. "Oh dear," Wraith murmurs, her violet eyes widening in surprise. "I didn't mean to. My apologies. I seem to have caused a bit of a jelly situation." She steps back, her shadows flickering nervously, inadvertently causing the nearby ice sculptures to cast spooky, elongated shadows across the square. The dancing shadows seem to come alive, intertwining with the gelatin ghosts in an impromptu ballet of light and dark. Meanwhile, Pumpkin Spice stands transfixed by the gently falling snow from the ever-snowing clouds above. His warm brown eyes sparkle with wonder as he reaches out, trying to catch the delicate flakes on his tongue. "This is incredible," he exclaims, twirling in place, his orange hair whipping around him like a fiery halo. "We never get snow in Halloween Town. It's always just fog and shadows. The sensation is quite delightful." In his excitement, he begins to emit a faint orange glow, causing the snowflakes around him to take on a pumpkin spice hue and aroma. The air fills with the comforting scent of cinnamon and nutmeg, creating an unusual but not unpleasant blend with the sugary sweetness of the gelatin fountains. As Pumpkin continues his joyful dance, the snow beneath his feet begins to crunch with a satisfying sound, like stepping on freshly fallen autumn leaves. His infectious enthusiasm spreads to the other members of the group, who find themselves smiling despite the chaotic transformation of the square. Even Wraith's initial embarrassment begins to fade as she watches her partner's childlike wonder, her shadowy form softening at the edges. The tour continues to Holly's Gingerbread Cottage Bakery, where the group samples an array of fusion treats created specially for the occasion. The warm, inviting scent of freshly baked goods envelopes them as they step inside, mingling with the subtle scent of peppermint and cinnamon that seems to permeate every corner of Merry Hollow. Jack Frost presents a tray of frost-tipped pumpkin cookies, their surfaces glistening like freshly fallen snow, with delicate icy patterns that shift and change as if alive. Holly offers spiderweb pattern gingerbread, the intricate designs shimmering with a touch of her sugar magic, occasionally twinkling like stars in a night sky. The Halloween visitors marvel at the blend of flavors and magical essences, their eyes lighting up with each bite. Mayor Crip's jaw quite literally drops in amazement, clattering to the floor before he sheepishly picks it up and reattaches it. Their next stop is the Elf Workshop, a bustling hub of Christmas toy production. The clatter of tools and the hum of cheerful chatter fill the air as elves diligently work on their crafts, a symphony of holiday preparation. Conveyor belts whir with half-finished toys, while magical paintbrushes dance in midair, adding colorful details to dolls and trains. As they enter, the Halloween magic of the visitors begins to interact unpredictably with the workshop's enchantments. Wraith's shadows accidentally animate a group of toy soldiers, sending them marching in formation across the workshop floor, their tiny boots clicking in unison. They begin to perform an impromptu drill routine, complete with miniature rifles that shoot streams of tinsel. Pumpkin Spice's enthusiasm causes a burst of orange sparks, turning a batch of teddy bears into plush jack-o'-lanterns, their button eyes replaced with grinning mouths and triangular noses. The transformed toys bounce around the workshop, emitting a soft, spooky glow and giggling mischievously. The elves look up from their work, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement as they watch the unexpected magical display. Some of the more adventurous elves begin to incorporate the Halloween elements into their designs, creating hybrid toys that blend the best of both holidays. The workshop becomes a whirlwind of creative chaos, with Christmas and Halloween magic swirling together in a dazzling display of holiday fusion. "Oh my," Mayor Crypt says, watching the chaos unfold. "We're being ever so helpful, aren't we?" The group makes their way to the heart of Merry Hollow, where the Stardust Clock Tower stands tall and majestic against the twilight sky. Its shimmering facade seems to capture the very essence of starlight, twinkling and shifting in mesmerizing patterns. As they approach, the tower's presence grows more imposing, its magical aura palpable in the air. Mayor Crypt tilts his skull back, his jaw dropping open in awe as he takes in the full height of the structure. "My word," he exclaims, his voice echoing with a hollow resonance. "It's like someone bottled up the night sky and poured it over a building." Holly smiles, her green eyes reflecting the tower's glow. "It's even more beautiful up close," she says, leading the group to the ornate entrance. The Chronocandy Clock is just inside. As they enter the tower, the air grows thick with magic, tingling against their skin. The interior is a marvel of gears and crystalline structures, all moving in perfect harmony. At the center stands the Chronocandy Clock, its face a swirling vortex of candy canes and dark chocolate. The pendulum swings in a hypnotic rhythm, each movement sending ripples of magic through the air. Wraith Shadowmist drifts closer, her shadowy form seeming to blend with the darker recesses of the clock. "Fascinating," she murmurs, her violet eyes fixed on the intricate workings. "I can feel the power emanating from it. It's intoxicating." Pumpkin Spice bounces on his toes, his enthusiasm barely contained. "Look at how the gears interlock. It's like a mechanical ballet." He leans in, perhaps a bit too close, and a spark of his orange magic leaps from his fingertip to the clock face. For a moment, the swirling pattern shifts, incorporating fleeting images of jack-o'-lanterns before settling back to its original state. Jack Frost steps forward, placing a gentle hand on Pumpkin's shoulder. "Careful there," he warns, his voice tinged with concern. The Chronocandy Clock is delicate. It maintains the balance of magic in Merry Hollow. Mayor Crypt nods solemnly, his bony fingers steepled before him. "Indeed, we must treat such powerful artifacts with the utmost respect. In Halloween Town, we have our own timekeepers, though ours tend to be more, shall we say, ominous in nature." As the group continues to admire the clock, Holly notices Jack's expression grow distant, his ice blue eyes fixed on the swirling patterns of the clock face. She's about to ask if he's all right when Mayor Kringle's voice booms from the entrance, announcing it's time for the welcome feast. As the group exits the Stardust Clock Tower, Holly's senses begin to tingle in an unfamiliar way. It's as if she can suddenly feel the emotional undercurrents of those around her, each person's feelings washing over her like waves in an invisible sea. The sensation is both exhilarating and overwhelming, causing her to stumble slightly as she adjusts to this new aspect of her magical abilities. Mayor Cripp's excitement bubbles up, effervescent and infectious. Holly finds herself grinning involuntarily, and the candy cane street lamps around them suddenly glow brighter, their colors more vibrant. The red and white stripes seem to swirl and dance, reflecting the mayor's enthusiasm. Wraith's confusion seeps into Holly's awareness, a cool mist of uncertainty. In response, the snow beneath their feet swirls into intricate, puzzling patterns, forming delicate fractals that mirror the detective's perplexed state of mind. Pumpkin Spice's anxiety prickles at the edges of Holly's consciousness, sharp and jittery. The wreaths on nearby doors start to twitch and rustle, their bows tightening and loosening in an anxious dance. Even the bells adorning the wreaths begin to chime softly, creating a discordant melody that echoes Pumpkin's unease. Holly's eyes widen as she realizes what's happening. Her magic is somehow amplifying and manifesting the emotions around her, transforming the very fabric of Merry Hollow's enchanted environment. She takes a deep breath, trying to center herself, but the onslaught of feelings is overwhelming. The cobblestone path beneath her feet seems to ripple, responding to her internal turmoil. "Are you all right, dear?" Mayor Crypt asks, noticing Holly's distress. His bony hand reaches out, hovering near her shoulder in a gesture of concern. Holly nods, not trusting herself to speak. She closes her eyes, focusing on her own emotions, trying to separate them from the others. As she concentrates, she feels her magic responding, flowing through her in a new way. It's as if a dam has broken, releasing a torrent of empathic energy she never knew she possessed. Without thinking, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a tin of cookies she baked earlier. As she opens it, a soothing aroma wafts out, carrying with it a wave of tranquility. The scent of cinnamon, vanilla, and a hint of peppermint fills the air, seeming to soften the edges of the world around them. Holly takes one and bites into it, immediately feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The cookie melts on her tongue, its sweetness spreading through her body like a warm embrace. "Here," she says, offering the tin to the others. "I think we could all use a little break." Her voice is steadier now, infused with a newfound confidence in her abilities. As the group samples the cookies, Holly feels the emotional storm around her begin to settle. The decorations return to normal, and she breathes a sigh of relief, marveling at this new facet of her abilities. The street lamps dim to their usual cheerful glow, the snow settles into a pristine blanket, and the wreaths hang still and serene once more. As the Halloween visitors finish their cookies, they exchange looks of wonder and amazement. Wraith's violet eyes widen, her shadowy form seeming to solidify slightly in response to Holly's magical treat. The edges of her misty silhouette become more defined, as if the cookie has anchored her more firmly to this realm of eternal Christmas. "That was extraordinary," Wraith says, her usually cool tone tinged with awe. "I've never experienced anything quite like it." She runs a smoky hand through her ethereal hair, looking more corporeal than she has since arriving in Merry Hollow. Pumpkin Spice nods enthusiastically, his orange hair bouncing. "It's like you reached right into our souls and gave them a warm hug." His brown eyes sparkle with delight, and the jack-o'-lantern pin on his lapel seems to grin wider. Mayor Crypt claps his bony hands together, his skeletal grin wider than ever. "My dear, you've outdone yourself. This is precisely the kind of magical exchange we hoped for." His enthusiasm causes his bow tie to spin like a pinwheel, adding a touch of whimsy to his otherwise imposing figure. Holly blushes, her freckles standing out against her reddened cheeks. She glances at Jack, who gives her an encouraging nod. His icy blue eyes are filled with pride and something deeper, a warmth that seems to melt away any lingering doubts she might have had. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. "I wonder," she murmurs, closing her eyes and concentrating. She focuses on the warmth and acceptance she feels for their visitors, imagining it as a gentle wave of golden light emanating from her heart. The air around her begins to shimmer faintly, like heat rising from sun-warmed pavement. As she opens her eyes, she notices a subtle change in the atmosphere. The air seems to shimmer slightly, and the Halloween visitors' postures relax visibly. Even Wraith's perpetual scowl softens into something resembling a smile. The very light in Merry Hollow seems to shift, taking on a warmer, more inclusive glow that embraces both the Christmas cheer and the Halloween spookiness. Do you feel that? Holly asks, her voice barely above a whisper. She holds her breath, watching the others' reactions carefully. Jack nods, his icy blue eyes wide with wonder. It's like a warm breeze on a winter's day. Comforting, but not overwhelming. He reaches out, his fingers intertwining with Holly's, and she feels a surge of support and love flow between them. Mayor Crypt stretches his arms wide, as if basking in invisible sunlight. It feels like belonging. Like we've always been a part of Merry Hollow. His bones seem to lose some of their eerie pallor, taking on a warmer, more inviting hue. Pumpkin Spice grins, his warm brown eyes twinkling. This could really help bridge the gap between our towns. Imagine the possibilities. He bounces on his heels, barely containing his excitement. The jack-o'-lantern pin on his lapel seems to wink mischievously. Holly beams, realizing the potential of her newfound ability. She concentrates again, this time projecting feelings of curiosity and excitement about cultural exchange. The Halloween visitors perk up, suddenly eager to learn more about Merry Hollow's customs. Their eyes dart around, taking in the festive decorations with renewed interest. As they continue their tour, the atmosphere is noticeably more relaxed and open. The initial awkwardness has melted away, replaced by genuine interest and camaraderie. Holly notices Merry Hollow residents approaching the visitors with smiles instead of wary glances, engaging in animated conversations about their respective holiday traditions. The air buzzes with a mixture of Christmas carols and spooky tunes, creating a unique harmony that seems to embody the spirit of their newfound friendship. Children who had initially hidden behind their parents now approach the Halloween visitors with wide-eyed curiosity. A young elf tugs on Mayor Crypt's coattails, asking him about trick-or-treating, while a group of ghostly children float by, singing an off-key but enthusiastic rendition of Jingle Bells. As Holly watches the scene unfold, she feels a sense of pride and purpose wash over her. Her new empathic abilities, combined with her sugar magic, have opened up a world of possibilities for bringing people together. She squeezes Jack's hand, grateful for his unwavering support, and looks forward to the adventures that lie ahead. The path before them may be uncertain, but with their combined strengths and the power of understanding, Holly knows they can face any challenge that comes their way. Jack and Pumpkin break away from the main tour group, their shared curiosity about magical theory drawing them into an animated conversation. They find a quiet corner near the Stardust Clock Tower, away from the excited chatter of the other visitors. The tower's ethereal glow casts a soft light on their faces, enhancing the magical atmosphere around them. So, Jack, tell me about your frost magic, Pumpkin says, his eyes glowing with interest. I've never seen anything quite like it. The way you manipulate ice and snow is truly remarkable. Jack holds out his hand, conjuring a delicate ice crystal. As he speaks, the crystal grows and transforms, its facets catching the light. It's all about controlling the temperature and moisture in the air, he explains, his voice filled with passion. I can feel the water molecules, guiding them into intricate patterns. What about your pumpkin growing technique? It seems equally fascinating. Pumpkin grins, his orange skin crinkling with delight. He places a seed on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, a small pumpkin sprouts and grows to the size of a fist. The process is mesmerizing, the vine curling and the fruit swelling in a matter of seconds. It's a mix of accelerated growth and shape manipulation, he says proudly. I can coax the pumpkin into any form I desire, infusing it with Halloween magic. As they delve deeper into magical theory, Pumpkin begins sharing stories of Halloween Town. His words paint vivid pictures in Jack's mind. He describes the eerie beauty of the pumpkin patch at midnight, where jack-o'-lanterns float in midair, their carved faces flickering with ghostly light. He recounts the thrill of the annual scare competition, where residents compete to create the most spine-chilling illusions. Pumpkin's eyes sparkle as he speaks of the camaraderie among the town's diverse inhabitants, from friendly witches to mischievous goblins, all working together to perfect their spooky crafts. Jack listens intently, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. The description stirs something deep within him, a strange longing he can't quite place. "You know, some of that sounds oddly relatable," he admits, his brow furrowing. "I've always felt a bit like an outsider here in Merry Hollow, even though everyone's been welcoming. It's as if there's a part of me that doesn't quite fit with the perpetual Christmas cheer." Pumpkin nods sympathetically, his expression softening. "I get that. Back home, I'm the only one who can grow pumpkins. It's special, but it can be isolating. Sometimes, being unique means standing apart from the crowd." Their conversation takes a more personal turn as they discover their shared experiences of not quite fitting in. Jack finds himself opening up about his struggles to understand his place in Merry Hollow, voicing doubts he's never shared with anyone before. "Actually," Jack says, lowering his voice and glancing around to ensure they're not overheard, "I've been having these strange flashbacks lately. Visions of a place that looks a lot like Halloween Town, but I don't remember ever being there. It's unsettling, yet somehow comforting at the same time." Pumpkin's eyes widen with interest, his curiosity piqued. "Really? What do you see in these flashbacks? Every detail could be significant." Jack hesitates, then describes the visions to Pumpkin. His words come slowly at first, then faster as he recalls more details. "I see myself using different magic, more shadowy and mysterious. I'm crafting illusions out of darkness, shaping fear like it's clay. And I feel at home there. Like I belong in a way I've never felt here." Pumpkin listens intently, his expression thoughtful. His mind races with possibilities, connecting pieces of a puzzle Jack didn't even know existed. "That's fascinating, Jack. You know, it might be related to latent Halloween magic within you. The visions you're describing sound remarkably similar to the abilities of our shadow mages." "Latent Halloween magic?" Jack repeats, surprised. The concept is both thrilling and terrifying, opening up a world of possibilities he'd never considered. Pumpkin nods, his excitement growing. Sometimes, magical beings can have dormant abilities from other realms. It's rare, but not unheard of. The proximity to our delegation might be awakening something in you, stirring memories or abilities that have been buried deep within your psyche. Jack considers this, a mix of excitement and apprehension on his face. The idea resonates with him, explaining so much about his feelings of displacement. "That actually makes a lot of sense. But how can we be sure? Is there a way to test this theory?" "Well," Pumpkin says with a mischievous grin, his eyes twinkling with the prospect of magical experimentation, "we could try combining our magics. If you have Halloween magic in you, it should respond to mine. Are you game to give it a shot?" They stand side by side, focusing their energies. The air around them seems to crackle with anticipation. Jack extends his hand, frost swirling around his fingers in intricate patterns. Pumpkin does the same, orange tendrils of magic dancing in his palm, pulsing with the essence of Halloween. As their powers meet, something unexpected happens. The frost and pumpkin magic intertwine, creating intricate, beautiful patterns on a nearby pumpkin. Delicate ice crystals form autumn leaf shapes, while the pumpkin itself seems to glow with an inner light. The fusion of their magic is breathtaking, a perfect blend of winter's chill and autumn's warmth. "Incredible," Jack breathes, marveling at their creation. He feels a surge of energy coursing through him, a sense of completeness he's never experienced before. "I've never felt anything like this. It's as if a part of me has awakened." Unbeknownst to them, Holly observes their interaction from a distance. She watches as Jack and Pumpkin laugh together, clearly bonding over their magical experiment. The easy camaraderie between them is evident, and Jack's face is alight with a joy she's rarely seen. A twinge of jealousy flares in her chest, surprising her with its intensity. She tries to push the feeling aside, reminding herself that Jack's happiness should be her priority, but the emotion persists. As Jack turns, catching sight of Holly, his expression shifts. The elation on his face gives way to concern as he notices her unease. He looks torn between his newfound connection with Pumpkin and the evident discomfort on Holly's face. For a moment, he stands frozen, unsure of which way to turn. The magical Pumpkin continues to glow between them, a testament to the new possibilities and potential complications that have just been unveiled. Chapter 5, Candy Corn Chaos. The Great Hall of Merry Hollows Town Hall is a sight to behold, transformed into a magical fusion of Christmas and Halloween. Twinkling fairy lights intertwine with glowing jack-o'-lanterns, while tinsel and cobwebs drape elegantly from the rafters. The air is filled with the mingling scents of cinnamon, pumpkin spice, and peppermint, creating an intoxicating aroma that seems to dance on the breeze. Garlands of holly and ivy are interspersed with strings of tiny, carved bone ornaments, their intricate designs catching the light and casting eerie shadows. Holly bustles around, placing platters of her specially crafted treats on tables adorned with shimmering tablecloths that seem to shift between deep crimson and midnight black. These aren't just any appetizers, each morsel is infused with her newly discovered emotional magic, carefully calibrated to evoke specific feelings of joy, wonder, and camaraderie. As guests sample the hors d'oeuvres, their faces light up with wonder and warmth, tensions visibly easing throughout the room. The effect is almost palpable, a gentle wave of goodwill washing over the assembled crowd. "These are simply marvelous, my dear," Mrs. Claus exclaims, reaching for another cookie shaped like a grinning skull with a Santa hat. "I feel positively giddy. You must share the recipe with our kitchen elves." Eyre Kringle and Mayor Crypt take center stage, an odd pair standing side by side on a platform bedecked with both twinkling stars and grinning bats. Kringle's jolly red suit, trimmed with fluffy white fur, contrasts sharply with Crypt's elegant black attire, complete with a cape that seems to move of its own accord. Yet they both beam with enthusiasm, their unlikely friendship a testament to the spirit of the evening. "Welcome, one and all," Kringle begins, his voice booming with cheer that reverberates through the hall. "To this unprecedented gathering of holidays. Never before have our realms come together in such harmony." Crypt nods, his skeletal grin somehow warm, yellow eyes glowing with an inner light. "Indeed, we stand on the precipice of a new era of inter-holiday cooperation and understanding. May this be the first of many such gatherings." As their speech continues, weaving tales of shared traditions and the magic that binds their worlds, a hush falls over the crowd. All eyes turn to the veiled object being wheeled into the center of the room by a team of elves and goblins working in perfect synchronization. With a flourish, the cover is removed, revealing the Chronocandy Clock in all its glory. The clock stands tall, its face a swirling mix of dark chocolate and candy canes, forming intricate patterns that seem to move and shift as one watches. The pendulum swings in a hypnotic rhythm, each movement sending ripples of magic through the air, causing the decorations to flutter and the lights to flicker in time. Every being in the room, whether from Merry Hollow or Halloween Town, can feel the power emanating from this extraordinary artifact, a tangible force that makes the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. Marshmallow Mel steps forward, his round face serious despite his jovial appearance, powdered sugar dusting his cheeks like freshly fallen snow. "Friends," he begins, his voice carrying a weight that commands attention, "before us stands the Chronocandy Clock, a marvel of magical engineering and a cornerstone of our realms. Its magic binds time itself, ensuring the eternal nature of our holidays. As the crowd marvels at the Chronocandy Clock, murmuring in awe and pointing out its various features to one another, Mayor Kringle raises his hands for attention. "Let us toast to this momentous occasion," he announces, his eyes twinkling like stars on a clear winter's night. Servers weave through the crowd with practiced grace, distributing steaming mugs filled with an unusual concoction, a blend of rich hot cocoa and spiced pumpkin juice, topped with whipped cream and a sprinkle of nutmeg in the shape of a tiny bat. Holly takes a sip, her eyes widening at the surprising harmony of flavors. The warmth of the cocoa mingles perfectly with the autumnal spices, creating a taste that is both familiar and excitingly new. Around her, guests from both towns react with delight, the drink seeming to embody the spirit of their newfound cooperation. Laughter and excited chatter fill the air as everyone discusses the unique beverage. The festivities continue with a series of cultural demonstrations, each more spectacular than the last. A group of merry hollow elves takes the stage, performing an intricate dance with jingling bells and twinkling lights that trace patterns in the air, leaving behind trails of golden sparkles. They're followed by a troupe of Halloween town skeletons, who execute a bone-rattling xylophone performance that has the crowd tapping their feet and clapping along. The skeletons use their own rib cages as instruments, producing a haunting melody that somehow blends perfectly with the Christmas carols playing softly in the background. As Holly watches the performances, her gaze drifts across the room, taking in the unlikely mix of festive sweaters and gothic attire. She spots Jack and Pumpkin in a corner, deep in conversation. Their heads are bent close together, Jack's expression intense as Pumpkin gestures animatedly, his orange hair seeming to glow in the dim light. A twinge of something, jealousy? Worry? Tugs at Holly's heart. She feels a sudden distance from Jack, as if the exchange program has opened a gap between them she hadn't anticipated. The sight of him so engrossed in conversation with someone from his past makes her wonder about the parts of Jack's life she still doesn't know. Shaking off the feeling, Holly turns her attention back to the center of the room, forcing herself to focus on the celebration at hand. Mayor Crypt steps forward, his bony fingers hovering over the Chronocandy Clock. The candlelight casts dramatic shadows across his skeletal features, adding to the air of mystery and anticipation. "And now," he intones, his voice echoing through the hall with an otherworldly resonance, "the moment we've all been waiting for. The activation of this marvelous timepiece, symbolizing the merging of our holiday magics." The room falls silent, all eyes fixed on the clock. The only sound is the soft ticking of the pendulum, each swing seeming to stretch time itself. Mayor Kringle joins Crypt, and together they reach for the clock's winding key, a beautiful creation of twisted candy cane and wrought iron. As their hands touch the mechanism, the air seems to thicken with anticipation, magic crackling visibly in the space between them. Holly holds her breath, aware that they're on the cusp of something monumental. The very fabric of their magical realm seems to hang in the balance, waiting for this symbolic act to usher in a new era of inter-holiday cooperation. As Mayor Kringle and Mayor Crypt's hands touch the Chronocandy Clock's winding key, a hush falls over the crowd. Marshmallow Mel steps forward, his plump fingers reaching out to assist in the activation. The anticipation in the room is palpable, with both Merry Hollow residents and Halloween Town visitors holding their breath. Suddenly, a thick plume of smoke erupts from the clock, engulfing the entire room in seconds. The acrid cloud billows outward, its tendrils reaching every corner of the hall. Coughing and sputtering fill the air as guests wave their hands frantically, trying to clear their vision. The acrid smell of burnt sugar and pumpkin spice permeates the hall, an odd combination that tickles the nose and leaves a strange taste on the tongue. As the smoke begins to dissipate, gasps of shock ripple through the crowd, starting from those closest to the clock and spreading outward like a wave. The Chronocandy Clock is gone, vanished without a trace. Where the magnificent timepiece once stood, there's nothing but empty space. The polished pedestal gleams in the light, mockingly bare. A single candy corn skitters across the floor, spinning to a stop at the feet of a startled elf. It's the only evidence that anything was ever there, a tiny, colorful reminder of the grand artifact that has inexplicably disappeared. Panic spreads like wildfire through the gathered crowd. Accusations fly between the Merry Hollow residents and the Halloween town visitors, voices rising in pitch and volume as fear and suspicion take hold. "You've stolen our clock," shouts an elf, his pointed ears quivering with indignation as he points a finger at a bewildered skeleton. The skeleton's jaw drops open, quite literally, in shock at the accusation. "Preposterous," retorts a witch from Halloween Town, her black cat familiar arching its back and hissing. "Why would we take it after coming all this way? We're guests, not thieves." The room descends into chaos as more voices join the fray. Elves argue with goblins, snowmen face off against zombies, and even the usually cheerful gingerbread people look ready to crumble under the strain. Mayor Kringle and Mayor Crypt try to restore order, but their voices are drowned out by the growing cacophony. Their attempts at peacekeeping fall on deaf ears as the two communities, so recently united in celebration, now turn on each other in fear and suspicion. Holly, sensing the rising tide of fear and anger, closes her eyes and concentrates. She channels her newly discovered emotional magic, drawing on the sweetness of her sugar powers and the warmth of her holiday spirit. With great effort, she projects waves of calm and rationality throughout the room, her magic spreading like the scent of freshly baked cookies on a winter's day. The effect is immediate but subtle, like a gentle snowfall slowly blanketing a noisy street. Arguments begin to die down, the shouting voices lowering to murmurs of confusion and concern. The tension in the air doesn't disappear entirely, but it softens, becoming more manageable. Holly opens her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead from the effort, and sees Jack and Wraith already in action, their contrasting figures moving purposefully through the crowd. Jack moves swiftly to the windows, his hands trailing Frost as he checks for any signs of forced entry or exit. The delicate patterns he leaves behind shimmer in the light, a beautiful counterpoint to the tension in the room. Wraith, her shadowy form flickering in and out of visibility, glides through walls and floors with ethereal grace. Her violet eyes scan every nook and cranny, searching for hidden passages or magical traces that might explain the clock's disappearance. "Everyone, please remain calm," Holly calls out, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. She stands tall, her red curls seeming to glow with an inner light as she addresses the crowd. "We need to approach this rationally. The clock couldn't have simply vanished without a trace. There must be an explanation, and we'll find it together." As the initial shock subsides, guests begin to look around, searching for any clues that might explain the clock's disappearance. The unity that had been building throughout the evening now faces its first real test, with suspicion threatening to unravel the progress made between the two holiday realms. Yet, there's also a growing sense of determination, a shared desire to solve this mystery and preserve the newfound friendship between Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. Pumpkin Spice steps forward, his orange hair glowing faintly in the dim light like a beacon of hope. He kneels beside the empty pedestal, placing his hand on the spot where the Chronocandy Clock once stood. Closing his eyes, he focuses his magic, sending tendrils of pumpkin-scented energy outward. The air around him shimmers with an orange haze, and those nearby catch whiffs of cinnamon and nutmeg. "I can sense its essence," he murmurs, brow furrowed in concentration. His fingers twitch slightly, as if plucking at invisible strings. "It's faint, but it's here." The clock's magic has left a trail, like footprints in the snow. As Pumpkin works his magic, Holly notices something glinting on the floor. She crouches down, her festive sweater brushing against the polished wood as she picks up a single piece of candy corn. It feels warm in her hand, almost pulsing with residual magic. Her eyes widen as she spots another a few feet away, and then another beyond that. "Look," she says, pointing. Her voice carries a mix of excitement and trepidation. "There's a trail. The candy corn, it's leading us somewhere." Sure enough, a line of candy corn pieces leads away from the pedestal, snaking through the crowd and towards the back of the hall. The colorful kernels stand out against the dark floor, a breadcrumb trail left behind by whoever, or whatever, took the clock. Jack and Wraith quickly move to follow it, with Holly close behind. Their determined strides and focused expressions draw curious glances from the other guests. Meanwhile, at the front of the room, Mayor Kringle and Mayor Cripps stand locked in heated debate. Their voices rise above the murmur of the crowd as they argue over the security measures, or lack thereof, that led to this crisis. This is precisely why we should have had guards posted. Mayor Cripps insists, his bony fingers jabbing the air for emphasis. His skull-like face contorts into an expression of frustration, the carved pumpkin on his lapel seeming to grimace in agreement. Mayor Kringle shakes his head, his white beard quivering with each emphatic movement. His usually jolly face is creased with worry. Guards? In Merry Hollow? That goes against everything we stand for. We're a community built on trust and goodwill. And now look where your trust has gotten us, Crypt retorts, gesturing wildly at the empty pedestal. A priceless artifact, gone. Vanished into thin air. How do you propose we explain this to our respective councils? Their debate grows more heated, drawing concerned looks from nearby guests. The two mayors, so different in appearance yet united in their concern for their communities, represent the larger conflict threatening to divide the holiday realms once more. As the argument escalates, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin reconvene near the hall's exit. They exchange determined looks, each recognizing the gravity of the situation and the need for swift action. The weight of responsibility settles on their shoulders, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through them. We need to follow this trail, Holly says, her voice low but firm. She clutches a piece of candy corn in her hand, its magic tingling against her palm. Before it disappears or someone tampers with it. This might be our only lead. Jack nods, his icy blue eyes glinting with resolve. A cool mist swirls around him, responding to his heightened emotions. Agreed. We can't let this escalate any further. The peace between our realms is too fragile to risk. Wraith's shadowy form ripples with anticipation, her violet eyes gleaming in the darkness. Let's move quickly and quietly. We don't want to alert the thief, or thieves, to our pursuit. Stealth will be our ally in this investigation. Pumpkin Spice, still sensing the clock's magical signature, adds, I can guide us if the trail goes cold. Its energy is unmistakable, like a jack-o'-lantern in a dark night. We won't lose it easily. With a shared nod of understanding, the four slip out of the hall, leaving behind the arguing mayors and the murmuring crowd. As they step into the cool night air of Merry Hollow, a mix of Christmas lights and eerie Halloween lanterns illuminate their path. The scent of pine and pumpkin mingles in the breeze, a reminder of the two worlds now intertwined in this mystery. The four detectives spring into action, their diverse magical abilities creating a formidable investigative team. Holly approaches the empty pedestal, her hands hovering just above its surface. She closes her eyes, brow furrowing in concentration as she taps into her newly discovered empathetic magic. The air around her shimmers with a faint, sugary scent as she reaches out with her senses. There's confusion here, she murmurs, her voice barely audible. And excitement? It's not what I expected. Not fear or malice, but anticipation. Her fingers twitch slightly, as if plucking invisible strings of emotion from the air. Jack kneels beside the pedestal, frost spreading from his fingertips as he examines the floor. His ice blue eyes narrow as he notices something odd, the temperature around him dropping noticeably. Look at this, he says, gesturing to a patch of frost mixed with an iridescent, shimmering substance. I've never seen magic like this before. It's not Halloween or Christmas, it's something else entirely. He runs a finger through the mixture, causing it to sparkle and dance in the light. Wraith nods, her shadowy form rippling with curiosity. The edges of her body seem to blur and shift, as if she's not quite fully in this reality. I'll see if I can find any hidden escape routes, she says, her voice echoing slightly as she phases through the nearest wall. The others watch as she disappears, her violet eyes the last thing visible before she vanishes completely, leaving behind a faint trail of darkness. Meanwhile, Pumpkin Spice crouches low, following the trail of candy corn. His fingers brush the floor, orange sparks dancing between them as he senses the magical residue. The air around him fills with the scent of autumn spices. The trail is strong, he reports, moving swiftly. It's as if whoever took the clock wanted us to follow. His eyes glow with an inner fire as he tracks the magical signature. The group moves through the hall, tension rising as they near the exit. The magical energy in the air seems to thicken, making it harder to breathe. Suddenly, Pumpkin stops short, his whole body going rigid. "It's gone," he says, disbelief coloring his voice. The trail just ends. He waves his hands frantically, trying to recapture the lost scent. They gather around the last piece of candy corn, which sits innocuously on the floor, offering no clues as to where the thief might have gone. Holly feels a surge of frustration, matched by the worried looks on her companions' faces. The candy corn seems to mock them, glinting in the light. At that moment, Wraith phases back through the wall, her expression grim. Her form solidifies slowly, like ink spreading through water. "No hidden passages," she reports. "But I did overhear something interesting." The mayors are still arguing, and it's getting heated. Some of the guests are starting to take sides. Her violet eyes flicker with concern. As word of the Chronocandy Clock's disappearance spreads, the great hall erupts into chaos. Christmas elves point accusing fingers at cackling witches, while Halloween ghouls hiss at frowning reindeer. The air crackles with conflicting magic, ornaments exploding into showers of sparks and pumpkins inflating to monstrous sizes. The very foundations of the hall seem to shake with the force of the magical discord. "This is exactly why we shouldn't mix holidays," a portly elf shouts, his bell-tipped shoes jingling angrily as he stomps his foot. Sparks of red and green magic fly from his pointed ears. "Oh, please," a witch with green skin retorts, rolling her eyes. Her hair, seemingly alive, hisses like a nest of snakes. "As if we'd want your tacky timepiece anyway." Holly and Jack exchange worried glances before springing into action. Holly raises her hands, projecting waves of calm throughout the room. The effect is immediate, though not complete, the anger in the air dulls to a simmer rather than a boil. A soft, golden glow emanates from her palms, washing over the crowd. Jack, meanwhile, creates a thin layer of frost on the floor, making it difficult for the two groups to approach each other. Intricate patterns of ice spread out from his feet, beautiful yet treacherous. "Everyone, please," he calls out, his voice firm but reassuring. "Pointing fingers won't solve anything. We need to work together to find the clock." His words seem to carry a chill, further cooling the heated tempers. As the tensions begin to ease, Wraith notices something stuck to the bottom of the clock's pedestal. She reaches out, her shadowy fingers grasping a small piece of parchment. "Look at this," she says, holding it up for the others to see. The paper seems to absorb some of her darkness, the edges blurring slightly. The note is written in an odd mixture of red and green icing and dark ash, creating a strange, shimmering effect. The message is cryptic, the letters seeming to dance and shift as they read. "Where sugar and spice collide. In the space between dark and light. The key to time's sweet ride. Awaits those who unite." The four detectives huddle together, examining the note closely. Holly frowns, her brow furrowed in concentration. "This has to be a clue," she murmurs. "But what does it mean?" She traces the words with her finger, leaving behind a faint trail of sugary sparkles. Jack nods, his eyes scanning the peculiar script. Frost forms on his eyelashes as he squints at the parchment. "Whoever took the clock clearly wants us to follow." "But why?" Pumpkin Spice grins, his orange hair seeming to glow with excitement. A few stray embers dance around his head like fireflies. Well, there's only one way to find out. We need to solve this puzzle and track down that clock. His enthusiasm is infectious, causing the others to smile despite the gravity of the situation. Wraith's violet eyes narrow as she considers their options. The shadows around her deepen, as if responding to her concentration. We'll need to work together, she says, her voice low and serious. Our different skills and magical abilities might be the key to cracking this case. As she speaks, the group seems to draw closer, their diverse magics mingling in the air between them. The four exchange determined looks, a silent agreement passing between them. Holly takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. Then it's settled, she says. From this moment on, we're officially a team. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Chapter 6, Snowballs and Shadow Play. The four detectives gather around a worn wooden table in the cozy back room of the Gingerbread Cottage bakery. The air is thick with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg, punctuated by the occasional whiff of pumpkin spice. Holly's magical gingerbread men scurry about, delivering steaming mugs of hot cocoa and plates of cookies. Their tiny feet patter softly against the floor, creating a soothing rhythm that underlies the serious atmosphere. All right, Holly says, her green eyes sparkling with determination. Let's pool our information. What do we know so far? She waves her hand, and a sugar quill appears, poised to take notes on a sheet of gingerbread. The magical utensil hovers expectantly, ready to record their findings. Its crystalline structure catches the warm light, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the table. The air around Holly seems to shimmer with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere is eager to assist in their investigation. Jack leans forward, frost spreading from his fingertips across the table. The intricate patterns swirl and dance, mirroring his intense concentration. The magical signature at the scene was odd. It felt like a mix of Christmas and Halloween magic, but there was something else too. Something I couldn't quite place. He furrows his brow, trying to recall the elusive essence. As he speaks, his breath mists in the air, despite the bakery's warmth. The frost patterns on the table begin to shift and change, as if trying to form a visual representation of the magical signature he's describing. Wraith nods, her form shimmering slightly in the warm light of the bakery. The shadows around her seem to pulse with each word she speaks. I sensed it too. It's as if someone's trying to mask their magical trail. There were faint traces of something ancient. Her voice carries an otherworldly echo, as if coming from both everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadows in the corners of the room grow deeper, responding to her words and lending an air of mystery to the cozy bakery. Pumpkin Spice grins, a jack-o'-lantern gleam in his eyes. His orange hair seems to flicker like candlelight as he leans in conspiratorially. But they left behind those candy corn crumbs. Amateur move, if you ask me. It's like they wanted us to follow the trail. He absently twirls a piece of candy corn between his fingers, the treat glowing faintly with residual Halloween magic. The air around him carries a faint scent of pumpkin and spices, a reminder of his Halloween town origins. Holly taps her chin thoughtfully, leaving a smear of flour. The white powder sparkles with latent magic. I might be able to help with that. My emotion-sensing abilities have been growing stronger. If we can find a fresh trail, I might be able to pick up on the thief's feelings. Fear, excitement, guilt, those emotions leave a mark. She closes her eyes briefly, as if testing her newfound power. The air around her shimmers slightly, responding to her magical focus. The gingerbread men on nearby shelves seem to lean in, as if eager to witness this display of her evolving abilities. Brilliant, Jack says, giving Holly an admiring smile. A light dusting of snowflakes falls from his silver hair, melting instantly in the bakery's cozy warmth. That could give us a real advantage. We could map out an emotional landscape of the crime scene. His eyes gleam with frosty excitement, the prospect of combining their unique abilities clearly energizing him. The temperature in the room drops a few degrees, a physical manifestation of his enthusiasm. Wraith's violet eyes narrow as she considers their options. The shadows in the room seem to lean in, listening intently. I can use my shadow form to keep an eye on potential suspects without being noticed. There are a few characters from both towns I'd like to track. The veil between our worlds is thinner now, making it easier to slip between realms. As she speaks, her edges blur slightly, as if she's already beginning to meld with the shadows. The lights in the bakery flicker momentarily, as if acknowledging her otherworldly presence. Pumpkin nods enthusiastically, his warm brown eyes alight with excitement. And while you're doing that, Jack and I can work on analyzing the magical residue we found at the scene. If we combine our knowledge of Halloween and Christmas magic, we might be able to identify any unusual elements. Maybe even trace it back to its source. He rubs his hands together, creating tiny sparks of orange magic that dance between his palms. The sparks swirl around him, forming miniature jack-o'-lanterns that grin mischievously before dissipating. Jack's eyes light up at the suggestion, a frosty gleam dancing in their depths. Excellent idea. We could create a sort of magical spectrum analysis, using frost patterns and pumpkin growth rates as indicators. The interplay between our magics might reveal something we'd miss individually. As he speaks, a small ice crystal forms in his hand, its facets reflecting the warm light of the bakery. The crystal grows and changes shape, mimicking the potential patterns they might discover in their investigation. Holly beams at her teammates, feeling a surge of hope. The air around her sparkles with tiny sugar crystals, responding to her emotions. This is perfect. We each have a role to play. Let's get started and see what we can uncover. Together, we might just crack this case wide open. Her voice carries a note of leadership, inspiring confidence in her fellow detectives. The sugar quill begins to dance across the gingerbread sheet, eagerly recording their plans as if it, too, is excited about the investigation ahead. The others nod, their expressions a mix of determination and excitement. With a deep breath, Holly opens the door, letting in a gust of crisp Merry Hollow air. The two teams step out, the scent of peppermint and pumpkin spice swirling around them as they set off on their mission to recover the Chronocandy Clock. The magical atmosphere of the town seems to pulse with anticipation, as if aware of the importance of their quest. Holly and Wraith venture to the outskirts of Merry Hollow, their footsteps crunching in the fresh snow. The air grows colder as they move away from the town center, and Holly pulls her festive sweater tighter around her. Something feels off, Holly murmurs, her green eyes scanning the horizon. She stops abruptly, causing Wraith to pass right through her. The chill of the shadow detective's ethereal form sends a shiver down Holly's spine. Watch it, Wraith grumbles, reforming her shadowy form with a ripple of darkness. Her violet eyes widen as she takes in the sight before them, a mixture of surprise and concern flickering across her spectral features. That shouldn't be here. Stretching out before them is a vast field of candy corn, the tricolored kernels swaying gently in a non-existent breeze. The sight is jarring against the snowy backdrop of Merry Hollow, like a vibrant painting superimposed on a monochrome photograph. The sweet scent of sugar and artificial flavoring wafts through the air, mingling strangely with the crisp winter atmosphere. Holly closes her eyes, extending her magical senses outward. The familiar warmth of her sugar magic pulses through her veins as she reaches out to the emotional imprints left behind. The emotions here are intense. Excitement, anxiety, and something darker. She shivers, not entirely from the cold, wrapping her arms around herself. It's like someone's entire plan was poured into this field, their hopes and fears crystallized in each kernel. Wraith nods, her form rippling as she concentrates. The edges of her shadowy body blur and shift, tendrils of darkness reaching out towards the candy corn field. Let me see what I can find. She melts into the shadows cast by the candy corn, her essence spreading across the field like spilled ink. After a moment, Wraith reforms, pointing to a spot near the center of the field. Her violet eyes gleam with the thrill of discovery. There. Footprints. They make their way through the candy corn, careful not to disturb the kernels. The sweet crunch beneath their feet is unsettling, so out of place in the usually snow-covered landscape. As they reach the spot Wraith indicated, Holly gasps. Perfectly preserved in a patch of snow are a set of footprints unlike any she's seen in Mary Hollow. The imprints are a curious mix of whimsical and eerie, with curved toes and an oddly elongated shape. These aren't from any Christmas town resident, Holly says, crouching down to examine them closer. She traces the air above the prints, her magic tingling as it detects faint traces of unfamiliar energy. Wraith nods, her violet eyes narrowing as she studies the footprints. They're not quite Halloween Town either. Something in between. A hybrid, perhaps, or someone trying very hard to disguise their origin. As they follow the trail, Holly's foot catches on something half buried in the snow. The sudden resistance nearly throws her off balance, and she stumbles slightly before regaining her footing. Curiosity piqued, she reaches down and pulls out a small, intricately carved pumpkin. Its surface is covered in strange symbols, a mix of Halloween and Christmas iconography that seems to shift and change as she looks at it. This is definitely from Halloween Town, Wraith says, her shadowy form coalescing around the artifact. She peers closely at the symbols, her expression a mix of recognition and confusion. But it's been altered. Someone's been experimenting with combining our magics. These runes, they're not quite right. Holly turns the pumpkin over in her hands, feeling the residual magic pulsing within it. The energy is unlike anything she's encountered before, a swirling mix of chilly Halloween mischief and warm Christmas cheer. We need to show this to Jack and Pumpkin. Maybe they can make sense of these symbols. There's something about this that feels important. As Holly examines the carved pumpkin, her magic suddenly flares. The candy corn around them begins to quiver and shake, rising from the ground in swirling patterns. Holly's eyes widen as she realizes her power is reacting to the artifact, the sugar in the kernels responding to her innate abilities in ways she's never experienced before. Wraith, look out, she calls, but it's too late. The animated candy forms into miniature tornadoes, spinning wildly around them. The air fills with a sickly sweet scent of caramelizing sugar as the kernels whirl faster and faster. Wraith phases through the candy storm, her shadowy form rippling like smoke in a strong wind. What's happening? She asks, her usually calm voice tinged with alarm. Holly concentrates, trying to control the surge of magic. Beads of sweat form on her brow despite the cold air. It's the pumpkin. It's amplifying my powers somehow. I've never felt anything like this before. As the candy settles, drifting back to the ground in a gentle shower of orange, yellow, and white, they notice a clear path cutting through the field, revealed by the disturbance. Wraith glides along it, her violet eyes narrowing as she focuses on the magical traces left behind. The thief definitely came this way, she says, her voice low and intense. These magical signatures are fresh. Whoever did this, they were here very recently. Holly nods, still clutching the pumpkin. Its weight feels significant in her hands, as if it's more than just a simple gourd. Can you sense where they went? Any clue about their destination? Wraith moves forward, her form stretching out ahead of her as she investigates. Suddenly, she stops, as if hitting an invisible wall. Her smoky body compresses and flattens against an unseen barrier. She reaches out, her shadowy hand meeting resistance. There's a barrier here. Strong magic, unlike anything I've encountered before. It's blocking my abilities. Holly approaches, feeling the air thicken as she nears the spot. It's as if the very atmosphere is becoming dense, pushing back against her. She reaches out, her fingertips brushing against an unseen force. The pumpkin in her other hand pulses, reacting to the barrier. Sparks of sugar magic dance between her fingers and the invisible wall, creating fleeting patterns of frost and candy in the air. "We can't go any further," Holly says, frustration clear in her voice. She tries to push through, but the barrier holds firm. "But at least we know they passed through here. It's a start, even if it's not as much as we'd hoped for." Wraith nods, her form condensing as she turns back toward town. The usual fluidity of her movements is slightly disrupted, as if the encounter with the barrier has left her unsettled. "We need to tell the others. This is bigger than we thought. Whatever's happening, it's changing the very nature of our magic." As they begin their journey back to Merry Hollow, Holly can't shake the feeling that they've stumbled upon something that will change their world forever. The weight of the carved pumpkin in her hands feels like a harbinger of things to come, a small piece of a much larger, more complex puzzle. With each step, the candy corn field behind them seems to whisper secrets on the wind, promises of adventures and dangers yet to come. Without another word, they race back toward Merry Hollow, the mysterious pumpkin tucked safely under Holly's arm. The candy corn field fades behind them, leaving only questions in its wake. Jack leans in close, examining the frosty residue left behind by the vanished Chronocandy Clock. His fingers trace the intricate patterns, a familiar chill running through them. Beside him, Pumpkin Spice crouches, his orange glow casting eerie shadows across the floor. The air around them feels charged with an unseen energy, remnants of the powerful magic that had been at work here. "There's something odd about this magic," Jack mutters, his brow furrowing. "It's not quite Christmas, not quite Halloween." Almost as if, he pauses, searching for the right words to describe the peculiar sensation tingling at his fingertips. Suddenly, the world tilts. Jack staggers, his vision blurring. The great hall of Merry Hollow melts away, replaced by a moonlit town square he's never seen before, and yet, it feels hauntingly familiar. The scent of pumpkin spice and fallen leaves fills the air, a stark contrast to the peppermint and pine he's grown accustomed to. Jack finds himself standing before a twisted clock tower, its face adorned with leering pumpkins and ticking bones. Halloween Town stretches out around him, a tapestry of shadows and mischief. But something's different. The townsfolk look at him with reverence, bowing as he passes. Werewolves dip their heads, witches curtsy, and even the mischievous imps seem to show a measure of respect. He catches his reflection in a cracked mirror, his silver hair is streaked with black, his blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. This version of Jack exudes power, confidence, and just a hint of delicious menace. His usual shimmering blue coat has been replaced by an elegant black suit adorned with intricate pumpkin patterns. A commotion draws his attention. At the base of the clock tower, a figure cloaked in ever-shifting shadows faces him. Though Jack can't make out its features, he feels a deep-seated animosity radiating from it. The air crackles with tension, and nearby jack-o'-lanterns flicker ominously. "You can't keep this power all to yourself, Frost," the shadowy being hisses, its voice a discordant blend of whispers. "The Chronocandy Clock belongs to all the holiday realms." Jack, or rather, this past version of himself, laughs coldly. The sound echoes through the square, causing nearby crows to take flight. And who better to safeguard it than the Pumpkin King? Halloween is the bridge between worlds, the keeper of balance. His words carry a weight of authority that the present Jack has never felt before. The shadow lunges, tendrils of darkness clashing against Jack's icy magic. As they battle, the great clock begins to chime, each toll sending ripples of magic through the air. The very fabric of Halloween Town seems to warp and twist with each strike. The vision shatters like fragile ice, and Jack finds himself back in Merry Hollow's great hall. He stumbles, nearly losing his balance. His heart races, and a cold sweat beads on his forehead, colder than usual for the winter spirit. The abrupt transition leaves him disoriented, the echoes of the clock's chimes still ringing in his ears. Pumpkin Spice steadies him with a concerned grip, his warm hands a stark contrast to Jack's chilled skin. "Whoa there, Jack. You okay? You went all pale, well, paler than usual. His voice is tinged with worry, brown eyes searching Jack's face for any sign of distress. Jack blinks rapidly, trying to ground himself in the present. The echoes of his vision linger, fragments of a life he doesn't remember living. He opens his mouth to speak, but hesitates, unsure of how to explain what he's just experienced. I'm not sure, Jack admits, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. I saw something. Or maybe remembered something. It doesn't make sense. He shakes his head, as if trying to clear away the last wisps of the vision. Pumpkin's warm brown eyes narrow with worry. What kind of something? Did you pick up a trace of the clock thief? He leans in closer, lowering his voice to avoid attracting attention from the other investigators scattered around the hall. Jack runs a hand through his silver hair, debating how much to reveal. The vision felt intensely personal, yet potentially crucial to their investigation. He glances around the hall, relieved to see Holly and Wraith still occupied on the other side of the room, poring over a large tome of magical artifacts. It was like looking through a window into another life, Jack says slowly, choosing his words carefully. I was in Halloween Town, but different. More powerful. They called me the Pumpkin King. The title feels strange on his tongue, both foreign and oddly right. Pumpkin's eyes widen, a mix of awe and disbelief crossing his features. The Pumpkin King? But that's just a legend in Halloween Town. No one's held that title in centuries. He pauses, considering the implications. Are you sure that's what you saw? Jack nods, his mind racing. There was a fight over the Chronocandy Clock. Someone, or something, wanted to take it from me. Said it belonged to all the holiday realms. He frowns, trying to recall more details from the rapidly fading vision. He locks eyes with Pumpkin, a realization dawning. I think my past might be tied to this mystery somehow. To the clock's disappearance. The words hang heavy in the air between them, laden with potential consequences. Pumpkin opens his mouth to respond, but Jack holds up a hand. We need to tell the others, but not yet. Let's gather more information first. He straightens his coat, trying to regain his usual composure. For now, let's focus on the physical evidence. We can't let personal revelations distract us from the immediate problem. Pumpkin nods, though concern still lingers in his eyes. All right, Jack. But promise me you'll speak up if you have any more of these visions. We're a team, remember? Jack manages a small smile, grateful for his friend's support. I promise. Now, let's see what else we can find in this residue. There might be more clues hiding in plain sight. As they return to their investigation, Jack can't shake the feeling that his past and Mary Hollow's future are more intertwined than he ever imagined. The mystery of the Chronocandy Clock has just become far more personal, and potentially far more dangerous. As they turn back to their investigation, Jack can't shake the feeling that the key to solving this mystery, and understanding his own identity, lies buried in a past he can't remember. Chapter 7, Fields of Festive Fright. The team reconvenes at the candy corn fields, the sweet scent of sugar mixing with the crisp winter air. Holly and Wraith approach Jack and Pumpkin, their faces etched with excitement and concern. The golden stalks of candy corn sway gently in the breeze, their tricolored kernels glinting in the afternoon sun. You won't believe what we found, Holly says, her green eyes sparkling with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. She gestures to the field behind her, where rows of candy corn stand tall and proud, a stark contrast to Mary Hollow's usual snowy landscape. The sight of the vibrant orange and yellow crops amidst the winter wonderland is both beautiful and unsettling. Wraith nods, her shadowy form rippling in the afternoon light like a dark mirage. This field shouldn't exist here. It's pure Halloween magic, she explains, her voice a whisper on the wind. The detective's violet eyes narrow as she scans the horizon, searching for any other anomalies. Jack listens intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He glances at Pumpkin, who gives him an encouraging nod, his jack-o'-lantern features softening with empathy. Taking a deep breath, Jack speaks up, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I may have some information that could help. He hesitates, carefully choosing his words as frost patterns form and dissipate on his fingertips. I had a vision, or maybe a memory, of Halloween Town. The Chronocandy Clock was there, and it seemed important. It was like a fragment of a past I can't fully recall. Holly's eyes widen, a mix of surprise and concern crossing her features, but before she can question him further, Pumpkin steps forward. Let me try something, he says, his voice filled with determination. He kneels down beside a stalk of candy corn, the movement causing his pumpkin head to bob slightly. He places his hand on the ground, closing his eyes in concentration, his leafy fingers splaying out across the soil. A warm orange glow emanates from Pumpkin's palm, spreading through the soil like liquid sunshine. The candy corn stalks begin to sway gently, despite the lack of wind, as if dancing to an unheard melody. As the team watches in awe, the air between the corn stalks starts to shimmer and distort, reality bending before their very eyes. Look! Holly exclaims, pointing at the center of the field, her voice filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. A faint outline begins to take shape, growing more distinct with each passing second. The shimmering intensifies, colors swirling and blending in a mesmerizing display of magic. Reds, oranges, and purples intermingle with blues, silvers, and golds, creating a dazzling spectacle until a circular portal materializes amidst the corn stalks. The team stands transfixed, staring at the gateway that now hovers before them, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. The portal's edges crackle with tiny sparks of both frosty and fiery magic, a visual representation of the merging holiday realms. The team stands before the shimmering portal, a mix of excitement and apprehension on their faces. Holly bites her lip, her gaze darting between her companions, her mind racing with possibilities and potential dangers. The air around them feels charged, as if the very atmosphere is holding its breath in anticipation. We can't just jump in, Jack says, frost forming at his fingertips in intricate, swirling patterns. His ice blue eyes reflect the portal's glow as he speaks, his voice tinged with caution. We have no idea where it leads or what dangers might be waiting. For all we know, it could be a one-way trip. Wraith nods, her shadowy form rippling like dark water. Agreed. This could be a trap set by the clock thief, she adds, her violet eyes narrowing as she scrutinizes the portal. We need to approach this with caution and strategy. But it's our best lead, Pumpkin counters, his eyes glowing with an orange light of curiosity and determination. His leafy hands gesture emphatically as he speaks. We can't afford to let this opportunity slip away. The longer we wait, the further the Chronocandy Clock gets from our grasp. As they debate, the air around them grows thick with tension, almost palpable in its intensity. The portal seems to pulse in rhythm with their rising emotions, its swirling colors becoming more vibrant and chaotic. Suddenly, the portal flares brightly, causing the team to shield their eyes momentarily. When they look again, strange creatures begin to emerge from the shimmering gateway. They're a bizarre fusion of Halloween and Christmas. Jack-o'-lanterns with candy cane legs wobble out, their carved faces a mix of spooky grins and jolly expressions. Skeletal reindeer with glowing red noses prance through, their bones rattling with each step. Ghostly elves float by, carrying spooky gifts wrapped in paper decorated with both bats and snowflakes. We don't have a choice now, Holly says, her voice firm and resolute. She straightens her witch's hat, a determined glint in her green eyes. We need to go through before these things overrun Merry Hollow. We can't let our town be overwhelmed by this magical chaos. The creatures advance, their mismatched forms creating an eerie cacophony of holiday sounds. Ghostly carols mix with spooky laughter, while jingle bells chime alongside creaking bones. The scent of peppermint and pumpkin spice fills the air, an odd but not unpleasant combination. Jack reaches for Holly's hand, his cool fingers intertwining with hers. She squeezes back reassuringly before grabbing Wraith's shadowy form with her other hand. The detective's essence feels like cool mist against Holly's skin. Pumpkin completes the chain, linking arms with Jack, his leafy appendage contrasting with Jack's frosty exterior. Together, then, Jack says, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. A small smile plays on his lips as he looks at his companions, drawing strength from their unity. As one, they step forward into the swirling vortex. The world around them dissolves into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. They hold tight to each other, anchoring themselves against the pull of unfamiliar magic. The portal's energy courses through them, a dizzying mix of warm and cold, light and dark, joy and fear. With a sudden jolt, they're thrown forward, tumbling onto solid ground. As they regain their bearings, they find themselves in a realm unlike anything they've ever seen. The sky above them swirls with both starry night and midday sun, creating a surreal twilight effect. Trees are half covered in snow, their branches laden with icicles, while the other half is adorned with vibrant autumn leaves in shades of orange and red. In the distance, a castle looms, its spires a mix of cheerful gingerbread and foreboding stone, candy cane buttresses supporting walls of dark, weathered rock. Holly helps Jack to his feet, brushing off a mix of snow and fallen leaves from his shimmering blue coat. Wraith and Pumpkin stare in awe at their surroundings, their contrasting forms, one shadow, one plant, highlighting the bizarre nature of this merged world. The air itself seems to crackle with conflicting magics, sending shivers down their spines and causing their hair, or in Pumpkin's case, vines, to stand on end. "Where are we?" Holly whispers, her voice barely audible in the strange, muffled atmosphere of this in-between world. Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin cautiously make their way through the bizarre landscape, their senses on high alert. The ground beneath their feet shifts between soft snow and crunchy autumn leaves with each step, creating an unsettling rhythm as they walk. The air around them shimmers with a strange blend of frosty mist and eerie shadows, making it difficult to discern what lies ahead. "This place is giving me the creeps," Pumpkin mutters, his vine-like fingers twitching nervously. He jumps at every rustle and creak, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by wide-eyed apprehension. As they traverse the merged realm, they face a series of challenges that put their combined holiday magic to the test. A group of mischievous frost imps, their bodies a mix of ice and shadow, dart around them, creating slippery patches and eerie illusions. Their high-pitched giggles echo through the air as they weave in and out of sight. Holly and Jack work together, using sugar magic and frost to trap the imps in sticky, frozen webs. The delicate structures glisten in the strange light, holding the squirming creatures fast. Wraith's shadow abilities prove invaluable when they encounter a maze of candy cane trees with jack-o'-lantern faces. The trees loom overhead, their carved expressions shifting from gleeful to menacing with each passing moment. She phases through the obstacles, her smoky form rippling as she moves, scouting ahead and guiding the team through the constantly shifting paths. Her violet eyes glow in the darkness, providing a beacon for the others to follow. As they progress, Holly's newfound emotional magic begins to pulse stronger. She closes her eyes, concentrating on the unfamiliar sensations. The feelings of those around her wash over her in waves, Pumpkin's nervousness, Jack's determination, Wraith's cool focus. But there's something else, a faint echo of emotions not their own. "I'm picking up something, this way," she says, pointing toward a clearing in the distance. Her voice quivers slightly with the effort of interpreting the new sensations. The team follows Holly's lead, pushing through the dense foliage of candy floss and spider webs. The sticky strands cling to their clothes and hair, forcing them to move slowly and carefully. As they break through to the clearing, they find themselves face to face with a gingerbread house unlike any they've seen before. Its walls are a patchwork of gingerbread and dark chocolate, decorated with both cheerful gumdrops and spooky bone-shaped candies. The windows glow with an otherworldly light, casting long shadows across the ground. "This has to be it," Holly says, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She exchanges a meaningful glance with Jack, silently communicating their shared determination. They approach the house cautiously, wary of any traps or enchantments. Wraith phases through the door first, her shadowy form slipping through the cracks like smoke. She scouts for danger before signaling the all-clear to the others with a quick flicker of her violet eyes. Inside, the house is a whimsical blend of cozy Christmas warmth and Halloween eeriness. Jack-o'-lanterns cast a flickering glow, their carved faces seeming to watch the intruders with curious expressions. The scent of freshly baked cookies fills the air, mingling with the faint aroma of pumpkin spice and a hint of decay. On a table in the center of the room, a single piece of gingerbread glows with an otherworldly light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. As they draw closer, they see intricate clock-like symbols etched into the gingerbread's surface, pulsing with magical energy. The symbols seem to shift and change as they watch, telling a story in a language none of them fully understand. Jack's eyes widen in recognition, a flash of memory from his earlier vision surfacing. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but then closes it again, a troubled look crossing his face. His brow furrows as he struggles to make sense of the fragmented memories. Holly reaches out, her fingers hovering just above the enchanted gingerbread piece. The air around her hand tingles with magical energy, making the hairs on her arm stand on end. "This has to be connected to the Chronocandy Clock," she says softly. "But how?" Her voice is filled with wonder and a hint of fear at the power contained in this small, seemingly innocuous object. Holly's fingers hover just above the enchanted gingerbread piece, her brow furrowed in concentration. The magical energy emanating from the artifact makes her skin tingle, and she can feel her own sugar magic responding to its power. Wraith steps forward, her shadowy form rippling with anticipation. The detective's keen senses are on high alert, searching for any clue that might unravel this mystery. "Wait," Wraith says, her voice barely above a whisper. The word hangs in the air, heavy with tension. She leans in close to the gingerbread, her violet eyes narrowing. The shadows around her seem to deepen, as if drawn to the magical object. "I can sense something," residual energy left behind by the thief. The others watch intently as Wraith's smoky tendrils extend, gently probing the magical artifact. Her expression shifts from concentration to surprise, the change visible even in her ethereal features. The room seems to hold its breath, waiting for her revelation. "There's a familiar essence here," she murmurs, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and concern. "It's faint, but I've encountered it before in Halloween Town." Her words send a shiver through the group, the implications of this connection beginning to dawn on them. Pumpkin Spice, intrigued by Wraith's discovery, moves closer to examine the gingerbread piece himself. His curiosity overcomes his earlier nervousness, driving him to investigate. As his vine-like fingers brush against its surface, the room suddenly seems to slow down. The flickering flames of the jack-o'-lanterns stretch and distort, their orange glow leaving trails in the air. The dust motes in the air freeze in place, suspended like tiny stars in the strange twilight. "Whoa!" Pumpkin exclaims, his voice oddly stretched and deep. He quickly pulls his hand back, his eyes wide with shock. The room snaps back to normal, leaving them all blinking in confusion. The sudden shift leaves them disoriented, struggling to regain their bearings. "What just happened?" Holly asks, looking around with wide eyes. Her voice quivers slightly, a mix of awe and fear coloring her words. "I think..." Pumpkin starts, his voice filled with awe and a hint of excitement. "I think this thing can control time. At least in small ways." He flexes his vine-like fingers, as if still feeling the effects of the time distortion. Jack's eyes widen in recognition, a piece of the puzzle clicking into place in his mind. "Of course," he breathes, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not just connected to the Chronocandy Clock. It's a piece of it." The revelation hangs in the air, its significance settling over the group like a heavy blanket. The realization settles over the group like a heavy blanket, its weight almost palpable in the strange, merged atmosphere of the gingerbread house. They found a fragment of the powerful artifact that maintains Mary Hollow's eternal Christmas, but its presence here, in this strange in-between realm, raises more questions than answers. The implications of this discovery swirl in their minds, each of them grappling with what it could mean for their mission and for the future of both Mary Hollow and Halloween Town. Before they can discuss their next move or fully process the magnitude of their discovery, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the gingerbread house. The steady thump-thump grows louder, accompanied by the faint jingling of bells and an odd, whispering sound. The team exchanges panicked glances, their hearts racing in unison. "Quick, hide!" Holly hisses, her voice urgent but barely audible. She grabs Jack's arm, feeling the chill of his skin even through his coat, and pulls him behind a large candy cane column. The peppermint scent of the column fills her nostrils as they press themselves against it, trying to make themselves as small as possible. Wraith reacts instantly, her form melting into the shadows cast by a nearby jack-o'-lantern. Her violet eyes are the last to disappear, glowing briefly before being swallowed by the darkness. The shadow seems to pulse slightly, the only indication of her presence. Pumpkin, his earlier bravado evaporating in the face of potential danger, ducks behind a gingerbread armchair. He curls his vine-like limbs tightly around himself, trying to blend in with the spooky decor. His eyes, wide with fear and excitement, peer out from between the chair's frosting piped edges. They hold their breath, muscles tense and hearts pounding. The air in the room seems to thicken with anticipation as they wait to see who, or what, is about to enter. The footsteps grow louder, accompanied now by the creak of gingerbread floorboards. A shadow falls across the threshold, elongated and distorted in the flickering light of the jack-o'-lanterns. The team watches, frozen in place, as the door slowly begins to open. The door creaks open, and a swarm of tiny, glowing figures floods into the gingerbread house. Candy corn spirits, no taller than a finger, buzz around the room in a chaotic dance of orange, yellow, and white light. Their high-pitched voices fill the air with a cacophony of excited chatter, reminiscent of 1,000 miniature bells tinkling at once. The scent of sugar and spice mingles with an otherworldly aroma, creating an atmosphere both familiar and alien. The spirits dart between the gingerbread walls, their tiny forms casting elongated shadows that dance across the frosted windows and candy cane trim. "Did you see their faces when it vanished?" one spirit squeaks, zipping past Holly's hiding spot, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. The dust settles on nearby surfaces, creating a shimmering layer that seems to pulse with its own inner light. Priceless! The Christmas folk were so shocked, their bells stopped jingling. Another responds, pirouetting in midair, its tiny form casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the walls. The spirit's laughter echoes through the room, a sound like tinkling icicles in a gentle breeze. Holly concentrates, her brow furrowing as she tries to make sense of the spirit's emotions. Their feelings swirl and clash like a sugar-fueled tornado: glee, mischief, anxiety, and a hint of something darker underneath. The complexity overwhelms her, making it difficult to pinpoint any specific intent. It's as if she's trying to catch individual snowflakes in a blizzard, each emotion melting away as soon as she grasps it. The magical empathy threatens to sweep her away, like a leaf caught in a whirlwind of conflicting sensations. "But what about the plan?" a third spirit asks, its voice tinged with worry, flitting nervously from side to side. "We weren't supposed to take the whole clock, just a piece." The spirit's glow dims slightly, its wings drooping with the weight of its concern. Jack tenses at these words, a familiar chill running down his spine. The room around him begins to blur, Halloween Town's spooky landscape threatening to overtake his vision. Twisted trees and grinning jack-o'-lanterns flicker at the edges of his perception. He grips the candy cane column tightly, his knuckles turning white with the effort of fighting to stay present. Frost spreads from his fingertips, creating intricate patterns on the striped surface of the column. Wraith, sensing the opportunity for more information, extends her shadow form carefully. She stretches along the floor like spilled ink, creeping closer to the center of the room where the spirits have gathered in a loose circle. Her violet eyes gleam with anticipation, drinking in every detail of the scene. The shadows seem to bend around her, creating pockets of deeper darkness that pulse in rhythm with her movements. "Hush," the apparent leader of the group scolds, its voice carrying a hint of static electricity. "The boss said it was necessary. Something about accelerating the merge or whatever. Who cares? As long as we get to play tricks on both holidays, I'm happy." The leader's glow intensifies, crackling with barely contained energy that makes the air around it shimmer and distort. Pumpkin Spice, his eyes glowing with an eerie orange light, steps out from behind a gingerbread pillar. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg intensifies around him as he raises his hands, summoning wisps of Halloween magic that dance around the candy corn spirits. The tiny creatures pause, mesmerized by the familiar energy, their own glow pulsing in rhythm with Pumpkin's spell. The wisps take on the shapes of miniature ghosts and bats, swirling around the spirits in a hypnotic dance. Friends of tricks and treats, Pumpkin intones, his voice carrying the weight of Halloween tradition, echoing with the whispers of 1,000 jack-o'-lanterns, "Share with us your secrets of the stolen clock." His words seem to hang in the air, shimmering with an otherworldly power that makes the gingerbread walls quiver slightly. The spirits swirl around him, their voices a mix of curiosity and suspicion.
"Oh.
"A Halloween." One squeaks, poking at Pumpkin's coat with a tiny, candied finger. The touch leaves a faint, glowing imprint that slowly fades away. "But why are you with the Christmas folk?" "The clock is not for you to know," another spirit hisses, its light flickering ominously like a candle in a haunted house. Shadows lengthen around this spirit, creating an aura of foreboding that seems at odds with its diminutive size. A third spirit, caught in Pumpkin's spell, blurts out, its words tumbling forth like candy from a broken piñata, "It's hidden where time stands still, where holidays blur." The spirit's eyes widen in horror at its own revelation, its glow fluctuating wildly in distress. "Fool," the leader shrieks, zapping the loose-lipped spirit with a tiny bolt of candy-colored lightning. The unfortunate spirit spins wildly, trailing sparks and the scent of burnt sugar. It ricochets off the walls, leaving faint scorch marks in the shape of candy corn kernels. Holly, still hidden, focuses her empathic magic on the spirits, trying to project feelings of trust and cooperation. The air grows thick with conflicting magical energies, shimmering like a heat haze tinged with the colors of Christmas and Halloween. Tendrils of her magic, visible as gossamer strands of sugar spun into delicate patterns, reach out towards the agitated spirits. Suddenly, Jack sneezes violently, a burst of frost exploding from him with the force of a winter storm. Icicles form on the gingerbread walls, intricate patterns of frost spreading like delicate lace. A thin layer of snow coats the floor, transforming the cozy interior into a winter wonderland. The spirits shriek in alarm, their tiny forms trembling in the sudden cold. Their warm glow flickers and dims, struggling against the encroaching chill. "Intruders!" "Christmas magic," they cry in unison, their voices rising to a fever pitch. The collective sound is like 1,000 sleigh bells ringing at once, threatening to shatter the sugary windows. Chaos erupts as the team scrambles from their hiding spots. Wraith phases through walls, her shadowy form rippling and distorting, trying to confuse the spirits. Holly tosses emotion-infused candies, each one a burst of concentrated feeling. Some spirits burst into uncontrollable laughter, while others weep sugary tears. Jack creates an icy path, sliding towards the exit with the grace of a practiced skater. His trail of frost leaves intricate snowflake patterns in its wake, each one a miniature work of art. Pumpkin summons vines of licorice, the black tendrils writhing and twisting as they attempt to snare the pursuing spirits. "This way," he shouts, gesturing towards a shimmering portal that's materializing near the gingerbread house's chimney. The portal swirls with a mix of autumn leaves and snowflakes, a gateway between two worlds. The edges of the portal crackle with energy, sending out occasional sparks that smell of pumpkin spice and peppermint. The angry spirits give chase, hurling tiny candy corn projectiles that explode with surprising force, leaving scorch marks on the sugary walls. Holly yelps as one singes her hat, the smell of burnt fabric mixing with the sweetness in the air. A few strands of her red hair curl and smoke, adding a hint of cinnamon to the chaotic blend of scents. Jack creates an ice shield, the translucent barrier deflecting the worst of the barrage with a series of musical pings. Each impact causes the shield to shimmer with rainbow hues, like sunlight through an icicle. As they dive for the portal, the candy corn spirits merge into a massive, glowing entity. Its roar shakes the foundations of the gingerbread house, sending gumdrop decorations tumbling to the floor. The team tumbles through the portal, feeling the pull of magic from two different realms. The enraged howl of the spirit collective echoes behind them, a sound that bridges the gap between the whimsy of Christmas and the spookiness of Halloween. Chapter 8, Spectral Secrets. Back in Merry Hollow, Holly stands in her bakery, surrounded by bowls of colorful icing and trays of freshly baked cookies. The air is thick with the sweet aroma of sugar and spices, and the warm glow of the ovens casts a cozy light across the room. She takes a deep breath, inhaling the comforting scents, and focuses on her newfound emotional magic. With a graceful wave of her hand, she infuses a batch of sugar cookies with different feelings, watching as each treat takes on a subtle, magical sheen. The cookies seem to shimmer with an otherworldly light, each one a testament to her growing powers. "Okay, Jack," she says, turning to her partner with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Ready to be my guinea pig? I promise it'll be more fun than our usual investigations." Her green eyes sparkle with anticipation, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of her mouth. The warm glow of the ovens casts dancing shadows across her face, highlighting the freckles that dust her nose and cheeks. Jack eyes the treats warily, his ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. "As long as you promise not to turn me into an actual pig. I don't think I'd look good in pink." He runs a hand through his silver hair, a nervous habit he's developed since coming to Merry Hollow. His fingers leave behind a faint trail of frost that quickly melts in the bakery's warmth. Holly laughs, the sound light and musical in the quiet bakery. The tinkling of her laughter seems to make the magical cookies glow even brighter, their surfaces shimmering like freshly fallen snow. She reaches for a bright yellow cookie, its surface sparkling like sunlight on fresh snow. "This one should make you feel happy. Think of it as bottled joy in cookie form." She holds it out to him, her fingers dusted with sugar and a faint magical residue that leaves glittering trails in the air. Jack takes the cookie, turning it over in his hands before taking a tentative bite. His eyes widen comically, and a grin spreads across his face, transforming his usually cool demeanor. He starts to chuckle uncontrollably, the sound building into full-blown laughter. "This is amazing," he exclaims between giggles, his silver hair catching the light as he throws his head back. "I feel like I'm walking on sunshine. Is this how you feel all the time?" His laughter is infectious, and soon Holly finds herself giggling along with him, the bakery filled with the sound of their shared mirth. The air around them seems to sparkle, tiny motes of golden light dancing in response to their joy. Next, Holly passes him a blue cookie, its hue reminiscent of a clear winter sky. The cookie seems to pulse with a gentle, cool light, almost as if it contains a piece of the Arctic within its sugary confines. "Try this one. I'm curious to see how it affects you." She watches him intently, her witch's hat slightly askew from all the laughter, a few strands of her curly red hair escaping from beneath its brim. As Jack nibbles on it, his laughter fades, replaced by a wistful expression that tugs at Holly's heart. His eyes grow distant, as if looking at something far beyond the bakery walls, perhaps gazing into a past long forgotten. "I suddenly miss the snow-capped mountains of my childhood," he says softly, a tear forming in the corner of his eye. "The way the light glinted off the ice at dawn, the crisp bite of the air. It's all so vivid." His voice takes on a dreamy quality, as if he's half in the present and half lost in memories. A faint chill emanates from him, causing nearby utensils to frost over. Holly watches in fascination as she notices a faint blue aura surrounding Jack, pulsing gently with each wave of emotion. She blinks rapidly, wondering if her eyes are playing tricks on her. But no, the aura remains, shimmering and shifting like the northern lights on a clear winter's night. She realizes with a start that she can now see the emotional energy emanating from him. The aura shifts and swirls, revealing layers of feelings she hadn't noticed before, each one a different shade and intensity. It's like watching a living, breathing painting of Jack's inner world, a canvas of colors that tells a story more complex than words could express. "Jack," she says hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper, "I can see your emotions. There's something conflicted inside you. It's like watching a storm brewing beneath a calm surface." She reaches out instinctively, her hand hovering just above his arm, not quite touching but sensing the swirling energies around him. The air between them crackles with an unseen force, a mixture of her sugar magic and his icy aura creating a unique energy field. Jack's expression becomes guarded, his posture stiffening slightly. The aura around him flickers and darkens, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. "What do you mean?" he asks, a hint of wariness creeping into his voice. His fingers twitch, as if fighting the urge to create a protective barrier of ice around himself. The temperature in the bakery drops noticeably, causing Holly's breath to come out in small, visible puffs. Holly concentrates, her brow furrowing as she tries to interpret the complex web of colors around him. It's like reading a book in a language she's only just learning, each hue and pattern a word or phrase in this new emotional vocabulary. The magical energy in the room seems to intensify, responding to her focus. The air grows thick with the scent of sugar and spice, mingling with the crisp scent of winter that always surrounds Jack. "There's joy and affection, warm golds and pinks," she begins, gesturing vaguely at the air around him. "But also, uncertainty? A swirling gray mist. And something deeper, like a hidden memory trying to surface. It's a dark, almost inky blue, pulsing beneath everything else." As she speaks, faint echoes of the colors she describes appear around her own hands, as if her magic is trying to mirror what she sees, creating a shimmering display of empathetic energy. Jack's aura flares with a mix of surprise and anxiety, sharp spikes of yellow and sickly green cutting through the other colors like bolts of lightning. The temperature in the bakery drops noticeably, frost forming on the edges of the nearby mixing bowls and creeping across the windows in intricate patterns. "It's nothing," he says quickly, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Probably just the cookies talking. Your magic is more powerful than we realized." He takes a step back, his aura swirling more intensely, as if trying to hide the deeper emotions Holly has glimpsed. The frost around him thickens, creating a subtle barrier between them, a physical manifestation of his emotional withdrawal. Holly frowns, unconvinced. She can sense there's more to Jack's reaction than he's letting on, and it worries her. The colors of his aura don't lie, even if his words do. What could he be hiding? And more importantly, why does he feel the need to hide it from her? Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin make their way through the shadowy alleys of Halloween Town, searching for their elusive informant. The narrow passageways twist and turn, lined with crooked buildings that seem to lean in, watching their every move. Carved pumpkins flicker with eerie light, casting dancing shadows on the cobblestone streets. They find Spectra Boo lounging in an abandoned cemetery, her translucent form shimmering in the moonlight. The graveyard is a maze of crumbling tombstones and gnarled trees, their bare branches reaching toward the perpetually full moon overhead. Well, if it isn't the holiday detective squad," Spectra cackles, her voice echoing eerily through the misty air. "What brings you to my humble haunt?" She floats lazily above a moss-covered gravestone, her spectral tail swishing back and forth. Holly steps forward, her empathetic magic immediately sensing waves of fear radiating from the ghost. Spectra's aura flickers with a sickly yellow, betraying her anxiety despite her bravado. The witch's own magical aura pulses gently, a warm contrast to the chilly atmosphere of the graveyard. We need information about the Chronocandy Clock, Holly says gently, focusing her magic to project calming energy. The air around her shimmers with a soft, comforting glow. We know you hear things others don't. Spectra's form wavers, becoming more transparent as she tries to retreat. The edges of her ghostly body blur, as if she might dissolve into the mist at any moment. I don't know nothing about no clock, she insists, her voice quavering like a trembling violin string. Jack watches the exchange, a strange sense of familiarity nagging at him. He's seen Spectra before, in one of his vivid flashbacks, but he can't quite place the context. The memory dances just out of reach, like a snowflake melting before he can catch it. He keeps his face neutral, not wanting to alert the others to his internal struggle, but his icy blue eyes narrow slightly with concentration. Holly concentrates, her sugar magic swirling around her in a soft, pink mist. The scent of cotton candy and warm cookies wafts through the air, a stark contrast to the musty smell of the graveyard. She infuses it with feelings of trust and safety, directing it towards Spectra. The ghost's aura gradually shifts from fearful yellow to a more relaxed blue, like a stormy sky clearing after a tempest. It's okay, Spectra, Holly soothes, her voice as warm and comforting as a mug of hot chocolate on a winter's night. We're not here to cause trouble. We just want to protect both our towns. Spectra's form solidifies slightly as she relaxes, her outline becoming more defined against the backdrop of the moonlit cemetery. Well, I might have heard a thing or two, she admits reluctantly, twirling a strand of her ethereal hair around a translucent finger. Wraith, sensing an opportunity, steps forward. Her shadowy form ripples like dark water, the edges of her being blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Perhaps a friendly competition might loosen your tongue, she suggests, a smirk playing on her ethereal features. Her violet eyes gleam with challenge, a spark of excitement igniting in their depths. Spectra's eyes light up with interest, glowing like twin jack-o'-lanterns in the gloom. Oh, you're on, Shadow Walker, she grins, her fear momentarily forgotten as she rises to the challenge. She stretches languidly, her ghostly form elongating like mist rising from the ground. The two begin a mesmerizing display of shadow manipulation, their forms twisting and merging with the darkness around them. Wraith becomes one with the shadows cast by the tombstones, while Spectra weaves through the air like smoke. Their ethereal dance is both beautiful and unsettling, a ballet of darkness and light. As they compete, Spectra begins to let slip bits of information about suspicious activities she's witnessed, her words flowing as freely as her movements. Jack watches intently, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile the ghostly figure before him with the fleeting images from his past. Each twist and turn of Spectra's form seems to trigger a new fragment of memory, like pieces of a puzzle slowly coming together. He knows there's a connection, but revealing it now could jeopardize their mission. For now, he remains silent, storing away every detail for later examination, his frosty exterior betraying none of the turmoil within. As Wraith and Spectra's shadow duel reaches a stalemate, their forms intertwined in a complex knot of darkness, Pumpkin Spice steps forward, a mischievous glint in his eye. He produces a small, intricately carved gourd from his pocket, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The gourd seems to pulse with its own inner light, casting strange, shifting patterns on the ground around them. Perhaps this might sweeten the deal? Pumpkin says, his voice warm and inviting despite the eerie surroundings. He opens the gourd with a flourish, revealing a cluster of vibrant, ethereal peppers. They float within the gourd, defying gravity, their colors shifting and swirling like the surface of a soap bubble. Ghost peppers, grown in the phantom fields. They're said to give spirits quite the kick. Spectra's eyes widen, her form flickering with excitement. The blue of her aura intensifies, shot through with streaks of eager purple. Oh my, those are rare treats indeed, she exclaims, drifting closer to get a better look. How did you manage to grow them? Pumpkin grins, his smile as bright as a jack-o'-lantern's. A magician never reveals his secrets. But they're yours if you're willing to share what you know about the Chronocandy Clock. He dangles the gourd temptingly, the peppers within seeming to dance in response to Spectra's proximity. Spectra hesitates for a moment, her form wavering as she weighs her options. Then she nods eagerly, her decision made. Deal. But you didn't hear this from me, got it? She glances around nervously, her gaze darting from shadow to shadow as if expecting eavesdroppers to materialize at any moment. When she's satisfied they're alone, she continues, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The clock isn't just a timepiece. It's a conduit for holiday magic. In the wrong hands, it could be used to siphon power from one holiday realm to another. Holly gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. The implications of this revelation sent her mind spinning like a dreidel. That's why the thief took it, she exclaims, her voice a mix of horror and dawning understanding. But what would happen if they succeeded? Spectra's form wavers, becoming less distinct as if the weight of her knowledge is threatening to dissipate her very being. Her voice drops to a whisper, barely audible above the rustling of dead leaves in the cemetery. There's an old prophecy. It speaks of a time when the barriers between holiday realms would weaken. If the clock falls into the wrong hands during this convergence, it could be used to forcibly merge the holidays. Jack frowns, another fragment of memory tugging at his mind like an insistent child pulling at his sleeve. Merge the holidays, he repeats, his voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of recognition he can't quite place. But that would destroy the unique magic of each realm. Spectra nods solemnly, her form briefly solidifying as if to emphasize the gravity of her words. Exactly. And it gets worse. The prophecy mentions a child of two realms who holds the key to either preventing or causing this merger. The team exchanges worried glances, each processing the gravity of this revelation. The air around them seems to grow heavier, charged with the weight of this newfound knowledge. Holly's empathetic magic picks up waves of anxiety from her companions, particularly from Jack. His aura pulses with a mix of confusion and an odd sense of recognition, like a half-remembered dream. Before they can press for more details, Spectra's form suddenly becomes agitated. Her outline blurs and shifts rapidly, like a television with poor reception. She snatches the ghost peppers from Pumpkin's hand with surprising speed, the ethereal vegetables disappearing into her spectral form. Her body begins to fade, becoming increasingly transparent. You need to leave, now, she hisses urgently, her voice echoing with a newfound intensity that seems to reverberate through the very stones of the cemetery. There are dark forces at work, and they're closer than you think. Watch your backs, holiday detectives. The clock is ticking, and not just figuratively. With that ominous warning, Spectra vanishes in a swirl of mist, leaving behind only the faintest scent of ectoplasm and the lingering chill of the otherworldly peppers. The team is left standing in the cemetery, their minds reeling from the information they've just received. The team reconvenes at Frost Field, the icy expanse glittering under the eternal Christmas moonlight. Holly can't help but notice how Jack and Pumpkin stand closer together, their heads bent in quiet conversation. A twinge of jealousy courses through her, causing nearby icicles to suddenly sprout candy cane stripes. The air around her seems to crackle with unspoken tension, and the snow beneath her feet begins to take on a faint pinkish hue. So, what do we make of Spectra's warning? Holly asks, trying to keep her voice steady. She watches as Jack's eyes light up at something Pumpkin whispers, and feels another surge of emotion. The candy cane stripes on the icicles begin to swirl ominously, and a few nearby snowflakes transform into tiny, spinning gingerbread men. Jack turns to the group, oblivious to Holly's inner turmoil. I think we need to focus on finding this child of two realms. It could be the key to understanding the theft and preventing the holiday merger. His breath fogs in the air, creating intricate frost patterns that dance and swirl before dissipating. Pumpkin nods enthusiastically, her orange hair bobbing with the movement. Agreed. And I have some ideas about tracking magical signatures that might help us. We could use a combination of Halloween Town's shadow tracing and Mary Hollow's peppermint scrying. As Jack and Pumpkin launch into a detailed discussion of magical theory, Holly feels increasingly left out. The decorations around Frostfield begin to shift and change, reflecting her tumultuous emotions. Snowmen sprout pumpkin heads, and jack-o'-lanterns appear with Santa hats. A nearby pine tree suddenly blooms with candy corn ornaments, while ghostly tinsel drapes itself over the branches. Wraith, ever observant, notices the magical disturbance. Her violet eyes narrow as she glides over to Holly, leaving a trail of shadowy mist in her wake. Is everything all right? Your magic seems unstable. The very air around you is shimmering with conflicting holiday energies. Holly tries to brush off the concern, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. I'm fine. Just processing all this new information. You know how it is when different holiday magics mix. She waves a hand dismissively, inadvertently causing a nearby snowdrift to transform into a pile of colorful Easter eggs. Wraith's gaze flickers between Holly and the oblivious pair of Jack and Pumpkin, who are now excitedly sketching magical diagrams in the air with sparks of frost and pumpkin-shaped embers. Are you sure that's all it is? Your aura is fluctuating wildly between Christmas cheer and Halloween fright. The question hangs in the air, charged with unspoken tension. Holly opens her mouth to respond, but Jack cuts in before she can, his voice filled with enthusiasm. I think we should split up again, he suggests, frost swirling around his fingers as he gesticulates. Pumpkin and I can investigate the magical signatures, while you and Wraith dash. No, Holly interrupts, her voice sharper than intended. The magical decorations around them pulse ominously, and a gust of wind carries the scent of gingerbread and candy corn. I think we should stick together. We don't know what we're up against, and our combined strengths might be necessary at a moment's notice. Wraith crosses her arms, her shadowy form rippling with agreement. I concur with Holly. Dividing our forces seems unwise given the circumstances. The thief could be lying in wait, ready to strike at any sign of weakness. Pumpkin frowns, her jack-o'-lantern features creasing with concern. But we could cover more ground if we split up. Time is of the essence, remember? The longer we take, the more unstable the holiday realms become. The disagreement quickly escalates into a full-blown argument, with each detective advocating for their preferred approach. As voices rise and tempers flare, the magical disturbances in Frostfield intensify, mirroring the growing discord among the team. The ground beneath their feet shifts between snowy drifts and pumpkin patches, while the sky above flickers between starry night and midday sun. As the argument intensifies, Jack's frustration builds. His usual calm demeanor cracks, revealing a storm of emotions underneath. Suddenly, his frost powers flare up uncontrollably. A wave of icy energy bursts from him, coating the entire field in a thick layer of frost. The other detectives stumble back, their breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. Icicles form on Pumpkin's leafy hair, while Wraith's misty form solidifies slightly in the intense cold. Jack! Holly exclaims, her own magical outburst momentarily forgotten. She reaches out towards him, concern etched on her face. What's happening? Are you all right? Jack stares at his hands in shock, frost continuing to spiral out from his fingertips. Small ice sculptures form and shatter around him in rapid succession, depicting scenes from both Christmas and Halloween. I don't know. This hasn't happened since I was a novice. It's like my powers are connected to something, or someone, else. Pumpkin, recovering from the surprise, steps closer to Jack. Her eyes narrow thoughtfully, a spark of recognition lighting up her jack-o'-lantern features. You know, this reminds me of something I've seen in Halloween Town. The way your magic is manifesting. Jack, have you considered that you might have a connection to our realm? Holly's head snaps towards Pumpkin, her eyes flashing with a mixture of disbelief and something deeper, more painful. The air around her crackles with sugar-tinged energy. What are you talking about? Jack is from the Winter Realms. He has nothing to do with Halloween Town. We've known each other for months now. I think I'd know if he had some hidden connection to your world. Actually, Jack says hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. He looks at Holly, guilt evident in his icy blue eyes. I've been having these strange flashbacks. Visions of a life in Halloween Town that I don't remember living. Fragments of memories that don't fit with what I know about myself. Holly's face falls, hurt evident in her expression. The magical disturbances around her intensify, candy canes sprouting thorns and snowflakes turning into razor-sharp throwing stars. You told Pumpkin about this, but not me? I thought we didn't keep secrets from each other. I didn't want to worry you, Jack tries to explain, reaching out to Holly only to have her step back. We've been dealing with so much already, and I wasn't sure what it meant. I didn't want to add to your burden. We're supposed to be partners, Jack. In everything. Her voice is cold, matching the frost-covered landscape around them. The words hang in the air, each syllable sharp as an icicle. Wraith, sensing the growing tension, attempts to intervene. Her shadowy form expands, trying to create a buffer between the arguing parties. Perhaps we should focus on the task at hand. The clock dash. No, Holly interrupts, her eyes never leaving Jack's face. I think we need to address this now. Jack, do you want to explore this supposed connection to Halloween Town? Is that more important to you than our mission here? Than us? Jack hesitates, looking between Holly and Pumpkin. The frost around him swirls in agitated patterns, reflecting his inner conflict. I think it might be important for solving the mystery. If I have some connection to Halloween Town, it could explain why the thief targeted both our realms. It might be the key to everything. Holly's face hardens, a mask of determination settling over her features. The hurt in her eyes, however, remains visible. Fine. You and Pumpkin can go chase down your past. Wraith and I will focus on finding the actual thief. Holly, wait dash, Jack starts, his voice pleading, but she's already turning away. The ground between them cracks, a small chasm forming that seems to represent more than just physical distance. We'll meet back here in 3 hours. Let's see who makes more progress. With that, Holly stalks off, her footsteps leaving a trail of alternating Christmas and Halloween symbols in the snow. Wraith reluctantly follows after a moment's hesitation, her shadowy form rippling with concern. As Holly and Wraith disappear into the distance, Jack and Pumpkin are left standing in the frost-covered field. The magical disturbances slowly settle, leaving behind a landscape that seems caught between two holiday worlds. Jack stares after Holly, conflict written across his face, while Pumpkin places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Come on, Pumpkin says softly. Let's see if we can unravel this mystery of your past. Maybe it'll help us solve the bigger puzzle too. With a heavy sigh, Jack nods and turns away from the direction Holly went. As they begin their own investigation, the air around them shimmers with the promise of revelations to come, and the potential for either reconciliation or further division. Chapter 9, Time Twists and Tinsel. Holly jolts awake, her senses immediately overwhelmed by the cacophony outside. She rushes to her window, eyes widening at the sight before her. Merry Hollow has descended into chronological chaos, a surreal landscape of temporal distortions that defy logic and reason. On Candy Cane Lane, elves move in slow motion, their limbs sluggish as they struggle to hang decorations, each movement a prolonged, graceful arc through the air. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the street, reindeer zip by at impossible speeds, leaving blurred trails of light in their wake, their hooves barely touching the ground as they race through time itself. Holly stumbles out of her bakery, disoriented by the temporal disarray that assaults her senses. She watches in disbelief as the great Christmas tree in the town square cycles through decades of growth and decay in a matter of seconds, its branches stretching and withering in a dizzying dance of life and death. Nearby, a group of carolers sing their songs backwards, their voices an eerie, reversed melody that sends shivers down Holly's spine. "What in the name of sugarplums is happening?" she mutters, her heart racing as she tries to make sense of the chaos unfolding around her. As she makes her way through the town, Holly encounters pockets of Christmas past and future bleeding into the present, creating a patchwork of anachronisms that boggle the mind. A Victorian-era sleigh glides past a futuristic holographic Santa, the clash of eras jarring to behold. Gingerbread houses from various time periods pop in and out of existence, their architectural styles shifting from quaint cottages to sleek, modern designs in the blink of an eye. The panic among the residents is palpable, a tangible force that threatens to overwhelm Holly's newfound emotional magic. She feels their fear and confusion washing over her in waves, each surge of emotion threatening to sweep her away. Taking a deep breath, she centers herself, drawing upon her inner strength to project calm amidst the storm of temporal chaos. "Everyone, please," she calls out, her voice laced with soothing energy that ripples through the air. "We'll figure this out together. Try to stay calm and help each other. We're stronger united than divided." Her magic spreads through the crowd like a warm blanket, easing their panic and bringing a measure of comfort to the frightened townsfolk. Cookies in nearby shop windows come to life, their icing forming reassuring smiles and comforting messages, a sweet reminder of hope in the midst of turmoil. As Holly turns a corner, she spots Jack in the distance, his familiar figure a welcome sight in the sea of temporal anomalies. However, her relief is short-lived as she realizes he seems to be caught in his own temporal bubble, his movements jerky and unpredictable. One moment he's moving at normal speed, the next he's frozen in place, then suddenly zipping forward as if on fast forward, his body a blur of motion. "Jack!" Holly calls out, her earlier anger forgotten in the face of this crisis. She races towards him, dodging time-shifted snowflakes and ornaments that hang suspended in midair or fall upwards towards the sky. Holly reaches Jack, her hand passing through several temporal distortions before finally grasping his arm. The contact seems to stabilize him, and he snaps back to normal time, his eyes focusing on her with a mixture of relief and confusion. "Holly!" "Thank goodness," Jack gasps, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and bewilderment. "It's getting worse by the minute. The temporal distortions are spreading faster than we can contain them." Together, they survey the chaos around them, taking in the full extent of the damage to their beloved town. The once orderly streets of Merry Hollow now resemble a patchwork quilt of different time periods and holiday themes, a kaleidoscope of festive madness that threatens to tear apart the very fabric of their reality. Suddenly, a loud grinding noise draws their attention to the center of town, the sound cutting through the cacophony of temporal distortions. The Stardust Clock Tower, Merry Hollow's most iconic landmark and the heart of its magical infrastructure, is behaving erratically. Its massive clock face spins wildly, the hands whirling like propellers, each revolution sending shockwaves of temporal energy rippling through the town. As Holly and Jack watch in horror, the tower itself begins to transform, its very structure shifting and morphing before their eyes. In rapid succession, it shifts from its usual cheery Christmas appearance to a spooky Halloween facade, complete with cobwebs and jack-o'-lanterns leering from every window. Then it transforms again, this time to a pastel Easter theme with giant eggs and frolicking bunnies adorning its walls. The transformations continue, cycling through decorations for Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, and even Arbor Day, each change more jarring than the last. "The tower!" Holly exclaims, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and dread. "It's cycling through all the holidays. The magical convergence point is completely out of control." Jack nods grimly, his ice blue eyes reflecting the chaotic light show emanating from the tower. "The Chronocandy Clock's absence is affecting the very fabric of our reality. Without its stabilizing influence, the barriers between holidays are breaking down." Their conversation is interrupted by a group of panicked elves running towards them, their pointed ears quivering with fear and their usually cheery faces twisted with worry. "Mistress Holly!" "Master Frost," one of them cries out, his voice high-pitched with alarm. "We've got reports coming in from all over town. Halloween creatures are appearing out of nowhere. It's as if the veil between our worlds has been torn asunder." As if on cue, a flock of bats swoops overhead, their leathery wings casting eerie, shifting shadows over the snow-covered ground. In the distance, they hear the bone-chilling howl of a werewolf, a sound that has no place in the usually merry streets of their Christmas town. Holly and Jack exchange worried glances, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. "The theft's impact is spreading beyond just time distortions," Holly says, her voice tight with concern. "If we don't find the Chronocandy Clock soon, who knows what might happen to Merry Hollow? The very balance between holidays could be at stake." Jack nods, his expression determined as he squares his shoulders. "We need to regroup with Wraith and Pumpkin. They might have insights into these Halloween manifestations. Their expertise could be crucial in understanding the full scope of what we're dealing with." Without another word, they set off through the chaotic streets, dodging temporal anomalies and Halloween creatures alike. As they run, weaving through pockets of accelerated and decelerated time, the urgency of their mission becomes painfully clear. Merry Hollow, and perhaps the very balance between holidays, hangs in the balance. The fate of their world rests on their shoulders, and time, ironically, is running out. Holly and Jack race through the chaotic streets of Merry Hollow, dodging temporal distortions and Halloween creatures. They spot Wraith and Pumpkin near the town square, looking equally frazzled by the unfolding events. As they approach, earlier tensions melt away in the face of the crisis, replaced by a shared sense of urgency and determination. "We need a plan, fast," Holly says, her voice steady despite the panic around them. Her green eyes scan the area, taking in the swirling vortexes of time and the confused faces of Merry Hollow's residents. Wraith nods, her shadowy form rippling with concern. "Agreed. We can't let this spread further." Her violet eyes gleam with intensity, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The team quickly divides the town into 4 sectors, each taking responsibility for one area. Holly rushes to her bakery, her mind racing with ideas. The familiar scent of gingerbread and peppermint does little to calm her nerves as she focuses her magic, infusing cookies with time-stabilizing properties. As she works, she can feel the temporal energies bending to her will, the treats glowing with a soft, steady light. The air around her crackles with magical energy, and she can sense the delicate balance of time shifting with each cookie she creates. Meanwhile, Jack moves through his sector, his frost powers taking on a new dimension. He concentrates, sending out waves of icy energy that seem to freeze the unstable pockets of time. Residents caught in these areas find themselves suddenly back in sync with the present, looking around in confusion and relief. The air sparkles with ice crystals, each one a miniature anchor holding reality in place. Wraith glides through the shadows, her form flickering in and out of visibility. She reaches out to those trapped in time loops, guiding them back to the present with her shadowy tendrils. Her ability to move between moments proves invaluable in rescuing those most affected by the anomalies. The darkness she commands seems to absorb the chaotic energies, creating pockets of calm in the temporal storm. Pumpkin Spice uses his Halloween magic to corral the manifesting creatures, creating temporary barriers of spectral pumpkin vines to keep them contained. He works in tandem with Jack, ensuring that the frozen time pockets don't inadvertently trap any of the confused Halloween visitors. The air fills with the scent of autumn leaves and spices, a stark contrast to the usual Christmas aromas of Merry Hollow. As Holly distributes her time-stabilizing treats, she can see the immediate effect. The chaotic swirl of temporal energies begins to calm, creating islands of stability in the sea of chronological chaos. Residents cling to these areas, their faces showing relief as they munch on the glowing cookies. The soft light emanating from the treats seems to push back the encroaching darkness, offering hope in the midst of uncertainty. The team regroups at the center of town, their efforts visibly impacting the surrounding chaos. The time anomalies, while still present, seem less volatile. The Halloween manifestations, though not entirely gone, are now more contained and less threatening. The air thrums with a mix of magical energies, Christmas cheer battling with Halloween mischief. "It's working," Jack says, a hint of hope in his voice. "We're containing the worst of it." His ice blue eyes sparkle with determination as he surveys their handiwork. Holly nods, her expression determined. "But this is just a temporary measure. We need to find the Chronocandy Clock and fast." She brushes a stray curl from her face, her mind already racing with possible locations for the missing artifact. As the team discusses their next steps, Pumpkin Spice's eyes light up with an idea. He kneels down, placing his hands on the ground, and concentrates. His Halloween magic pulses through the earth, and suddenly, vibrant orange pumpkins sprout from the ground around them. The sudden burst of autumnal color stands out starkly against the Christmas decorations of Merry Hollow. "These aren't ordinary pumpkins," Pumpkin explains, a proud grin on his face. "They're magical time anchors. They should help stabilize the areas around them, at least for a while." His enthusiasm is infectious, bringing a moment of levity to the tense situation. The team watches in amazement as the pumpkins emit a soft, golden glow. The chaotic time fluctuations in their immediate vicinity begin to calm, creating small pockets of temporal stability. The air around the pumpkins shimmers with a mix of Halloween and Christmas magic, a visual representation of the unlikely alliance between the two holiday realms. Just then, a distressed cry catches their attention. They turn to see a young girl stumbling towards them, her appearance shifting rapidly between a toddler and an elderly woman. The sight is both heartbreaking and terrifying, a stark reminder of the dangers they face. "Help me," she cries, her voice changing pitch with each word. The fear in her eyes is palpable, transcending the rapid changes in her physical form. Without hesitation, the team rushes to her aid. Holly reaches out, her empathic magic sensing the girl's fear and confusion. Jack creates a gentle frost barrier around them, attempting to isolate the child from the surrounding time distortions. The air within the barrier becomes crisp and still, a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. Wraith moves closer, her shadowy form providing a comforting darkness that seems to slow the girl's rapid aging and de-aging. Pumpkin quickly grows one of his time anchor pumpkins right beside them, its golden glow mixing with the soft blue of Jack's frost barrier. "We need to combine our magic," Holly says urgently. "It's the only way to stabilize her." Her voice carries the weight of responsibility, knowing that their actions in this moment could mean the difference between salvation and disaster. The others nod in agreement. They join hands, forming a circle around the girl. Holly channels her emotion-infused magic, sending waves of calm and stability. Jack's frost magic intertwines with it, creating a cooling, soothing effect. Wraith's shadows weave through, providing a grounding presence, while Pumpkin's Halloween magic pulses from the nearby pumpkin, anchoring them all in time. Their combined magic swirls around the child, a beautiful blend of Christmas cheer, wintry calm, Halloween mystery, and pure empathy. The air shimmers with the intermingling energies, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow. Slowly, the girl's rapid transformations begin to slow. Her appearance settles, returning to that of a young child. As the magic fades, the girl blinks up at them, her eyes clear and present. "Thank you," she whispers, her voice steady and age-appropriate. The relief in her voice is palpable, mirroring the emotions of the team surrounding her. The team exchanges relieved glances, their earlier tensions forgotten in the face of their successful collaboration. For a moment, they allow themselves to feel a sense of accomplishment and hope. The air around them feels lighter, charged with the possibility of overcoming the challenges that lie ahead. As they stand together, united in their diverse magical abilities, they realize that their unique combination of skills may be the key to saving both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town from the temporal crisis threatening to unravel their worlds. As the team catches their breath after stabilizing the young girl, Mayor Cripp's booming voice echoes through the streets of Merry Hollow. Citizens of both realms. To lift our spirits in these trying times, I present to you the spooky Santa Parade. His words carry a mix of excitement and determination, as if this bizarre celebration could somehow mend the fabric of reality itself. Holly and her companions exchange bemused glances as Mayor Crypt, dressed in a bizarre fusion of Santa's red suit and a skeleton costume, strides down the street. His enthusiasm is infectious, despite the oddity of his appearance. The mayor's bony fingers adjust his half-Santa hat, half-skull cap as he beams at the gathering crowd, his jack-o'-lantern grin somehow merging seamlessly with St. Nick's jolly demeanor. Behold, the joy of Creep Moss. Mayor Crypt announces, gesturing grandly to the approaching parade floats. His voice carries a hint of showmanship, as if he's unveiling the greatest spectacle either holiday town has ever seen. The first float rolls into view, a grotesque yet oddly charming blend of a gingerbread house and a haunted mansion. Candy canes serve as spooky fence posts, while jack-o'-lanterns grin from frosted windows. Elves with comically large bat wings toss both candy canes and candy corn to the gathering crowd. The scent of gingerbread mingles with the earthy aroma of pumpkin, creating an olfactory experience as confusing as it is enticing. As the parade progresses, each float showcases an increasingly outlandish mix of Halloween and Christmas themes. A giant snow globe contains a miniature graveyard where skeleton reindeer prance, their bones clicking rhythmically against the glass as they leap over tombstones made of peppermint bark. An enormous Christmas tree is decorated with cobwebs, spiders, and ghostly ornaments that wail carols in eerie harmony. The tree's star topper occasionally flickers, revealing a grinning skull beneath its golden exterior. Mayor Crypt prances alongside the parade, clearly delighted with his creation. Ho ho, boo, he cackles, attempting to merge Santa's trademark laugh with a spooky ghost noise. His skeletal legs kick up in an awkward jig, sending his Santa suit jacket flapping to reveal a rib cage painted on his shirt beneath. Just as the spectacle reaches its peak, a ripple of temporal distortion sweeps through the street. Suddenly, parts of the parade begin to move backwards. The snow globe float rewinds, its skeleton reindeer prancing in reverse, their bones reassembling in mid-leap. Candies thrown to the crowd fly back into the hands of the bat-winged elves, who look as confused as the spectators. The wailing ornaments on the Christmas tree start singing carols backwards, creating a cacophony of unintelligible yet somehow still spine-chilling sounds. Holly's eyes widen in alarm, her festive witch's hat nearly falling off as she whips her head around to assess the situation. "We need to contain this, fast," she shouts to her team over the confusion of the crowd, her voice laced with urgency and a hint of exasperation at yet another magical crisis. Jack immediately starts creating ice barriers to isolate the affected areas, his hands moving in fluid motions as intricate frost patterns spread across the street. Wraith uses her shadow powers to stabilize the rewinding floats, her ethereal form blending with the darkness cast by the temporal anomaly. Pumpkin hurriedly grows more of his time anchor pumpkins along the parade route, their vines creeping along the ground and wrapping around lamp posts and mailboxes. Holly focuses her emotional magic on the crowd, projecting calm and joy to prevent panic. She notices Mayor Crypt looking distressed as his parade descends into temporal chaos, his skeletal features somehow managing to convey both confusion and disappointment. "Don't worry, Mayor," Holly calls out, managing a reassuring smile despite the magical mayhem surrounding them. "We'll get this sorted out. Just keep the parade moving forward, literally." She gives him a thumbs up, hoping her confidence will bolster his spirits and keep the situation from deteriorating further. As the team works to contain the temporal chaos, Jack's eyes lock onto a familiar symbol adorning one of the parade floats. It's a stylized pumpkin with intricate spirals, eerily similar to the one he saw in his recent flashbacks. His breath catches in his throat, and a surge of conflicting emotions washes over him. The icy coolness that usually surrounds him starts to fluctuate, small snowflakes appearing and disappearing in the air around his head. "Jack? What's wrong?" Holly calls out, sensing his sudden distress. Her empathic abilities pick up on the tumult of emotions emanating from her partner, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Before he can respond, Jack's powers flare uncontrollably. A blast of icy magic shoots from his hands, freezing the float solid. The abrupt stop causes a domino effect, with other floats crashing into each other in a cacophony of splintering wood and tinkling bells. The sound of breaking candy canes and shattering ornaments fills the air, accompanied by the surprised yelps of parade participants and spectators alike. Meanwhile, Wraith, using her shadow powers to stabilize the parade, notices a cloaked figure lurking in an alley. The stranger seems to be watching the unfolding chaos with keen interest, their features hidden beneath a hood that seems to absorb light rather than merely block it. As Wraith tries to get a better look, the figure melts into the shadows, disappearing from view with a fluidity that suggests more than mere stealth. "Hey! Did anyone else see that?" Wraith calls out, but her voice is drowned by the commotion. Her violet eyes narrow as she scans the alley, trying to catch another glimpse of the mysterious observer. Amidst the confusion, Pumpkin Spice attempts to use his magic to repair some of the damaged floats. However, his Halloween-infused powers have an unexpected effect in the magically charged atmosphere. The repaired floats suddenly spring to life, animated by a mischievous spirit that seems to dance between the blurred lines of the two holidays. A gingerbread haunted house float begins to dance down the street, its candy cane legs kicking high in a macabre can-can. Gumdrops pop off its roof like confetti, raining down on the astonished onlookers. The skeleton reindeer break free from their snow globe, galloping through the air and showering the crowd with spectral snowflakes that tickle noses with an otherworldly chill. Even the giant Christmas tree float starts to sway, its cobweb tinsel reaching out to tickle nearby spectators, eliciting both giggles and shrieks of surprise. Mayor Crypt, caught up in the spectacle, claps his bony hands in delight. "Now this is a parade," he exclaims, seemingly oblivious to the magical mayhem. His Santa hat has fallen off, revealing a skull cap that glows with an eerie green light, pulsing in time with the chaotic energy swirling around them. As the animated floats careen through the streets, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin struggle to regain control. Their combined efforts create a dazzling display of sugar, frost, shadow, and pumpkin magic, all swirling together in a spectacular, if chaotic, grand finale. Holly's sugar magic crystallizes in the air, forming intricate patterns that sparkle in the winter sunlight. Jack's ice powers create beautiful frozen sculptures that capture and refract the light, while Wraith's shadows dance and twist, adding depth and mystery to the magical display. Pumpkin's time-anchoring magic pulses through it all, stabilizing the wild energies and slowly bringing order to the chaos. The citizens of Merry Hollow and the visiting Halloween Town delegation watch in awe as the sky above them becomes a canvas of holiday magic, blending Christmas cheer and Halloween spookiness in a way never before seen. As the last echoes of the magical mayhem fade away, a stunned silence falls over the crowd, broken only by Mayor Crypt's enthusiastic applause. Chapter 10, Haunted Harmonies. As the magical parade chaos subsides, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin regroup, their senses on high alert. A faint trail of shimmering energy catches Holly's eye, leading towards the outskirts of Merry Hollow. "Look," she exclaims, pointing at the ethereal path. "I think our culprit left us a breadcrumb trail." The team follows the trail to the edge of the tranquil thicket, a mysterious forest known for its temporal anomalies. As they enter, the air around them seems to thicken, time itself becoming viscous and unpredictable. Suddenly, a giggle echoes through the trees. A spirit materializes before them, its form shifting rapidly between holiday incarnations. One moment it's a jolly elf, the next a cackling witch, then a mischievous leprechaun. "Catch me if you can, time hoppers," the spirit taunts, zipping between the trees. The chase begins, with the team hot on the spirit's trail. They dash through pockets of time, seasons changing in the blink of an eye. Spring flowers burst into bloom, only to be covered by autumn leaves, then buried under winter snow. Holly concentrates, using her newfound emotional magic to sense the spirit's path. This way, she calls out, following a trail of giddy excitement and playful mischief. Jack and Pumpkin exchange a look, nodding in silent agreement. They combine their magic, Jack's icy precision melding with Pumpkin's Halloween energy. Together, they create shimmering containment fields, strategically placing them along the spirit's likely route. As they chase the spirit deeper into the thicket, the temporal shifts become more pronounced. The team finds themselves jumping between past Christmases and future Halloweens, each shift bringing new challenges and surreal landscapes. Back in Merry Hollow, the team gathers around the captured spirit, now confined in a shimmering cage of frost and pumpkin vines. Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin exchange determined glances before beginning their interrogation. "Who are you, and why did you steal the Chronocandy Clock?" Holly asks, her voice firm but tinged with curiosity. The spirit grins, its form flickering between a jolly elf and a cackling witch. "I am the jester of Jingle, the trickster of treats." "Why, oh why, would I reveal my feats?" Jack steps forward, frost crackling at his fingertips. "Enough games. Tell us where the clock is." As Jack approaches, the spirit's demeanor shifts dramatically. It presses against the far side of the cage, its eyes wide with a mix of recognition and fear. The Frost King returns. The cycle repeats, the bargain upheld, the secrets complete. Holly furrows her brow, concentrating on the spirit's emotional aura. Beneath the chaotic surface, she senses waves of anxiety and guilt. "It's hiding something," she murmurs to the others. "There's more to this than simple mischief." Pumpkin steps forward, pulling a small, intricately carved gourd from his pocket. "Perhaps a taste of Halloween town justice will loosen that forked tongue," he says, his voice slow and ominous. He holds the gourd up, and tendrils of orange mist seep out, curling towards the spirit. The spirit's form flickers more rapidly, its voices blending in a cacophony of holiday cheer and spooky wails. The clock ticks, the seasons blend, when past and future transcend. In shadows deep and sugar sweet, the fractured time will soon complete. Jack's eyes narrow, a flash of recognition crossing his face. "What do you mean by the Frost King returns? What bargain?" The spirit locks eyes with Jack, its form settling briefly into a solemn, winter sprite. "You forgot, but the magic remembers. The price of peace, paid in embers." Holly places a gentle hand on Jack's arm, feeling his confusion and turmoil. She turns back to the spirit, her voice laced with a subtle, calming magic. "Please, we need to understand. What's happening to our town, to the holidays?" Wraith steps forward, her shadowy form rippling with determination. "Let me try something," she says, her voice a whisper on the wind. With a graceful wave of her hands, the shadows around them begin to dance and coalesce. The spirit watches, transfixed, as Wraith manipulates the darkness into an intricate puppet show. Silhouettes of clocks, pumpkins, and Christmas trees flicker across the cage walls. The spirit's erratic shifting slows, its attention captured by the mesmerizing display. "Tell us your story," Wraith coaxes, her shadow puppets acting out scenes of mischief and trickery. The spirit's eyes follow the dancing shadows, its voice becoming clearer. "A job, a task, a role to play. Distract and mislead, keep the heroes at bay." Holly's eyes widen in realization. "You're not the real thief, are you? Someone hired you as a diversion." The spirit nods, its form settling into a jester-like appearance. "Smart cookie, you are. The real mastermind pulls strings from afar." Jack leans in, frost swirling around his fingers. "Who hired you? Where's the real thief?" The spirit's grin falters, fear flickering in its eyes. "Names have power, secrets too. But a clue I'll give, a hint for you." It points a spectral finger towards the Stardust Clock Tower. "Where time stands still and sugar flows, beneath the gears, the truth it knows." Before anyone can react, the spirit begins to fade, its form dissolving into wisps of holiday magic. My part is done, the game moves on. Find the clock before all is gone. With a final, echoing laugh, the spirit vanishes completely, leaving behind only a faint scent of peppermint and pumpkin spice. The team exchanges stunned looks, processing the new information. Holly breaks the silence, her voice determined. The Stardust Clock Tower. That's where we need to go next. Jack nods, his expression troubled. But what did it mean about time standing still and sugar flowing? Pumpkin strokes his vine-like beard thoughtfully. Perhaps there's more to the tower's mechanics than we realized. Wraith dissipates her shadow puppets, her violet eyes gleaming. Whatever secrets lie beneath those gears, we'll uncover them. As the team makes their way back to town, the full extent of the magical chaos becomes apparent. The once pristine streets of Merry Hollow now resemble a bizarre fusion of Christmas and Halloween, with holiday traditions blending in increasingly surreal ways. Jack stops in his tracks, staring at a nearby pumpkin patch. Well, that's different, he mutters. The field is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, but dotting the white landscape are dozens of jack-o'-lanterns. Each carved pumpkin glows with an eerie light, but instead of flickering candles, they're filled with twinkling Christmas lights in festive reds and greens. Holly shakes her head in disbelief. It's like the holidays are having an identity crisis. As they round the corner onto Main Street, they're greeted by the bizarre sight of a group of elves and goblins standing together beneath a lamppost. The mismatched choir is belting out a confused medley, jumping erratically between Jingle Bells and This Is Halloween mid-verse. Pumpkin winces at a particularly discordant note. I'm not sure if that's festive or frightening. Wraith's shadowy form ripples with concern. This dissonance is growing stronger. We need to act fast. The team quickens their pace, heading towards the center of town. As they approach Holly's bakery, they're met with a scene of utter pandemonium. The usually cheery gingerbread cottage is overrun with what can only be described as gingerbread zombies. The cookie creatures lumber about, leaving trails of frosting and crumbs in their wake as they moan for brains and milk. Holly gasps, her hands flying to her mouth. Oh no. My bakery! Jack places a comforting hand on her shoulder. We'll fix this, Holly. But we need to divide and conquer. The team exchanges determined looks, knowing they must split up to handle the various magical emergencies erupting across town. As the team splits up to tackle the various magical emergencies, Jack heads towards the frost field, his usual haven of icy tranquility. But today, the field is far from peaceful. Jack's magic begins to surge uncontrollably, causing ice sculptures to grow and shrink rapidly, and snow to fall in erratic patterns. What's happening to me? Jack mutters, his voice tinged with panic. He tries to create a simple snowflake, but instead, a massive ice crystal erupts from the ground, nearly impaling him. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to rein in his powers. Meanwhile, Wraith glides through the town, her smoky form weaving between buildings. She pauses, sensing something off about the shadows cast by the Stardust Clock Tower. With a graceful movement, she merges into the darkness, only to find herself in an unfamiliar shadowy realm. Impossible, she whispers, her violet eyes wide with surprise. The shadow paths twist and turn, leading to places that shouldn't exist in Merry Hollow. She spots glimpses of Halloween Town, the candy corn fields, and even stranger, unknown realms. Across town, Pumpkin Spice kneels in the enchanted garden, his hand pressed against the soil. His brow furrows as he listens to the whispers of the magical plants. The more he hears, the more concerned he becomes. You're sure about this? He asks a particularly talkative snapdragon. The flower nods vigorously, its petals rustling with urgency. Pumpkin stands, brushing dirt from his knees. A conspiracy among the magical flora and fauna. This is bigger than we thought. As the day wears on and more anomalies surface, Mayor Kringle and Mayor Crypt jointly call for an emergency town meeting. The Great Hall fills quickly, a sea of worried faces from both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. Mayor Kringle steps up to the podium, his usually jolly face creased with concern. Friends, neighbors, and honored guests, he begins, his voice carrying over the murmuring crowd. We face an unprecedented crisis. The very fabric of our magical realms is unraveling. Mayor Crypt joins him, his skeletal form a stark contrast to Kringle's rotund figure. We must unite in the face of this threat, he adds, his hollow voice echoing through the hall. Our investigators have made some disturbing discoveries. Chapter 11, Shadowed Sugar and Secrets. Holly sits cross-legged on the floor of the Merry Hollow Library, surrounded by towering stacks of ancient holiday tomes. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and peppermint as she flips through page after page, her brow furrowed in concentration. Dust motes dance in the soft glow of enchanted candles that float above her, casting flickering shadows across the weathered spines of forgotten books. There has to be something here, she mutters, running her finger down a particularly dusty index. Her emerald eyes scan the faded text, searching for any clue that might unravel the mystery at hand. As she opens yet another book, its leather cover creaking in protest, a cloud of glittering dust rises from its pages. Holly's eyes widen as she begins to read, her heart quickening with excitement. The Chronocandy Clock, she whispers reverently, created by the combined efforts of Master Tinsel and Madame Cobweb. The names seem to pulse with an otherworldly energy, hinting at a forgotten alliance between Christmas and Halloween. Suddenly, a shimmering magical projection springs to life above the book, startling Holly. She gasps softly as two figures materialize in the air before her, one, a jolly elf with twinkling eyes and a beard of cotton candy that seems to shimmer with festive cheer, the other, a spindly witch with a crooked smile and hair like spun sugar, exuding an aura of mischievous enchantment. They work in tandem, their magics intertwining in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow as they craft the clock. Holly watches, transfixed, as the projection shows the clock coming to life, its candy cane hands spinning wildly before settling into a steady rhythm. The air around her seems to hum with the echoes of ancient magic. She realizes with a start that as the clock ticks, the magical auras of Christmas and Halloween pulse in perfect harmony, their energies flowing and ebbing like tides of festive spirit. It's not just keeping time, Holly gasps, her voice barely above a whisper in the hushed library. It's maintaining balance between the holiday realms. The implications of this discovery sent her mind racing, connecting pieces of the puzzle she hadn't even known existed. Energized by this revelation, Holly delves deeper into the tomes with renewed vigor. Her fingers fly across the pages, leaving trails in the dust as she searches for more information. Time seems to lose all meaning as she immerses herself in the forgotten lore of holiday magic. At last, her questing hands come to rest on an ornate illustration that spans 2 pages. It depicts the Chronocandy Clock in exquisite detail, surrounded by swirling mists of holiday magic gone haywire. The colors seem to shift and move as she stares, blending Christmas reds and greens with Halloween oranges and purples in a dizzying kaleidoscope. Beneath the image, written in spidery script that seems to crawl across the page, are the words, "When Yuletide and Hallows entwine in strife, the realms shall teeter on chaos rife. Beware the day when sweet time falls, lest madness reign in magic's halls." Holly's heart races as she reads the prophecy aloud. Oh no. She breathes, the gravity of the situation sinking in. We need to find that clock, and fast. As Holly pores over the ancient texts, the library door creaks open. Jack Frost enters, his silver hair glinting in the candlelight. He offers a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Thought you could use some help," he says, approaching Holly's makeshift research nest. "Any breakthroughs?" Holly nods excitedly, gesturing to the open books around her. "Jack, you won't believe what I've found about the Chronocandy Clock." As she explains her discoveries, she can't help but notice Jack's distracted demeanor. His gaze keeps drifting to the shadows in the corners of the room, and his usual frosty aura seems muted. Jack? Are you all right? Holly asks, concern creeping into her voice. He startles slightly. Oh, yes. Just thinking. What else have you uncovered? They continue searching through the tomes together, their hands brushing occasionally as they reach for the same book. Holly's heart flutters at the contact, but she pushes the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. Suddenly, Jack's finger catches on a hidden seam in one of the older volumes. With a soft click, a concealed compartment springs open, revealing a dusty chapter that had been tucked away. The Great Clock Caper, Jack reads aloud, his voice hushed. It seems there was an attempt to steal the Chronocandy Clock centuries ago. As they delve into the hidden text, Holly notices Jack's unease growing. The chapter details a plot orchestrated by a group of Halloween Town residents who believed the clock's power should be shared between the holiday realms. Holly's empathic abilities pick up waves of conflicting emotions from Jack: curiosity, anxiety, and something deeper she can't quite place. His frost magic flickers erratically, causing small ice crystals to form on the pages. Jack, what's wrong? Holly asks, unable to ignore his reaction any longer. He shakes his head, avoiding her gaze. It's nothing. Just surprised by this information. As they continue reading, Holly's mind races, connecting historical dots. The attempted theft, the clock's creation by both Christmas and Halloween magic users, Jack's mysterious past, it all starts to form a cohesive picture. Jack, she says slowly, her eyes widening with realization. I think I have a new theory about what's happening now, and why the clock was stolen. Holly takes a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation she knows they need to have. Jack, we need to talk about what's been going on with you lately. Your connection to Halloween Town, these flashbacks you've been having. I can sense there's more you're not telling me. Jack's posture stiffens, frost crystals forming on his fingertips. What are you implying, Holly? That I'm hiding something? I'm not implying anything. I'm asking you directly, Holly says, her voice firm but gentle. We're partners in this, Jack. I need to know what's going on. There's nothing to tell, Jack snaps, his usual cool demeanor cracking. The temperature in the library drops noticeably. I'm just as confused as you are about these memories, or whatever they are. Holly's empathic magic flares involuntarily, reaching out to Jack's emotions. A whirlwind of conflicting feelings washes over her: fear, confusion, anger, and a deep-seated sense of loss. The intensity of it makes her gasp. Jack, I can feel how much this is tormenting you, she says, her voice softening. Please, let me help. His eyes narrow. Stay out of my head, Holly. My feelings are my own. I'm not trying to invade your privacy, Holly protests. But we can't solve this mystery if we're not honest with each other. And what about your growing friendship with Pumpkin? You two seem to have a connection I don't understand. Jack's frost powers flare, ice spreading across the nearest bookshelf. So that's what this is really about? You're jealous of Pumpkin? This isn't about jealousy. Holly retorts, her own magic causing nearby candy decorations to swirl agitatedly. It's about trust, Jack. We're supposed to be a team, but lately, it feels like you're pulling away. Maybe I need some space to figure things out on my own, Jack says coldly. His agitation grows, and suddenly, a wave of frost shoots out from him, coating a large section of the library in a thin layer of ice. Holly's sugar magic reacts instinctively to Jack's frost, creating a shimmering barrier of crystallized sugar between them. The magical shield sparkles with a mix of holiday colors, separating the two but unable to cool the heated emotions. Wraith and Pumpkin burst into the library, drawn by the surge of conflicting magics. What in the name of All Hallows Eve is going on here? Wraith demands, her shadowy form rippling with concern. Pumpkin's eyes dart between Holly and Jack, sensing the tension. Whoa, guys, let's all take a breath in. Stay out of this. Jack and Holly shout in unison, their combined magical outburst causing the library to shudder. The argument escalates rapidly, words flying as fast as the magic. Holly's emotions manifest as swirling vortexes of candy, while Jack's frost patterns become increasingly erratic and sharp. Wraith attempts to intervene, her shadows trying to dampen the magical discharge, but she's forced back by the intensity. Pumpkin raises his hands, attempting to grow calming vines, but they wither instantly in the clash of hot and cold magics. Books fly off shelves, caught in the maelstrom of holiday power. The Chronocandy Clock's absence becomes painfully apparent as time itself seems to fluctuate around them, ornaments aging and de-aging in rapid succession. Enough! Jack roars, his voice carrying an otherworldly echo. The temperature plummets, frost crackling across every surface. Without another word, he turns and storms out of the library, leaving a trail of ice in his wake. The door slams shut behind him, the sound echoing in the sudden, stunned silence. Holly, Wraith, and Pumpkin stand amidst the magical chaos, the realization of what just transpired slowly sinking in. As the dust settles from Jack's dramatic exit, Holly, Wraith, and Pumpkin gather themselves, surveying the magical aftermath in the library. Pumpkin clears his throat, breaking the tense silence. "I think I might have some relevant information," he says hesitantly. "There's been talk in Halloween Town about a secretive group of confectioners. They've been experimenting with holiday magic fusion." Wraith's shadowy form ripples with interest. "I've heard similar whispers through my network. They're not just content with Halloween, they're reaching into other holiday realms." Holly's eyes widen as she makes a connection. Wait a minute. In the historical records, there was a past attempt to steal the Chronocandy Clock. Could this be related? The three detectives exchange meaningful glances as the pieces start to fall into place. Holly continues, her voice gaining urgency. "If these rogue confectioners are behind the theft, their goal might be more sinister than we thought. They could be trying to merge the holidays permanently." Pumpkin nods gravely. "It fits with what we've seen. The increasing blending of holiday magics, the time anomalies." Wraith adds, "And if they succeed, it could disrupt the balance between all holiday realms, not just Christmas and Halloween." As they process this revelation, a shimmering, candy-coated envelope materializes in the air before them. Holly recognizes the magical signature immediately. It's from Marshmallow Mel. She opens the envelope, and Mel's voice echoes from within, tinged with worry. "Holly, my dear, I fear we're facing a threat sweeter and more dangerous than we imagined. The clock's magic is being twisted. Beware the sugar that binds." The message dissolves into a shower of sparkling sugar crystals, leaving the trio with more questions than answers. Holly, Wraith, and Pumpkin exchanged worried glances as the implications of Marshmallow Mel's message sank in. "Rogue confectioners," Holly mused, her brow furrowed. "They must have agents in both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. That's how they've managed to stay hidden and cause so much chaos." Wraith nodded, her shadowy form rippling with concern. "It explains the coordinated nature of the disturbances we've been seeing. They're playing both sides." Pumpkin's jack-o'-lantern face flickered with a mix of emotions. "We need to warn both towns immediately. But how do we know who to trust?" As they discussed the implications, Holly's thoughts drifted to Jack. His recent behavior, the flashbacks, and his growing connection to Halloween Town suddenly took on a new, worrying light. "Jack," she whispered, her voice tight with concern. In his confused state, he might be vulnerable to manipulation. What if the confectioners tried to use him somehow? Wraith placed a comforting hand on Holly's shoulder, her touch cool and ethereal. "We'll keep an eye on him, Holly. But right now, we need to focus on finding these rogue confectioners before they can do any more damage." Pumpkin nodded enthusiastically. I think I might have an idea. If they're working with sugar-based magic, they'll need a place with access to both Christmas and Halloween magical ingredients. Somewhere hidden, but central. Holly's eyes lit up. The old candy factory on the outskirts of town. It's been abandoned for years, but it sits right on the border between Merry Hollow and the haunted forest. Perfect hideout, Wraith agreed. We should investigate it immediately. As they prepared to leave, Holly paused, her resolve strengthening. Before we go, I need to find Jack. We can't face this threat divided. I have to make things right with him, for the sake of both our holidays. Chapter 12, Frost and Fragments. Jack wandered the snowy streets of Merry Hollow, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and conflict. The familiar sights of twinkling lights and festive decorations now seemed alien, as if he were seeing them through a veil of fog. As he passed the Gingerbread cottage bakery, the scent of cinnamon and gingerbread wafting through the air, a sharp pain lanced through his head, bringing him to his knees with a muffled groan. Suddenly, the world around him dissolved, replaced by vivid flashes of another life. Jack saw himself striding through the winding streets of Halloween Town, his presence commanding respect and awe from the spooky residents. Pumpkin-headed scarecrows bowed as he passed, while ghostly wisps swirled around his feet. In this vision, his hair was a shock of orange flame, dancing in an unseen wind, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light that cast eerie shadows on the cobblestone path. The scenes shifted rapidly, showing Jack wielding powerful Halloween magic with ease. He manipulated shadows, stretching them into grotesque shapes that danced at his command. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured spectral apparitions that howled and swooped through the air, sending delighted shivers through the watching crowd. Most impressively, he bent the very fabric of the holiday realm to his will, twisting reality into nightmarish landscapes that were both terrifying and beautiful. It was clear that in this life, he had been a figure of great importance and strength, a master of all things spooky and spectacular. As the memories continued to flood his mind, Jack found himself in a heated argument with the Halloween Town Council. Their skeletal faces contorted with anger, eye sockets blazing with ethereal fire as Jack passionately defended his position. The council members' bony fingers pointed accusingly, while Jack stood his ground, his own form seeming to grow larger and more imposing with each passing moment. Though he couldn't hear the words, he felt the weight of their disagreement, the tension palpable in the air like an electric current. The final memory hit him like a physical blow, causing him to gasp and clutch at his chest. Jack saw himself standing at the crossroads between Halloween Town and the portal to the Christmas realm. The air shimmered with magic, the boundary between worlds thin and permeable. He looked back at the jack-o'-lantern sun setting over the twisted spires of his home, its orange glow casting long shadows across the land he had known for so long. With a mixture of determination and regret etched on his face, he turned resolutely towards the shimmering gateway that promised a new life, snowflakes already beginning to swirl around him as he took his first step towards his future in Merry Hollow. As the vision faded, Jack found himself back in the snow-covered streets of Merry Hollow, gasping for breath. The weight of his recovered memories pressed down on him like a physical force, forcing him to confront the truth he had long forgotten. He stared at his trembling hands, no longer sure if they belonged to Jack Frost or the powerful Halloween entity he had once been. As Jack knelt in the snow, trembling from the intensity of his recovered memories, another vision seized him. This time, he saw a dark, shadowy figure looming over Halloween Town, its presence threatening to consume the very essence of the holiday. Jack watched as his past self battled against this malevolent force, using every ounce of his Halloween magic to keep it at bay. The vision shifted, showing Jack in urgent conversation with a group of elder spirits. Their grave expressions told him all he needed to know: this threat was beyond anything Halloween Town had faced before. In a moment of clarity, Jack understood that his departure had been a desperate measure to protect both himself and the holiday realms from this insidious danger. As the flashback faded, Jack gasped, realization dawning on him. His memories hadn't simply been lost, they had been deliberately suppressed. A powerful enchantment had been cast to shield his mind, preserving his Halloween essence while allowing him to fully embrace his new identity in Merry Hollow. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Jack felt his magic surge uncontrollably. Frost spread rapidly from where he knelt, covering the street in intricate patterns of ice. The nearby buildings creaked as the cold seeped into their foundations, and icicles formed on tree branches with alarming speed. Jack struggled to his feet, his mind reeling as he grappled with his dual nature. He was both Jack Frost, the charming winter spirit of Merry Hollow, and a powerful Halloween entity with a duty to protect the holiday realms. The conflicting magics within him battled for dominance, sending pulses of cold and spectral energy rippling through the air. As he stood there, surrounded by the physical manifestation of his internal struggle, Jack clenched his fists in determination. He knew now that he couldn't run from his past any longer. The threat he had fled from years ago was resurfacing, and only by confronting it could he hope to save both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. Holly stood in her cottage kitchen, hands coated in flour as she vigorously kneaded dough. The rhythmic motion helped calm her racing thoughts, but couldn't entirely quell the worry gnawing at her insides. Jack's disappearance, the escalating magical chaos in Merry Hollow, and the looming threat of the rogue confectioners all weighed heavily on her mind. As she worked, Holly's magic began to seep unconsciously into the dough. Sparkling swirls of sugar appeared, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. She barely noticed as she shaped the cookies and slid them into the oven, lost in her tumultuous emotions. When the timer chimed, Holly absently plucked a cookie from the cooling rack and took a bite. Instantly, the world around her blurred and shifted. She found herself transported to a vivid memory of last Christmas Eve, laughing with Jack as they decorated the town square. The joy and warmth of that moment washed over her, momentarily chasing away her current worries. Gasping, Holly snapped back to the present. She stared at the half-eaten cookie in wonder, realizing what had happened. Cautiously, she picked up another cookie, this time focusing on a different memory as she took a bite. Sure enough, she was plunged into a crystal-clear recollection of her first day running the bakery. Excitement building, Holly began to experiment. She baked batch after batch of cookies, carefully infusing each with specific memories and emotions. Some held clues from their investigation, others captured moments of pure holiday magic. As she worked, her mind raced with the possibilities this new ability presented. As Holly continued her experiments, a shadowy figure phased through the bakery wall. Wraith materialized, her violet eyes scanning the room curiously. "What's all this?" Wraith asked, gesturing at the mountains of cookies covering every surface. Holly jumped, nearly dropping the tray she was holding. "Oh. Wraith, you startled me. I've made a breakthrough with my magic. Here, try one of these." She handed Wraith a shimmering sugar cookie. The ghostly detective eyed it suspiciously before taking a tentative bite. Instantly, Wraith's eyes widened, and she stood stock still for several seconds. That was incredible," Wraith gasped when she came back to herself. "I just relived my first successful case in Halloween Town." "How did you do that?" Holly beamed, excitement bubbling over. "I've discovered I can infuse memories and emotions into sugar. It's not just my own memories either. Look at this." She picked up another cookie and concentrated. As she touched it, the cookie's surface swirled with shadowy patterns. Holly handed it to Wraith, who took another bite. This time, the detective's face lit up with recognition. "That's the memory of our first team meeting here in Merry Hollow," Wraith said, amazed. "But from your perspective?" Holly nodded eagerly. "I can extract and preserve memories in sugar form. It's like creating edible snapshots of time." As they continued experimenting, Holly's mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, she gasped, nearly dropping the cookie sheet she was holding. "Wraith! This could be the key to helping Jack recover his past." Holly exclaimed. If I can create cookies with memories of Halloween Town, it might trigger his own recollections. Wraith nodded thoughtfully. It's worth a try. His connection to Halloween Town could be crucial in solving this case. With renewed determination, Holly began preparing a special batch of memory-unlocking treats. She infused them with every scrap of Halloween lore and imagery she could muster, hoping it would be enough to spark Jack's suppressed memories. The team regrouped at the base of the Stardust Clock Tower, its majestic spire stretching into the swirling, time-warped sky above. Holly clutched her bag of memory cookies, while Jack kept a wary distance, frost crackling around his fingertips. Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged concerned glances, sensing the tension between their teammates. As they approached the tower's entrance, Pumpkin suddenly halted, pointing at the stone base. Look! There's something carved here. The group huddled around, squinting at the faintly glowing symbols etched into the ancient stonework. As they watched, the carvings shifted and changed, alternating between cheery Christmas imagery and spooky Halloween motifs. They're riddles, Holly breathed, her brow furrowing in concentration. But they keep changing. Jack leaned in, his earlier reticence forgotten in the face of this new mystery. It's like they can't decide which holiday they belong to. Pumpkin's eyes lit up with recognition. Wait a minute, I know some of these. This one about shadows that laugh is a classic Halloween Town brain teaser. As the team began to decipher the shifting riddles, Holly closed her eyes, reaching out with her newly enhanced emotion magic. She gasped as she sensed a swirling vortex of feelings emanating from the carvings. These riddles, she said, opening her eyes. They're connected to the thieves somehow. I can feel their emotions tied to each one: confusion, excitement, fear. Wraith nodded thoughtfully. So solving these puzzles might give us insight into the thief's motivations? And maybe lead us to the Chronocandy Clock, Jack added, a determined glint in his eye. The team huddled closer, focusing on the first riddle as it settled into a stable form. Holly read it aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Where sugar and spice collide in fright. A map to treasures hidden from sight. Pumpkin's eyes lit up. The candy corn fields. That's where Holly and Wraith found traces of both holiday magics. Wraith nodded, her shadowy form rippling with excitement. And we sensed strong magical residue there. It must be significant. As they pondered the clue, Jack approached, his expression a mix of determination and uncertainty. I remember something, he said, his voice slow. In Halloween Town, we had a place called the Confection Crypt. It was where we stored magical artifacts related to other holidays. Holly's eyes widened. That could be where the map is hidden. Jack, your memories are coming back? He nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Bits and pieces. I think solving these riddles is triggering them. Encouraged by this breakthrough, they turned their attention to the second riddle, which had now stabilized. Tick-tock, the hands reverse. In shadows deep, break the curse. As they contemplated its meaning, a low rumble emanated from the tower. The ground beneath their feet began to vibrate, and a soft glow emanated from the carved symbols. Something's happening. Pumpkin exclaimed, stumbling back. Wraith's form wavered as she tried to maintain her corporeal shape. The tower is reacting to the riddle. It's as if we've activated some kind of magical mechanism. Holly's sugar magic surged, responding to the tower's energy. Streams of glittering sugar swirled around them, forming intricate patterns in the air. Jack's eyes widened in recognition. Those patterns, they're like the ones in the Chronocandy Clock. Holly, your magic is mimicking its movements. As the sugar patterns danced before them, the team exchanged looks of dawning realization. These riddles, Holly said, her voice filled with excitement, they're not just puzzles. They're a trail. Pumpkin nodded enthusiastically. A trail leading us to the Chronocandy Clock. And possibly to the thief, Wraith added, her violet eyes gleaming. The team stood before the glowing tower, the sugar patterns swirling around them, ready to follow the magical trail wherever it might lead. Chapter 13, Gingerbread Gumshoes. Holly paced back and forth in her bakery, her mind racing with ideas. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. "I've got it," she exclaimed, turning to face the others. "We need more eyes and ears around town. What if we create magical helpers to search for clues?" Jack raised an eyebrow. "What did you have in mind?" Holly grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she reached for her flour-dusted apron. "Gingerbread detectives," she announced, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "We can infuse them with detection magic and send them out to scour every nook and cranny of Merry Hollow." Without waiting for a response from her companions, she set to work with practiced efficiency, her hands flying as she measured and mixed ingredients. The others watched in fascination as she rolled out the spice-scented dough, cut out little figures with a variety of shapes, and decorated them with meticulous precision, adding tiny candy buttons and icing details. As Holly slid the tray into the preheated oven, she closed her eyes, her brow furrowing in concentration. Her sugar magic swirled around her in a shimmering, iridescent mist, infusing the baking cookies with sparkling energy that danced and twirled in the air. When the timer dinged, its cheerful sound filling the cozy bakery, Holly carefully removed the tray with her favorite snowflake-patterned oven mitts. The gingerbread figures lay motionless for a moment, their aroma wafting through the air, then began to twitch ever so slightly. "It's working!" Pumpkin gasped, her eyes widening as the cookies slowly sat up, their tiny limbs stretching and flexing. The team watched in amazement as the gingerbread detectives came to life one by one, each one stretching and looking around curiously with their little icing eyes. Holly beamed with pride as she introduced her magical creations, her voice filled with motherly affection. "This one can detect magical residue," she explained, gently picking up a cookie with sparkling sprinkle eyes that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. "And this one can hear conversations from great distances," she added, gesturing to another with intricately crafted candy cane ears that appeared to twitch at the slightest sound. As the cookies lined up on the countertop, ready for duty like tiny sugary soldiers, Holly closed her eyes once more, her face a mask of concentration. She reached out with her magic, tendrils of sweet-scented energy connecting her to each gingerbread detective, establishing a complex mental link that hummed with potential. "There," she said, opening her eyes with a satisfied smile. "Now I can guide them and see what they see. We'll have the whole town covered in no time." Her voice carried a mix of excitement and determination, ready to unravel the mystery that lay before them. Holly and her team gathered around the counter, carefully picking up the gingerbread detectives. With gentle hands, they carried the tiny investigators outside, ready to deploy them throughout Merry Hollow. "All right, little ones," Holly said softly, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and concern. "You know what to do. Find anything unusual, any trace of our missing clock." The gingerbread detectives nodded their icing heads in unison, their candy eyes glinting with determination. Holly knelt down, placing the first few on the snow-covered ground. They immediately set off, their tiny legs carrying them with surprising speed towards different parts of the town. Pumpkin stepped forward, her orange-tinted magic swirling around her fingers. "Wait," she called out, "I can add a little something to help." She waved her hands, and a shimmering mist settled over the remaining gingerbread figures. "There. Now they'll be able to sense spectral clues too. Anything ghostly or otherworldly won't escape their notice." The enhanced cookies seemed to glow faintly with a jack-o'-lantern light, their movements becoming even more fluid and purposeful. Holly nodded appreciatively at Pumpkin's contribution. Wraith, not to be outdone, glided forward, her shadowy form barely disturbing the air around her. "I have a trick or two to share as well," she said, her voice a whisper on the wind. She gathered the shadows around her, demonstrating to the attentive gingerbread detectives how to meld with the darkness. Like this, Wraith instructed, showing how to slip from shadow to shadow unnoticed. The cookies watched intently, their icing eyes wide with fascination. One by one, they practiced, disappearing into the shade of a nearby lamppost, only to reappear moments later from beneath a park bench. Impressive, Jack remarked, watching the now stealthy gingerbread figures move with newfound grace and subtlety. With their combined magical enhancements, the tiny detectives were ready for action. Holly gave them final instructions, her voice firm but encouraging. Remember, work together, stay hidden, and report back anything suspicious. The team watched as the last of the gingerbread gumshoes scattered, vanishing into the nooks and crannies of Merry Hollow. Some slipped into shadows, others blended with the snowy landscape, while a few even scaled the sides of buildings with surprising agility. As the last cookie detective disappeared from view, Holly turned to her companions, a mix of hope and determination in her eyes. "Now we wait," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And hope our little friends can uncover the clues we need." As the team waited anxiously for news from their gingerbread detectives, Holly suddenly gasped, her eyes widening. "I've got something," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. "One of our little friends has found something strange beneath the Beanstalk Bistro." Without hesitation, the group rushed to the quaint cafe in the heart of Merry Hollow. As they approached, they saw a tiny gingerbread figure waving frantically from behind a snowdrift. Holly knelt down, listening intently to the cookie's whispered report. "It says there's a hidden trapdoor," she relayed to the others. "Something magically concealed." Jack stepped forward, his frost powers at the ready. "Let's take a closer look," he suggested, his voice tinged with curiosity and caution. As they entered the bistro, the aroma of peppermint and pumpkin spice mingled in the air, a testament to the blending of holiday traditions. The team spread out, searching for any sign of the hidden entrance. It was Wraith who finally discovered it, her shadowy form passing through what appeared to be solid floor. "Here," she called, her voice echoing strangely. "It's masked by a powerful illusion." Pumpkin approached, his Halloween magic pulsing at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the illusion flickered and faded, revealing an ornate trapdoor etched with symbols from both Christmas and Halloween. As they descended into the hidden space, Holly felt a wave of emotions wash over her. "There's residual magic here," she whispered, her sugar-sensing abilities picking up traces of recent activity. Excitement and fear. The team found themselves in a workshop unlike anything they had ever seen. Strange contraptions lined the walls, each one a bizarre fusion of Christmas cheer and Halloween fright. Candy cane levers controlled eerie jack-o'-lantern projections, while tinsel-wrapped gears powered machines that seemed to bend the very fabric of holiday magic. Jack's eyes widened as he took in the scene. "I recognize some of these tools," he said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and confusion. "That's a Yuletide calibrator from Christmas Town, but it's been modified with, is that a spectral resonator from Halloween Town?" Holly nodded, her gaze fixed on a workbench covered in half-finished projects. "Whoever's behind this, they're trying to merge the holidays in ways I've never seen before," she said, her voice filled with concern. As the team explored the workshop, Wraith's shadowy form glided silently along the walls, her keen eyes scanning for any hidden information. Suddenly, she paused at a cluttered desk, her violet eyes narrowing as she examined a stack of parchments. "I've found something," she called, her voice a hushed whisper. The others gathered around as she spread out the documents. "These are plans, detailed strategies for destabilizing holiday magic across both realms." Holly leaned in, her brow furrowing as she read. "They're targeting the magical anchors of each holiday," she said, her voice tight with concern. The Chronocandy Clock was just the beginning. Meanwhile, Pumpkin had wandered to a corner of the workshop, his attention caught by a peculiar collection of confectionery tools. As he examined them, his eyes widened in recognition. "These candy molds," he exclaimed, holding up an intricate jack-o'-lantern shape. They're unique to the Confectionery Guild of Halloween Town. But look, he pointed to a sugar crystal pattern etched into the mold's handle. That's the mark of the rogue confectioners we've been tracking. Jack nodded grimly. It all fits, he said, frost crystals forming at his fingertips as his agitation grew. This must be their secret lair. Holly's sugar magic tingled, sensing the lingering emotions in the air. The excitement and fear I felt earlier, it wasn't just residual. They've been here recently, and they're planning something big. As the team huddled together, processing their discovery, a sudden sound from above made them freeze. Footsteps, muffled but unmistakable, were approaching the trapdoor. The team exchanged panicked glances as the footsteps grew louder. Without a word, they scrambled to find hiding spots in the cluttered workshop. Holly ducked behind a large candy cane machine, while Jack concealed himself in a frosty corner. Wraith melted into the shadows cast by a towering gingerbread house, and Pumpkin squeezed himself into a giant jack-o'-lantern. The trapdoor creaked open, and two cloaked figures descended into the workshop. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods adorned with a mix of holly leaves and bat wings. As they moved further into the room, the team held their breath, straining to hear their conversation. The Chronocandy Clock is nearly ready, one figure said, their voice a strange blend of joyful and eerie. Once we harness its power, we can begin the merging process. The other figure nodded, reaching for a set of blueprints on the workbench. Imagine it, they replied, excitement evident in their tone. A world where Halloween and Christmas exist simultaneously. The power we'll wield when the holiday realities become one. Holly's eyes widened as she listened, her heart racing. She could feel the intensity of the figures' emotions, their anticipation and greed palpable in the air. Without warning, her sugar magic reacted to the surge of feelings, causing a nearby gingerbread house to tremble and sprinkle powdered sugar onto the floor. The cloaked figures whirled around, instantly alert. We're not alone, one hissed, pulling out a wand that crackled with both frosty and spectral energy. Realizing their cover was blown, the team burst from their hiding spots. Jack immediately sent a blast of icy wind towards the intruders, while Pumpkin summoned vines of enchanted licorice to entangle their feet. Wraith emerged from the shadows, her form flickering as she attempted to confuse and disorient the enemy. Holly focused her magic, trying to project a sense of calm to de-escalate the situation. But the cloaked figures were prepared for such tactics. They countered with a barrage of spells that mixed Christmas cheer with Halloween fright in alarming ways. Candy canes exploded into clouds of bats, while jack-o'-lanterns spewed tinsel that wrapped itself around anything it touched. As the battle raged, holiday magics clashed chaotically. The workshop became a swirling vortex of red, green, orange, and black energies. Machines sparked and sputtered, their delicate balances disrupted by the magical onslaught. Amidst the chaos, one of the cloaked figures made a dash for a strange device on a central pedestal. No! Jack shouted, recognizing its importance, but he was too late. The figure slammed their hand down on the device, activating it with a pulse of combined holiday magic. A powerful spell erupted from the machine, filling the workshop with blinding light and the disorienting sensation of realities beginning to shift and merge. As the blinding light faded, the team felt reality shifting around them. The workshop's walls seemed to melt away, replaced by a swirling kaleidoscope of holiday imagery. Christmas trees morphed into twisted, spooky silhouettes, while jack-o'-lanterns sprouted tinsel and fairy lights. Holly stumbled, her senses overwhelmed by the chaotic emotions permeating the air. She could feel the excitement of Christmas morning blending with the thrill of Halloween night, creating a dizzying emotional cocktail. Everyone, stay together, she shouted, reaching out for her companions. But her words were drowned out by the roar of magic as swirling vortexes of holiday energy began to form. Each vortex pulsed with a different combination of festive colors, one a mix of orange and green, another red and black. Jack's eyes widened in recognition. The time periods, he yelled over the magical din, their portals to different eras. As if responding to his words, the vortexes began to pull at them with increasing force. Pumpkin was the first to lose his footing, his vine-like arms flailing as he was dragged towards a portal shimmering with ancient Halloween magic. Wraith attempted to use her shadow powers to anchor herself, but the shifting reality made it impossible for her to find stable darkness. She let out a frustrated cry as she was tugged towards a vortex glowing with futuristic Christmas lights. Jack reached desperately for Holly, their fingers brushing as they fought against the magical current. "Holly," he shouted, his voice laced with fear and determination. For a moment, their hands clasped, and Holly felt a surge of hope. But the vortexes were too strong. As reality continued to warp around them, their grip weakened. Holly's eyes met Jack's, a silent promise passing between them to find each other again. Then, with a final, violent pull, their hands slipped apart. Holly felt herself being yanked backwards into a swirling mass of sugar plums and candy corn. The last thing she saw was Jack being pulled into a vortex of frost and shadows. Then, in a flash of disorienting light, each member of the team vanished, whisked away to a different time period in the vast tapestry of holiday history. Chapter 14, Echoes of Yuletide Past. Holly materialized in a swirl of sugar and light, stumbling as her feet touched unfamiliar ground. She blinked, disoriented, as the world around her came into focus. Gone were the familiar sights and sounds of her merry hollow. Instead, she found herself in a clearing surrounded by pristine, snow-covered trees. The air crackled with raw, untamed magic. Holly gasped as she witnessed swirling vortexes of holiday energy coalescing into tangible forms. Christmas spirits, their forms shimmering with joy and wonder, danced through the air, leaving trails of tinsel and snowflakes in their wake. Alongside them, Halloween entities flickered in and out of shadows, their presence adding an air of mystery and excitement to the nascent town. As Holly watched in awe, the spirits began to shape the very landscape around her. Trees twisted and grew, forming into quaint cottages and whimsical shops. The ground beneath her feet hardened into cobblestone streets dusted with perpetual snow. In the center of it all, a magnificent Christmas tree sprouted, its branches laden with enchanted ornaments that pulsed with the combined magic of both holidays. Movement caught Holly's eye, and she turned to see a familiar figure, though much younger than she knew him. Marshmallow Mel, his cheeks still plump with youth, hunched over a workbench near the forming town square. His brow furrowed in concentration as he tinkered with gears and sprinkled them with powdered sugar. With a jolt, Holly realized she was witnessing the creation of the Chronocandy Clock. As she observed Mel's work, Holly became acutely aware of the delicate balance being established. The Christmas and Halloween magics swirled around each other, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes clashing. Each adjustment Mel made to the clock seemed to ripple through the forming town, subtly altering the balance of festive energies. Holly's heart raced as the full weight of her situation hit her. She was witnessing the very founding of Merry Hollow, the moment when the town's magical essence was first established. A chill ran down her spine as she realized the enormous responsibility this knowledge carried. Any action she took, no matter how small, could have drastic consequences for the future she knew. Holly stood rooted to the spot, her mind racing with the implications of what she was witnessing. She knew she couldn't interfere directly with the past, but perhaps she could leave some guidance for her future self. Concentrating hard, she focused her magic into a batch of sugar crystals that formed in her palm. With delicate precision, Holly scattered the enchanted sugar in a pattern only she would recognize. The crystals melted into the snow, leaving behind a faint, shimmering trail that pulsed with emotion magic. She infused the sugar with memories of the present crisis, hoping her past self would one day sense the urgency and importance hidden within. As she worked, Holly's attention was drawn back to Marshmallow Mel. The young confectioner had just placed the final gear into the Chronocandy Clock. With a deep breath, he raised his hands, summoning both Christmas and Halloween magic. The air around him crackled with energy as he began to weave the complex enchantment that would bind the clock to the very essence of Merry Hollow. Holly watched in awe as tendrils of magic flowed from the forming town into the clock. She could feel the delicate balance being struck between joy and mystery, wonder and mischief. It was a harmony she had always taken for granted, but now she understood the intricate dance of energies that made Merry Hollow unique. Suddenly, Holly felt a tugging sensation in her core. The world around her began to blur and shift, colors swirling together like paint in water. She realized her time in this crucial moment was coming to an end. As the temporal shift pulled her away, Holly's eyes remained fixed on the Chronocandy Clock, its face now glowing with newfound power. In those final moments before she was wrenched from the past, Holly gained a profound understanding of Merry Hollow's true nature. It wasn't just a magical Christmas town, it was a carefully crafted balance of holiday essences, each one vital to the town's existence. The realization filled her with both wonder and trepidation, knowing that this delicate equilibrium was now under threat. Jack blinked, disoriented as the swirling vortex of holiday magic dissipated around him. He found himself standing in a dimly lit chamber, the walls adorned with cobwebs and flickering jack-o'-lanterns. The air was thick with the scent of pumpkin spice and a hint of decay. With a jolt, he realized he was in Halloween Town's Grand Council chamber. Before him stood a younger version of himself, silver hair wild and eyes blazing with determination. Across the room, seated at a long table draped in black velvet, were the members of the Halloween Council. Jack recognized the Pumpkin King, the Witch Sisters, and the Skeleton Mayor among them. "You can't continue to hoard the power of the Chronocandy Clock," his past self shouted, frost forming at his fingertips. "It belongs to all holiday realms, not just Halloween Town." The Pumpkin King leaned forward, his flame-filled eyes narrowing. "The clock has always been under our protection, Jack. We cannot risk it falling into the wrong hands. But by keeping it here, you're disrupting the balance between the holidays," past Jack argued. "Can't you see the damage it's causing? Christmas Town is already feeling the effects." The Witch Sisters cackled in unison. "Christmas Town has always been too bright and cheery for its own good. A little darkness might do them some good." Jack watched as his past self's expression hardened. He remembered this moment now, the frustration and fear that had coursed through him. He saw the exact instant when his younger self made the decision that would change everything. "If you won't see reason," past Jack said, his voice low and determined, "then I have no choice. I'm leaving for Christmas Town. Someone has to maintain the balance, even if it means leaving my home behind." The council erupted in protests and threats, but past Jack stood firm. As he turned to leave, Jack saw the mix of resolve and sadness in his own eyes. He understood now, with crystal clarity, that this choice had been made not out of selfishness or a desire for power, but out of a deep need to protect both holiday realms. As Jack watched the scene unfold, his past self suddenly stiffened, sensing another presence. Past Jack whirled around, frost crackling at his fingertips as he locked eyes with his future counterpart. "Who are you?" Past Jack demanded, his voice echoing in the chamber. Present Jack stepped forward, hands raised in a placating gesture. "I'm you, from the future. I know this sounds impossible, but..." Past Jack's eyes widened in recognition. "A time anomaly," he breathed. "The clock's power must be more unstable than I thought." He studied his future self carefully, noting the changes in appearance and the conflicted emotions in his eyes. "Listen," present Jack urged, "I need to understand why I can't remember any of this. Why did I forget Halloween Town?" Past Jack's expression softened with understanding. "Ah, so the memory charm worked." He sighed, lowering his hands. "I'm about to cast a spell on myself, on us, to suppress these memories. It's the only way to protect both holiday realms and myself from those who might exploit our connection to the clock." As past Jack began to weave the intricate spell, present Jack felt a pull of magic. He reached out, trying to stop the process, but his hand passed through his past self like mist. "Wait!" Present Jack called out. There has to be another way. The magical resonance between past and present intensified, creating a swirling vortex of frost and shadow. Fragments of memories burst into Jack's mind, his childhood in Halloween Town, his rise as a powerful holiday spirit, the years of conflict over the Chronocandy Clock's power. As the memories flooded back, Jack felt the weight of his dual nature settling into place. He was both the mischievous frost spirit of Halloween Town and the guardian of winter in Christmas Town. The conflicting magics that had been battling within him began to harmonize, ice and shadow intertwining in a delicate balance. The timeline around them began to shift, reality rippling like disturbed water. Jack embraced his newly rediscovered identity, feeling more whole than he had in years. As the scene started to fade, he locked eyes with his past self one last time, a silent understanding passing between them. Wraith and Pumpkin materialized in a bizarre landscape that seemed to be a fusion of Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. The sky above them swirled with a mix of twinkling stars and ominous storm clouds, while the ground beneath their feet was a patchwork of pristine snow and withered pumpkin vines. What in the name of All Hallows Eve happened here? Pumpkin gasped, his eyes wide as he took in the surreal surroundings. Wraith's shadowy form rippled with unease. It seems our worst fears have come to pass. The holidays have merged. As they made their way through the twisted town, they encountered residents who seemed to be struggling with their very identities. An elf with pointed ears and green skin shuffled past, muttering both Christmas carols and spooky incantations under his breath. A group of children bobbed for apples filled with candy canes, their faces painted in a confusing mix of cheerful and frightening designs. "This is chaos," Wraith observed, her violet eyes narrowing. The balance between the holidays has been completely destroyed. They rounded a corner and froze in shock. Before them stood familiar figures, yet drastically changed. Holly Evergreen approached, her usual festive sweater now adorned with cobwebs and bat-shaped buttons. Beside her was Jack Frost, his silver hair now streaked with orange, and his ice-blue eyes glowing with an eerie jack-o'-lantern light. "Welcome, time travelers," future Holly greeted them, her voice a mix of cheer and menace. "I suppose you're here to see what became of our little towns?" Future Jack nodded, frost and shadow swirling around him. The merger was inevitable, really. Once the rogue confectioners gained control of the Chronocandy Clock, there was no stopping it. Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged alarmed glances. "The rogue confectioners?" Pumpkin asked cautiously. "They rose to power?" Future Holly laughed, the sound tinkling like sleigh bells and crackling like fire. "Oh yes, they control everything now. They use the clock's power to blend the holidays, creating this wonderfully chaotic new world." Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing to process this dystopian future. As they followed their altered friends through the twisted streets, they noticed subtle signs of resistance. Whispered conversations hushed as they passed, and furtive glances darted their way from shadowy alleys. Suddenly, a small group of figures emerged from a hidden doorway. They wore cloaks that shimmered between festive red and spooky black, their faces obscured by masks that were half jolly, half terrifying. "It's the holiday harmony resistance," future Jack hissed, ice crackling at his fingertips. The resistance members quickly surrounded them, brandishing candy cane staffs and pumpkin grenades. Their leader stepped forward, lowering her hood to reveal a familiar face. It was Marshmallow Mel, though her usual sweetness was now tempered with a hardened resolve. "Holly, Jack, step away from the time travelers," Mel commanded. "We need their help to set things right." Future Holly's eyes narrowed, but then softened with a flicker of recognition. "You're right, Mel. It's time we broke free from this chaos." She turned to Wraith and Pumpkin, reaching into her pocket to pull out a small, glowing ornament. "Take this. It's a shard of the original Chronocandy Clock. In your time, it might help you locate the missing clock and prevent all of this." As Pumpkin carefully took the ornament, they felt a familiar temporal pull tugging at them. The world around them began to blur and shift. Remember what you've seen here, future Jack called out, his voice fading. You must stop the rogue confectioners before it's too late. Wraith and Pumpkin clasped hands as the vortex of time magic swirled around them. Their eyes met, a newfound determination reflected in both their gazes. We won't let this happen, Wraith stated firmly, her shadowy form rippling with resolve. Pumpkin nodded, his grip tightening on the ornament. Whatever it takes, we'll keep the holidays separate and save both our towns. As the future faded away and they hurtled back towards their present, Wraith and Pumpkin shared a moment of deeper understanding. Their initial differences seemed trivial now in the face of the challenge ahead. They realized that their unique abilities, when combined, might be the key to preserving the balance between Halloween and Christmas. The vortex of time magic intensified, whisking them away from the merged future and back to their own era, where the fate of both holidays hung in the balance. Chapter 15, Temporal Taffy Pull. As the temporal vortexes dissipated, the team found themselves scattered across different time periods, each struggling to find their way back to the present. Holly, still in Mary Hollow's founding era, closed her eyes and concentrated. Her emotion magic pulsed outward, seeking the familiar emotional signatures of her friends. She sensed faint echoes of Jack's determination, Wraith's focus, and Pumpkin's enthusiasm rippling through the fabric of time. They're out there, she murmured, her brow furrowing with effort. I just need to reach them somehow. Meanwhile, Jack stood in Halloween Town's past, his memories fully restored. He raised his hands, frost swirling around his fingers. With a deep breath, he began to create intricate patterns of ice that stretched out into the time stream. Follow the frost, he whispered, hoping his friends would recognize his magical signature. The icy trails glimmered as they wound their way through the temporal currents, leaving a path for the others to follow. In the merged future, Wraith's shadowy form rippled with concentration. She reached out with her powers, searching for the dark spaces between moments. Shadow paths began to form, tendrils of darkness that stretched across the gaps between time periods. Come on, Wraith muttered, her violet eyes glowing with effort. Just a little further. Pumpkin, standing beside her, closed his eyes and focused on his own unique magic. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and suddenly, a cluster of pumpkins burst forth. They grew rapidly, twisting and reshaping themselves into ornate carriages. All aboard the Time Pumpkin Express, Pumpkin announced with a grin. He hopped into one of the carriages, which began to glow with an otherworldly light. Let's go find our friends. The magical pumpkin carriages lurched forward, plunging into the swirling mists of time. Pumpkin steered them through the temporal currents, his eyes scanning for any sign of Holly or Jack. As they traveled, Pumpkin noticed a faint trail of frost glimmering in the distance. Wraith, he called out excitedly. I think I see something. It looks like Jack's magic. As the team members navigated through different time periods, they experienced several near misses in their attempts to reunite. Holly caught a glimpse of Jack's frosted silhouette disappearing around a corner in Victorian-era Mary Hollow, her heart leaping at the sight before he vanished into the foggy streets. Wraith's shadow briefly overlapped with Pumpkin's in a futuristic Halloween town, their essences mingling for a fleeting moment before they slipped past each other, leaving behind a lingering sense of familiarity. In each era, holiday-themed obstacles challenged their progress, testing their resolve and ingenuity. Holly found herself trapped in a giant gingerbread maze, its towering walls oozing with sticky frosting. Using her sugar magic, she manipulated the sweet structure, creating intricate pathways through the confectionery labyrinth. Meanwhile, Jack battled a legion of enchanted snowmen gone rogue, their coal eyes glowing with an eerie light. His ice powers crackled and flared as he desperately tried to keep the frosty assailants at bay, each blast of winter magic barely holding them back. Wraith and Pumpkin faced a gauntlet of mischievous jack-o'-lanterns that spewed temporal fire, forcing them to dodge and weave through the kaleidoscopic flames that threatened to erase them from existence. As they overcame these trials, each team member began to sense a growing connection between them, a bond that transcended the barriers of time and space. Holly felt pulses of familiar emotions washing over her, growing stronger with each passing moment, like a comforting embrace from across the ages. Jack's frost patterns became more intricate and purposeful, swirling and spiraling as if guided by an unseen hand, each icy creation a silent message to his friends. Wraith's shadow paths grew more stable, anchored by the presence of her companions across time, the darkness solidifying into bridges between eras. Pumpkin's time-traveling pumpkins seemed to steer themselves, their vines reaching out and intertwining as they were drawn to the other's magical signatures like moths to a flame. Realization dawned on them simultaneously across the timelines, a moment of clarity that echoed through the fabric of reality. Their bond, forged through their adventures and strengthened by their shared goal, was the key to breaking the time barrier that kept them apart. It was more than just friendship, it was a magical synergy that could reshape the very laws of temporal physics. With newfound determination, they focused on their connection, channeling their unique abilities into a harmonious symphony of magic. Holly infused her emotion magic into a batch of time-spanning cookies, each sweet morsel carrying the essence of their shared experiences and unwavering loyalty. Jack created a delicate lattice of frost that stretched across eras, its crystalline structure reflecting fragments of memories and promises yet to be made. Wraith extended her shadow paths, intertwining them with the other's magic to form a dark tapestry that bridged the gaps between light and time. Pumpkin channeled his energy into the pumpkin carriages, their orange glow intensifying as he willed them to bridge the gaps between timelines, their vines reaching out like tendrils of hope. As their efforts synchronized, a powerful surge of holiday magic pulsed through the time stream, sending ripples of energy cascading through the ages. The barriers between eras began to waver and blur, reality itself bending to the will of their combined power. The team members felt themselves being pulled towards a central point, drawn by an irresistible force that transcended the laws of nature. Their individual magics merged into a brilliant display of light, shadow, frost, and sugar, a kaleidoscope of holiday wonder that illuminated the very fabric of time itself. As the swirling mists of time settled, the team found themselves reunited in a pocket dimension between eras. Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin materialized, their forms solidifying as they stepped onto stable ground. Relief washed over them as they embraced, grateful to be together once more. Without wasting a moment, they began to share their experiences. Holly spoke first, her eyes bright with newfound knowledge. The Chronocandy Clock, she explained, it wasn't just meant to keep Merry Hollow in eternal Christmas. It was designed to maintain balance between all holiday realms. Jack nodded, a mix of emotions playing across his face. That's right, he said, his voice tinged with regret. And I was part of its creation. He took a deep breath before continuing. I'm not just Jack Frost. I was once a powerful figure in Halloween Town, tasked with protecting the balance between holidays. The others listened intently as Jack revealed his true past and the mission that had brought him to Merry Hollow. He explained how he had chosen to leave Halloween Town to protect both realms from a growing threat, casting a memory charm on himself in the process. Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged glances before sharing their own disturbing discovery. We saw a future where the holidays have merged, Wraith said, her shadowy form rippling with concern. It was chaos, identities blurred, magic out of control. Pumpkin added, the rogue confectioners had risen to power. They're trying to force this merger in our time. As they processed this information, Holly pulled out a piece of parchment and began sketching. Let's map out what we know about the clock's journey, she suggested. The team gathered around, each contributing their knowledge. They traced the clock's creation, its installation in Merry Hollow, and its recent theft. Jack added details about its original enchantment, while Holly noted the clues she had left for herself in the past. Wraith and Pumpkin marked potential future locations based on their vision. As the team pored over their makeshift timeline, patterns began to emerge. Holly's finger traced a path through the eras, stopping at specific points. Here, she said, tapping the parchment. These are the moments where we could intervene to correct the timeline. Jack nodded, frost swirling around his fingertips as he added his own insights. The clock's initial enchantment, my departure from Halloween Town, and the moment it was stolen, these are our key points of focus. Wraith's shadowy form rippled with excitement. And don't forget the future we saw. Preventing that merger is crucial. As they discussed, Pumpkin's eyes widened. He pulled out a small, glowing pumpkin seed from his pocket. The future Holly gave me this. She said it would help us find the clock. The seed pulsed with an otherworldly light, responding to their combined magical energies. Holly cupped it in her hands, closing her eyes to sense its purpose. It's attuned to the clock's magic, she gasped. And it's pulling us, there. She pointed to a spot on their map, a convergence of holiday magics they hadn't noticed before. The candy corn fields, Jack mused. Of course. It's a natural boundary between Christmas and Halloween magic. Wraith nodded, her violet eyes gleaming. The perfect place to hide something that bridges both worlds. With the clock's location identified, the team huddled closer, formulating their plan. Holly would use her emotion magic to sense and potentially influence the rogue confectioners. Jack's dual nature magic would be key in handling the clock safely. Wraith's shadow powers would provide stealth and reconnaissance, while Pumpkin's Halloween expertise could counter any traps. We'll need to move fast, Pumpkin warned. The longer the clock is missing, the more unstable both realms become. As they finalized their strategy, a renewed sense of purpose filled the air. The tensions and doubts that had plagued them earlier melted away, replaced by a strong, unified resolve. Holly looked at each of her companions, a determined smile on her face. Together, we can set this right. For Merry Hollow, for Halloween Town, and for the balance of all holiday magic. The team stood, and with a shared nod of agreement, they prepared to return to their own time and put their plan into action. The team gathered in a secluded clearing, away from the prying eyes of both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town residents. The air crackled with tension and anticipation as they prepared for their risky time jump back to the present. Holly took a deep breath, centering herself. Remember, she said, her voice steady despite her nervousness, focus on your strongest connection to our time. It'll act as an anchor. Jack nodded, frost swirling around his fingers as he concentrated on the memory of his first Christmas in Merry Hollow. Wraith closed her shadowy eyes, recalling the moment she'd first stepped into the sunlight of the cheerful town. Pumpkin's brow furrowed as he thought of the pumpkin patch he'd grown outside Holly's bakery. As for Holly herself, she focused on the warmth of her gingerbread cottage bakery, the heart of her life in Merry Hollow. Ready? She asked, extending her hands to Jack and Wraith. The team formed a circle, their hands clasped tightly. As they joined, their individual magics began to blend, creating a swirling aura of holiday energy around them. Christmas lights twinkled in Wraith's shadows, while Jack's frost took on an orange hue reminiscent of Halloween. Now! Jack called out, and as one, they channeled their magic into the time jump. Reality warped around them, the clearing dissolving into a kaleidoscope of temporal energy. They felt themselves being pulled in all directions at once, their magical circle the only constant in the chaos. As they hurtled through time, flashes of holiday celebrations throughout history bombarded their senses. They glimpsed ancient winter solstice rituals, medieval All Hallows' Eve festivities, and futuristic Christmas celebrations on distant planets. Holly gasped as she saw the first Merry Hollow tree lighting ceremony, while Jack caught a fleeting image of his past self in Halloween Town. Wraith and Pumpkin experienced visions of their own pasts and potential futures, each scene blurring into the next. The magic surrounding them pulsed and strained as they neared their destination. Holly felt Jack's hand tighten around hers, anchoring her as the temporal forces threatened to tear them apart. As the team hurtled through the time stream, a sudden turbulence shook their magical circle. A swirling vortex of temporal energy appeared before them, threatening to tear them apart. "Hold on!" Holly shouted, her voice barely audible over the roar of time rushing past them. She felt Jack's grip on her hand weakening as the eddy pulled at him. Wraith's shadowy form began to dissipate, her essence drawn towards the chaotic center of the temporal disturbance. Pumpkin's magic flickered erratically, his connection to the others wavering. Jack gritted his teeth, frost spreading from his hands as he fought to maintain his hold. "We can't let go," he yelled, his eyes meeting Holly's with determination. Holly nodded, summoning every ounce of her sugar magic. She infused their linked hands with the essence of shared memories, strengthening their bond. "Remember why we're here," she urged. "Remember what we're fighting for." Wraith concentrated, her shadows solidifying as she focused on the warmth of friendship she'd found in Merry Hollow. Pumpkin's magic stabilized, drawing strength from the team's united purpose. The temporal eddy pulled harder, threatening to scatter them across time. But with each moment of resistance, their combined magic grew stronger. Christmas cheer mingled with Halloween mischief, creating a unique blend of holiday power. "Now!" Jack commanded, and as one, they pushed back against the vortex. Their magic exploded outward in a dazzling display of light and shadow, sweet scents and frosty air. The temporal eddy shattered, and they felt themselves hurtling forward once more. With a final, wrenching sensation, they broke through to the present. Reality solidified around them as they crash-landed in the town square of Merry Hollow. They tumbled across the cobblestones, their magical circle finally breaking. As the dust settled, Holly sat up, her head spinning. She looked around, relieved to see her teammates nearby. But something was off. Jack's hair had streaks of orange mixed with its usual silver. Wraith's shadows seemed more substantial, twinkling with tiny lights. Pumpkin's skin had taken on a slight frosted sheen. They had made it back, but it was clear their journey through time had left its mark. Chapter 16, Bittersweet Revelations. As the team slowly recovered from their rough landing in present-day Merry Hollow, Jack suddenly clutched his head, overwhelmed by a flood of returning memories. His ice-blue eyes widened, and frost swirled around him in a dizzying pattern, creating intricate crystalline designs on the ground beneath his feet. The air around him grew noticeably colder, causing the others to shiver involuntarily. "Jack!" Holly exclaimed, reaching out to steady him, her warm hand contrasting sharply with his chilled skin. "What's happening? Are you all right?" Jack's voice came out strained, barely above a whisper. I remember everything now. It's all coming back to me." The others gathered around him in a tight circle as he took a deep breath, his gaze distant and unfocused. Snowflakes began to fall gently around them, despite the clear sky above. "I'm not just Jack Frost," he said softly, his voice tinged with awe and a hint of trepidation. "I'm a guardian spirit, tasked with maintaining balance between the holiday realms, especially Christmas and Halloween." Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, while Holly listened intently, her hand still resting comfortingly on Jack's arm. "There was a time," Jack continued, his voice growing stronger with each word, "when the holiday realms were on the brink of war. The forces of Halloween and Christmas were at odds, each believing their holiday should reign supreme. The conflict threatened to tear apart the very fabric of our magical world." He stood up straighter, his usual confidence returning as frost patterns danced across his shimmering blue coat. "I was chosen to be a mediator, a bridge between the two realms. My unique abilities allowed me to understand and appreciate both the warmth of Christmas and the thrill of Halloween. But the conflict grew too intense, and I made a difficult decision to suppress my own memories and powers, to protect both sides from using me as a weapon in their escalating feud." Holly's eyes widened in understanding, a mix of compassion and admiration shining in her emerald gaze. "That's why you've been having those flashbacks since the Halloween delegation arrived. Your subconscious was trying to tell you something important." Jack nodded, a mix of relief and sadness etched across his features. I chose to come to Merry Hollow, to live as Jack Frost, because I believed it would help maintain the balance. I thought that by immersing myself in Christmas magic, I could keep the scales from tipping too far. But now, with the Chronocandy Clock stolen and the holidays merging, your full powers and memories were needed, Pumpkin finished, comprehension dawning on his face as he stroked his leafy beard thoughtfully. The universe found a way to restore what you had willingly given up. Exactly, Jack confirmed, his voice resonating with newfound purpose. The ancient conflict between the holiday forces never truly ended. It just went dormant, like a sleeping giant. And now, with the actions of the rogue confectioners, we're at risk of reigniting that war. The consequences could be catastrophic for both realms and every magical being within them. Holly's eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small tin of cookies she had baked earlier. Jack, I think these might help, she said softly, offering him one of the treats. They're infused with emotion magic. They might help you process all these returning memories. Jack took the cookie, eyeing it curiously before taking a bite. As he chewed, his expression shifted from uncertainty to wonder. The cookie seemed to glow faintly as it worked its magic, helping to sort and integrate the flood of memories coursing through his mind. It's incredible, Jack murmured, his voice filled with awe. Everything's becoming clearer, more organized. I can feel the connections forming. As Jack continued to eat the cookie, a remarkable transformation began to take place. The frost patterns swirling around him took on a new complexity, intertwining with shadowy tendrils that seemed to pulse with Halloween energy. His ice blue eyes flickered with an otherworldly light, reflecting both the crisp clarity of a winter's day and the mysterious allure of an autumn night. Wraith and Pumpkin watched in fascination as Jack's dual nature fully integrated before their eyes. The air around him crackled with a potent mix of Christmas and Halloween magic, creating a balanced aura that was both chilling and thrilling. Jack, Holly breathed, her voice filled with wonder, your powers, they're incredible. Jack flexed his fingers, frost and shadows dancing between them in perfect harmony. I can feel both sides of my nature now, he said, his voice resonating with newfound strength. Christmas and Halloween, existing in balance within me. As the group watched Jack's transformation, a collective realization dawned upon them. Pumpkin was the first to voice it, his eyes wide with understanding. Jack, you're not just a guardian spirit. You're the key to saving both holidays. Wraith nodded in agreement, her shadowy form rippling with excitement. Your unique position, straddling both realms, gives you the power to counteract the merging caused by the stolen Chronocandy Clock. Holly reached out and took Jack's hand, her warmth a perfect complement to his cool touch. You can help us restore the balance between Christmas and Halloween, she said, her voice filled with hope and determination. Jack looked at each of his friends in turn, a newfound resolve settling over him. He stood tall, embodying both the frosty majesty of winter and the mysterious allure of Halloween. You're right, he said, his voice strong and clear. I've spent so long trying to choose between these two parts of myself. But now I see that embracing both is the only way forward. The team rushed through the twinkling streets of Merry Hollow, their minds racing with the implications of Jack's restored memories and powers. As they rounded the corner towards the town square, they skidded to a halt, shocked by the sight before them. There, standing beneath the great Christmas tree, was Marshmallow Mel, the jovial confectioner and longtime friend to all in Merry Hollow. But he wasn't alone. Beside him stood two cloaked figures, unmistakably members of the rogue confectioners they'd been chasing. Mel? Holly gasped, her voice a mix of disbelief and hurt. What's going on? Marshmallow Mel turned, his usually cheerful face now etched with conflict. I'm sorry, everyone. I truly am. But this is the only way forward. Jack stepped forward, frost swirling around his feet. Mel, what have you done? Why are you working with them? The portly confectioner sighed heavily. Can't you see? The merging of the holidays is inevitable. I'm just trying to make the transition smoother, to protect Mary Hollow in the long run. Holly's magic flared, allowing her to sense the tumultuous emotions radiating from Mel. Guilt, fear, and a misguided sense of duty swirled within him like a chaotic whirlpool. Mel, she said softly, taking a cautious step forward. I can feel how conflicted you are. This isn't what you really want. The cloaked figures tensed, magical energy crackling around them. The standoff grew more intense with each passing moment. Jack locked eyes with Marshmallow Mel, his gaze filled with a mixture of hurt and understanding. Mel, we've known each other for years. You've been a pillar of this community, a friend to everyone. Why didn't you come to us with your concerns? Mel's shoulders sagged. I thought I was protecting everyone. The signs of merging have been there for years, subtle but growing. I believed that by working with the confectioners, I could ensure Mary Hollow's survival in the new order. But at what cost, Mel? Jack pressed, his voice gentle but firm. The chaos we've seen, the damage to both Christmas and Halloween, is that really the future you want for our home? As tension mounted in the town square, the air crackled with magical energy, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, like the moment before a thunderclap. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures lashed out with a bolt of sickly green light, its eerie glow illuminating the night sky. Jack reacted instantly, his reflexes honed by years of magical combat, throwing up a wall of frost to deflect it. The collision of magic sent sparks flying, briefly lighting up the faces of friend and foe alike. The quiet night erupted into chaos as holiday powers clashed dramatically, transforming the once peaceful square into a battlefield of festive proportions. Holly's sugar magic swirled around her in a dizzying display of sweetness and strength, forming protective barriers of hardened candy and launching projectiles that looked deceptively delicious. Wraith, true to her name, melted into the shadows with fluid grace, only to reappear moments later to strike at the enemy's blind spots with ghostly precision. Pumpkin spines burst from the ground with explosive force, entangling the rogues' feet and threatening to drag them down into the earth. Marshmallow Mel, caught in the middle of this magical maelstrom, looked torn between loyalty and conviction. His own confectionery magic manifested erratically, sometimes aiding the team with supportive blasts of marshmallow fluff, other times hindering them with sticky obstacles. His inner conflict was written plainly across his usually jolly face. Mel, please. Holly cried out, her voice strained with emotion as she dodged a streak of dark energy that crackled ominously. We can work this out together. This isn't the way. Jack, his frost powers now seamlessly blended with his newly discovered Halloween abilities, created eerie ice sculptures that came to life with a wave of his hand. The frosty apparitions surrounded the cloaked figures, their hollow eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Remember who you are, Mel. Jack shouted, his voice carrying over the din of battle. Remember Mary Hollow and everything it stands for. The team worked in perfect synchronization, their recent trials having forged an unbreakable bond between them. Each move was coordinated, each spell cast with purpose. They focused on subduing their opponents without causing lasting harm, acutely aware that Mel's misguided actions came from a place of genuine concern for their shared home. As the battle raged on, Holly's newly developed emotion-sensing abilities picked up on the turmoil within Mel. She could feel his growing doubt and regret, like a discordant note in the symphony of the fight. She nodded to Jack, who understood immediately, their connection allowing for wordless communication. Now! Jack shouted, his voice ringing out clear and strong. In a perfectly coordinated move, the team unleashed a combined blast of holiday magic. The air itself seemed to warp and bend as Christmas cheer and Halloween fright merged into a single, overwhelming force. The cloaked figures were thrown back, stunned by the sheer power of the United holidays. Marshmallow Mel, overcome with emotion, fell to his knees, his large frame shaking with sobs. "I'm sorry," he wept, his voice thick with regret. "I was wrong. I thought I was saving us all, but I've only made things worse. I never meant for it to go this far." Holly knelt beside him, her heart aching for her old friend. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, feeling the tremors that ran through him. "It's okay, Mel," she said softly, her voice filled with compassion. "We understand. But we need to know everything about their plan. It's the only way we can make this right." Mel nodded, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief that smelled faintly of peppermint. His voice was shaky but determined as he spoke. "They're planning to use the Chronocandy Clock to force a permanent merger of the holiday realms. The ritual is set to begin at the stroke of midnight on the winter solstice. They believe it's the only way to save us all from fading away." The team exchanged worried glances, the weight of this revelation settling heavily upon them. They had the information they needed, but the victory felt hollow, tainted by betrayal. The knowledge that such a beloved member of their community had been involved in this plot had shaken them all to the core. As they stood there, surrounded by the aftermath of battle, they knew that the Real challenge was only just beginning. In the aftermath of the confrontation, as the team regrouped and tended to their magical wounds, Holly and Jack found themselves drawn to a quiet corner of the square. The weight of recent events hung heavy between them, unspoken tensions and misunderstandings creating an invisible barrier. Jack broke the silence first, his voice slow and tinged with regret. "Holly, I'm sorry. I should have been honest with you from the beginning." Holly met his gaze, her green eyes filled with a mix of hurt and understanding. "Why didn't you tell me about your past, Jack? Did you not trust me?" He shook his head, frost patterns swirling around his fingers as he struggled to find the right words. "It wasn't about trust. I was afraid. Afraid of who I used to be, afraid of losing everything I'd found here in Mary Hollow, afraid of losing you." Holly's expression softened. She reached out, taking Jack's hand in hers, feeling the familiar chill of his skin. "I understand fear, Jack. My powers, they're changing so fast. Sometimes I wonder if I can control them, if I'm still the same Holly I've always been." Jack squeezed her hand gently. "You are. Your heart, your spirit, that's what makes you Holly. The magic is just a part of you, not all of you." They stood in silence for a moment, the sounds of the town's recovery fading into the background. Holly spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do we do this, Jack? Save the holidays, protect Mary Hollow, and still be us?" Jack's ice blue eyes met hers, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Together. We face it all together. No more secrets, no more doubts. You and me, partners in every way." Holly felt a warmth spread through her chest, her sugar magic responding to her emotions by creating delicate, shimmering patterns in the air around them. "Partners," she agreed, her voice stronger now. "In magic, in solving mysteries, and in—" She trailed off, but Jack understood. He pulled her close, their foreheads touching. "In everything," he finished for her. As Holly and Jack stood together, their emotions raw and open, Holly reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, shimmering cookie. "I made this earlier," she said softly. "It's infused with how I feel about you." Jack's eyes widened in understanding. He reached into his own pocket and produced a delicate frost flower. "And I created this, thinking of you," he admitted. They exchanged their magical tokens, each holding the other's creation with reverence. As Holly took a bite of the frost flower, she felt a rush of Jack's emotions, his admiration, his fears, and his unwavering affection for her. Simultaneously, Jack sampled the cookie, experiencing the depth of Holly's feelings, her trust, her hope, and her steadfast love. The moment their magics intertwined, a spectacular display erupted around them. Streams of sugar and frost danced through the air, forming intricate patterns of snowflakes and candy canes. The swirling lights pulsed with the rhythm of their shared emotions, casting a warm glow over the square. Passers-by stopped to marvel at the beautiful spectacle, but Holly and Jack were lost in their own world. They gazed at each other, seeing themselves reflected in the other's eyes, understanding flowing between them without words. "We're stronger together," Holly said, her voice filled with newfound conviction. "Whatever comes next, we face it as one." Jack nodded, his expression determined. "Two holidays, two magics, but one heart," he agreed. "We'll save Merry Hollow and Halloween Town, and we'll do it our way." As the magical light show began to fade, Holly and Jack's hands remained clasped, their fingers intertwined. They stood there, foreheads touching, breathing in sync, their bond stronger and more resilient than ever before. Chapter 17, Countdown to Chaos. The team raced through the winding streets of Merry Hollow, their feet pounding against the cobblestones as they headed towards the abandoned gingerbread factory on the outskirts of town. Holly's sugar-sensing magic pulsed urgently, guiding them to the Chronocandy Clock's location. As they burst through the factory's rusted candy cane gates, the air crackled with magical energy. The team skidded to a halt, their eyes widening at the scene before them. In the center of the factory floor, a group of cloaked figures stood in a circle around the Chronocandy Clock. The once elegant timepiece now pulsed with an angry, swirling mix of red and green energy, its gears grinding in protest. "We're too late," Wraith whispered, her shadowy form flickering with tension. The rogue confectioners chanted in an eerie harmony, their voices a blend of joyful carols and spooky incantations. As their spell intensified, the clock's face began to crack, leaking tendrils of pure holiday magic into the air. Holly gasped as she felt the ground beneath her feet shift. "The ritual, it's already started." Jack nodded grimly, frost spreading from his fingertips. "They're trying to force the holidays to merge." Around them, reality itself seemed to warp and bend. Pumpkin pointed to a corner of the room where a Christmas tree sprouted jack-o'-lanterns instead of ornaments. Nearby, a group of elves danced a macabre waltz with skeleton figures. Swirling vortexes of magic began to form in the air, each one a window into a different holiday realm. Through one, they glimpsed the snowy landscape of the North Pole, through another, the spooky streets of Halloween Town. "If we don't stop them soon," Holly said, her voice tight with worry, "there won't be a Merry Hollow or a Halloween Town left to save." The team crept closer to the circle of chanting confectioners, careful not to alert them to their presence. As they neared, the ancient words of the ritual became clearer, a haunting melody that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of reality. Jack's eyes widened in recognition. "I know this chant," he whispered, his voice tight with urgency. "It's the ritual of eternal fusion. If they complete it, the barriers between holidays will be permanently destroyed." Holly felt a chill run down her spine. "What happens then?" "Chaos," Jack replied grimly. "The magic that defines each holiday will bleed into the others, corrupting their essence. Christmas cheer might turn manic, Halloween frights could become truly terrifying. The balance that keeps our worlds separate and special would be lost forever." Wraith's shadowy form rippled with concern. "How do we stop it?" Jack's brow furrowed in concentration as he recalled his restored memories. "The ritual draws power from the clock's core. If we can disrupt the flow of magic to the chanters, we might be able to break the spell before it's complete." Pumpkin nodded, his jack-o'-lantern grin flickering with determination. "I can use my vines to snag the clock while you three create a distraction." "Good thinking," Holly agreed. She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a handful of brightly colored candies. "These emotion-infused treats should throw their concentration off." "And I'll use my frost to create a barrier between them and the clock," Jack added. Wraith's violet eyes gleamed. "Leave the shadows to me." I'll make sure they can't see what's really happening until it's too late. The team huddled close, finalizing the details of their plan. As the chanting reached a fever pitch, they exchanged determined looks. Ready? Holly asked, her hand outstretched. The others placed their hands on top of hers, their diverse magics intertwining. Ready, they replied in unison. With a deep breath, they prepared to launch their counterattack against the rogue confectioners and save the holiday realms. As the team prepared to launch their counterattack, Holly realized they needed more support to fully stop the rogue confectioners. She closed her eyes, concentrating on her newfound emotion magic. With a deep breath, she sent out a wave of urgent determination, infused with images of the unfolding crisis at the gingerbread factory. The magical broadcast rippled through Merry Hollow, touching the hearts and minds of its residents. Elves paused in their toy-making, reindeer perked up their ears, and even the most laid-back snowmen felt a stirring of purpose. Jack, drawing on his dual nature, reached out through both the twinkling lights of Christmas and the eerie whispers of Halloween. His message echoed through candy cane forests and pumpkin patches alike, calling for aid from both holiday realms. "We need everyone," he murmured, frost swirling around him as he concentrated. "This threatens us all." Wraith nodded, her form already beginning to fade into the shadows. "I'll gather our allies personally," she said, her voice echoing as she melted into the darkness. She reappeared moments later in the Merry Hollow town square, startling a group of caroling elves as she emerged from their shadows. "The holidays are in danger," she announced, her violet eyes gleaming. "We need your help at the old gingerbread factory." Without waiting for a response, she slipped back into the shadows, reappearing next in Halloween Town's graveyard to spread the word there. Meanwhile, Pumpkin knelt on the factory floor, his hands pressed against the ground. With a grunt of effort, he channeled his magic into the earth. Tiny pumpkin sprouts burst from the ground, quickly growing into fist-sized gourds with little faces carved into their sides. "Go," Pumpkin whispered to his creations. "Spread the word to every corner of our realms." The magical pumpkins rolled away, somehow picking up speed as they went. They tumbled out of the factory and into the streets, splitting up to cover more ground. As the team's efforts spread, the first allies began to arrive. Mayor Kringle huffed and puffed as he ran up to the factory gates, his red suit dusted with snow. Behind him, a group of determined-looking elves wielded candy cane staffs and tinsel lassos. From the opposite direction came the clickety-clack of bone on cobblestone as a skeleton crew from Halloween Town arrived, led by a very confused but enthusiastic Mayor Crypt. "We came as fast as we could," Mayor Kringle wheezed, leaning on his candy cane. "What's the situation?" Holly and Jack exchanged a determined look as they surveyed the growing crowd of holiday volunteers. With a nod, they began to organize the eclectic group into strategic teams. "Elves and goblins, you'll form our stealth squad," Holly directed, her voice carrying with magical clarity. "Use your size and agility to sneak past the confectioner's defenses." Jack stepped forward, frost swirling around his feet. "Reindeer and nightmares, you're our aerial support. Keep watch from above and be ready to swoop in when needed." Wraith materialized next to a group of shadowy figures. "Shadow creatures, you're with me. We'll infiltrate through the darkest corners and gather intelligence." Pumpkin grinned as he addressed a mix of living jack-o'-lanterns and animated snowmen. "You folks are our distraction team. Make as much noise and chaos as possible when we give the signal." As the groups formed, Holly pulled out a large sack of gingerbread cookies. "These aren't just any treats," she explained, passing them out. "I've infused them with a blend of holiday magic. They'll boost your natural abilities and help us work together." The volunteers eagerly took the cookies, gasps of surprise and delight echoing through the crowd as they felt the surge of power. With everyone in position, Jack stepped onto a makeshift platform of ice. His voice rang out, clear and strong, as he addressed the assembled forces. "Friends from Christmas Town and Halloween Town, we stand here today united by a common threat. The rogue confectioners seek to destroy the very essence of our holidays, to blend them into a chaotic mess that would rob both of their meaning. But together, we are stronger than any force that seeks to divide us. A cheer went up from the crowd, candy canes and jack-o'-lanterns raised high in solidarity. Our differences are not weaknesses, Holly added, joining Jack on the platform. They are the very source of our strength. The joy of Christmas and the thrill of Halloween, when combined with purpose and friendship, create a magic more powerful than any ritual those confectioners can conjure. The air crackled with excitement and determination as the holiday army stood ready, a colorful mix of red, green, orange, and black. Elves stood shoulder to shoulder with goblins, reindeer pawed the ground next to snorting nightmares, and the shadows themselves seemed to pulse with anticipation. The united holiday forces surged towards the Stardust Clock Tower, a dazzling array of Christmas lights and Halloween shadows merging into a formidable front. As they approached, the rogue confectioners' chanting grew louder, the air thick with dark magic. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a spectacular display of holiday magic. Streams of shimmering tinsel clashed with bolts of spectral energy, creating a mesmerizing light show above the battlefield. Snowflakes and bat-shaped confetti rained down, obscuring vision and adding to the chaos. Holly took her position at the rear, her hands glowing with a warm, sugary light. She began weaving intricate patterns in the air, creating shimmering barriers of peppermint and gingerbread to protect their forces. As allies fell back wounded, she quickly patched them up with healing spells that smelled of fresh-baked cookies and hot cocoa. "Stay strong," she called out, her voice carrying over the din of battle. "Remember what we're fighting for." At the front lines, Jack was a blur of motion, his powers shifting as rapidly as the tide of battle. One moment, he'd unleash a devastating blast of Arctic wind, freezing enemies in their tracks. The next, he'd melt into the shadows, reappearing behind the confectioners to startle them with classic Halloween scares. "How's that for a trick?" he quipped, after turning a confectioner's candy cane into a writhing snake. Meanwhile, Wraith glided through the shadows cast by the tower, her form barely visible in the darkness. She coordinated a team of shadowy beings, using hand signals to direct their movements. With precision timing, they struck at key points in the confectioner's defenses, disrupting their concentration and throwing the ritual into disarray. "Now!" Wraith hissed, and a dozen shadow creatures leapt from the darkness, tackling a group of chanters and breaking their magical circle. Pumpkin stood atop a small hill, his hands buried in the earth. With a grunt of effort, he channeled his Halloween magic into the ground. Suddenly, vines erupted from beneath the confectioner's feet, writhing and twisting like serpents. Jack-o'-lanterns sprouted along the vines, their carved faces leering at the enemy. "Let's see how you handle a little garden chaos," Pumpkin shouted, his eyes glowing with an eerie orange light. The pumpkin vines wrapped around the confectioner's legs, tripping them and disrupting their spell casting. Some of the jack-o'-lanterns spewed clouds of disorienting spice-scented smoke, while others snapped at the rogues with teeth made of seeds. As the battle raged on, the Chronocandy Clock at the center of the conflict began to pulse erratically. Its normally steady ticking became a cacophony of chimes and gongs. With each pulse, waves of temporal energy rippled outward, creating pockets of distorted time across the battlefield. Holly watched in horror as a group of their allies suddenly aged decades in seconds, while nearby, a cluster of confectioners reverted to children. Jack found himself moving in slow motion, his frost magic creeping along at a snail's pace. Wraith phased through a shadow only to emerge minutes in the past, narrowly avoiding a magical blast she'd already dodged. "The clock!" Holly yelled over the chaos. "We need to stabilize it before dash." Her words were cut short as a confectioner's spell collided with a time distortion, creating a feedback loop of wild magic. The resulting explosion sent both holiday forces and rogue confectioners flying backward, scattering their ranks. As the dust settled, the battlefield had become a patchwork of time zones. In one area, spring flowers bloomed and withered in rapid succession. In another, Halloween pumpkins and Christmas trees flickered in and out of existence. The Chronocandy Clock's face cracked, its hands spinning wildly. A blinding light began to build at its core, growing more intense by the second. "Everyone, take cover!" Jack shouted, throwing up a wall of ice to shield their allies. The clock's light reached a crescendo, and then... Chapter 18, Sweet Victory. The explosion rocked the battlefield, leaving behind a surreal landscape where Christmas and Halloween collided in chaotic harmony. Candy cane lampposts bent at odd angles, their stripes shifting between red and black. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned from snow-covered branches, while tinsel-draped cobwebs glittered in the eerie light. Amidst this holiday havoc, Holly and Jack found themselves face-to-face with the leader of the rogue confectioners. The figure stood tall, half their body shimmering with Christmas magic, the other half shrouded in Halloween shadows. "You can't stop the inevitable," the leader sneered, their voice a discordant mix of jingle bells and creaking doors. Holly's hands glowed with sugar-spun magic as Jack's fingers frosted over. They shared a determined look before launching into battle. The duel that followed was a dizzying display of holiday prowess. Holly hurled gingerbread throwing stars that exploded into clouds of cinnamon, while Jack countered with icicles that transformed into cackling bats mid-flight. The confectioner leader retaliated with a barrage of candy corn missiles that left scorch marks shaped like snowflakes. As the magical titans clashed, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them. With each spell cast, the environment shifted. One moment, they were battling atop a giant Christmas pudding, the next, they were dodging spellfire in a graveyard of fallen nutcracker soldiers. Meanwhile, Wraith and Pumpkin raced to contain the wild magic threatening to engulf the town. Wraith's shadows stretched to form barriers, struggling to hold back waves of temporal energy. Pumpkin's vines grew at an alarming rate, weaving themselves into a protective dome over Merry Hollow. "It's too much!" Pumpkin shouted, sweat beading on his brow as he strained to control the rampant growth. Wraith gritted her teeth, her form flickering as she pushed her powers to the limit. "We have to hold on. They're counting on us." At the center of the chaos, the Chronocandy Clock began to emit a high-pitched whine. Its hands spun wildly, each rotation sending out pulses of pure holiday magic. Cracks spread across its face like a spiderweb, glowing with an intense light that threatened to overwhelm everything. Holly and Jack, still locked in combat with the confectioner leader, spared a glance at the clock. They knew time was running out. The overloading artifact was the key to everything. If they couldn't stabilize it soon, both Christmas and Halloween might be lost forever. Jack took a deep breath, frost swirling around him as he faced the confectioner leader. "Wait," he called out, his voice carrying over the magical chaos. "We don't have to do this. Can't you see the beauty in both holidays as they are?" The leader paused, their mismatched eyes narrowing as they processed Jack's words. A flicker of uncertainty crossed their face, quickly masked by a renewed determination. "Beauty? There's only power in unity," they declared, their voice echoing across the chaotic battlefield. "But that's not true," Jack insisted, his tone softening as he took a cautious step forward. Frost swirled around his feet, a gentle reminder of his own unique magic. The joy of Christmas, the thrill of Halloween, they're special because they're different. Remember how it felt to celebrate each one? The anticipation, the wonder, the sheer delight of experiencing something singular and extraordinary? As Jack spoke, Holly concentrated, her brow furrowing with effort. Her sugar magic shimmered in the air around her, a gossamer web of sweetness and empathy. She reached out with her newfound abilities, probing gently at the emotional aura surrounding the leader. Suddenly, she gasped, her green eyes widening as she sensed the tumult of emotions roiling beneath the leader's composed exterior, fear, longing, and a deep-seated sense of rejection that threatened to overwhelm everything else. "You were cast out," Holly said softly, understanding dawning in her eyes. Her voice was filled with compassion as she continued, you never felt like you belonged to either holiday, did you? Always on the outside, looking in at the celebrations and joy. The leader's mask of confidence cracked, revealing a flicker of vulnerability that seemed to age them in an instant. I just wanted a place where everyone could belong, they admitted, their voice barely above a whisper. A world without divisions, without the pain of exclusion. Jack stepped forward, frost and shadow swirling around him in an unexpected harmony. The combination of Christmas cheer and Halloween mystery danced in his ice-blue eyes as he extended a hand. We can create that place, together, he offered earnestly. But not by destroying what makes each holiday unique. There's strength in our differences, beauty in our diversity. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if the very magic of Merry Hollow was holding its breath. The Chronocandy Clock's ticking grew louder, each second punctuated by a crystalline chime that reminded everyone of the precious time slipping away. The leader's gaze darted between Jack, Holly, and the clock, indecision written across their face as they wrestled with a lifetime of pain and a desperate plan born of loneliness. Suddenly, the clock let out a deafening chime that shook the very foundations of reality. Cracks spread across its ornate face like spiderwebs, holiday magic pouring out in a blinding stream of light and color. The leader's eyes widened in panic as they realized the magnitude of what they had set in motion. It's too late, they cried, raising their hands to channel the wild magic. Holly and Jack exchanged a determined look. Without a word, they joined hands, their combined powers surging forth to meet the leader's spell. Christmas cheer and Halloween fright collided in a dazzling explosion of pure holiday essence. As the magical chaos swirled around them, Holly and Jack locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Conventional magic wasn't going to be enough to stop this catastrophe. They needed something more, something unique that could bridge the gap between their two holidays. Without hesitation, they clasped hands, their fingers intertwining as they faced the maelstrom of holiday energy. Holly's sugar magic swirled around them, sparkling with the warmth of Christmas cheer, while Jack's frost powers crackled with the eerie chill of Halloween. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly but surely, their magics began to blend. A shimmering aura of frost-covered candy canes and jack-o'-lanterns made of ice surrounded them. The air filled with the scent of peppermint and pumpkin spice, an impossible combination that somehow felt right. As their powers merged, a wave of calm began to spread outward from where they stood. The wild, chaotic energies that had been tearing apart the fabric of Merry Hollow began to settle. Where Christmas and Halloween magic had been clashing violently, they now swirled together in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. Holly and Jack turned their attention to the Chronocandy Clock, its hands still spinning wildly as it pulsed with unstable energy. They raised their free hands in unison, directing their combined magic towards the artifact. Streams of frost-coated sugar flowed from their fingertips, wrapping around the clock like ribbons. With each pulse of the clock, Holly and Jack's magic responded, creating a counter-rhythm that began to slow its frantic ticking. The erratic bursts of holiday energy started to smooth out, becoming more regular and controlled. As Holly and Jack worked to stabilize the clock, the rogue confectioners found their spells beginning to unravel. The carefully crafted incantations that had been meant to merge the holidays forcibly now faltered in the face of this new, harmonious magic. Holly and Jack began to move in perfect synchronization, their bodies swaying to an unheard rhythm as if guided by an invisible conductor. As they danced, their magic flowed around them in intricate patterns, Christmas lights intertwining with ghostly wisps like a celestial tapestry. Each step they took seemed to balance the chaotic energies swirling through Merry Hollow, their movements a physical manifestation of harmony amidst discord. Their choreography became more complex, mirroring the delicate dance of opposing forces that threatened to tear the fabric of their magical realm apart. Holly twirled gracefully, her sugar magic spiraling outward in a dazzling display of sweetness and light, while Jack countered with a frost-laden leap that left shimmering ice crystals in his wake. Their powers, once so different and at times conflicting, now complemented each other perfectly, like two halves of a whole finally united. As they danced, memories of their shared adventures flashed through their minds in vivid detail. The joy of solving mysteries together, piecing together clues like a magical jigsaw puzzle, the warmth of quiet moments in Holly's bakery, sharing laughter and freshly baked treats, the exhilaration of combining their magic for the first time, feeling the rush of power and connection, all these emotions bubbled to the surface, infusing their spell with raw, unbridled power that pulsed with every beat of their hearts. Their shared feelings, a tapestry of love, trust, and mutual understanding, amplified their magic exponentially. The air around them crackled with energy, Christmas cheer and Halloween mischief blending into something entirely new and wonderfully unpredictable. Snowflakes shaped like tiny jack-o'-lanterns began to fall, their delicate forms twinkling with an inner light, while candy canes glowed with an eerie, spectral radiance that cast dancing shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of magic erupted from Holly and Jack, catching even them by surprise with its intensity. It was a dazzling display of perfectly blended holiday energy. Red and green lights danced with orange and purple shadows, creating a breathtaking aurora of festive power that illuminated the night sky. Gingerbread men wearing spooky masks pranced through the air, leaving trails of cinnamon-scented stardust, while ghostly carolers sang harmonies that were both joyous and haunting, their ethereal voices echoing through the streets of Merry Hollow. This wave of harmonized holiday magic spread outward from Holly and Jack like ripples in a pond, washing over Merry Hollow in a tide of balanced energy that touched every corner of the enchanted town. As it passed, the chaotic blending of holidays settled into a perfect equilibrium, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. Christmas trees sparkled with both tinsel and cobwebs, their branches adorned with ornaments that shifted between festive and spooky. Jack-o'-lanterns grinned with warm, welcoming light, their carved faces softened by a dusting of magical snow. The very air seemed to hum with a new kind of magic, one that celebrated the unique beauty of both holidays while honoring their differences. The wave of balanced magic that erupted from Holly and Jack's synchronized dance swept through Merry Hollow and beyond, its harmonious energy touching every corner of both Christmas and Halloween realms. As it passed, the chaotic blending of holidays began to settle into a perfect equilibrium, restoring order to the magical world. The Chronocandy Clock, which had been spinning wildly just moments ago, suddenly steadied. Its hands slowed, finding their proper rhythm once more. With each tick, it pulsed with a renewed sense of purpose, as if awakened to its true role in maintaining the delicate balance between the holiday realms. Around the clock tower, the rogue confectioners found their holiday-merging magic suddenly neutralized. Their carefully crafted spells unraveled in the face of the balanced energy, leaving them powerless and confused. Holly and Jack, still glowing with the remnants of their combined magic, approached the subdued group with a mixture of caution and compassion. Throughout Merry Hollow and Halloween Town, residents who had been caught in the chaotic merging of holiday magics began to return to their natural states. Elves who had sprouted bat wings watched as the leathery appendages dissolved into sparkles of light. Goblins whose skin had taken on a candy cane stripe pattern sighed with relief as their usual green hues returned. As the immediate crisis subsided, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin turned their attention to securing the Chronocandy Clock. They formed a circle around the artifact, channeling their combined powers to reinforce its protective spells. Streams of sugar, frost, shadow, and spectral energy wove together, creating an intricate lattice of magic that enveloped the clock. As the magical dust settled, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin gathered with the leaders of both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town. Mayor Kringle and Mayor Crypt stood side by side, their contrasting appearances a stark reminder of the recent chaos. The jolly, rosy-cheeked Kringle, with his white beard and red suit, was a vivid counterpoint to the tall, skeletal figure of Crypt, whose hollow eye sockets somehow managed to convey both concern and curiosity. "We can't let something like this happen again," Holly said, her voice firm but kind. She absently adjusted her witch's hat, which now sported a blend of Christmas bells and tiny jack-o'-lanterns. "Our realms are separate for a reason, but that doesn't mean we can't work together." Jack nodded, his frost-tinged hair shimmering in the light of the newly stabilized Chronocandy Clock. The artifact's gears whirred softly, each tick a reassuring sign that time was once again flowing as it should. Each holiday has its own magic, its own purpose. But when we combine our strengths, we're capable of incredible things. Mayor Cripp's bony fingers tapped against his skull thoughtfully, producing a soft, xylophone-like rhythm. I must admit, the idea of collaboration is intriguing. Perhaps we've been too set in our spooky ways. His jaw clacked as he spoke, punctuating each word with an otherworldly charm. And we in our merry ones, Mayor Kringle added with a chuckle that shook his round belly. His eyes twinkled with newfound wisdom. There's much we could learn from each other, while still maintaining our unique identities. As they discussed the potential for future exchanges and joint magical research, Jack felt a familiar tug at his core. It was a sensation he'd come to recognize as his dual nature calling out to him. He excused himself from the group and walked to the edge of Merry Hollow, his footsteps leaving a trail of delicate frost patterns in his wake. There, where the perpetual snow met the misty borders of Halloween Town, he raised his hands. Frost and shadow swirled around him as he tapped into his dual nature as a guardian spirit. The air crackled with energy, and Jack's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, one eye icy blue, the other a deep, pumpkin orange. With careful precision, Jack began to reinforce the magical boundaries between the two realms. He wove strands of Christmas cheer and Halloween fright together, creating a flexible but strong barrier that would allow for controlled interaction while preventing unwanted blending. Meanwhile, Holly moved among the gathered crowds of both holiday denizens. Her empathic abilities, honed by her recent adventures, allowed her to sense the lingering fear and confusion in many hearts. With a gentle smile, she began to use her newly mastered emotion magic, drawing upon the strength of both sugar and shadows. She crafted delicate sugar snowflakes infused with feelings of calm and understanding. Each crystalline creation sparkled with a soft, comforting light as it drifted through the air. As they dissolved on tongues, tensions visibly eased. Elves and goblins who had been eyeing each other warily began to chat amicably about their recent shared experiences, finding common ground in the chaos they'd all endured. Holly's magic spread through the crowd like a warm wave, soothing frayed nerves and building bridges of empathy between the two holiday communities. The air, which had crackled with chaotic energy just hours before, now hummed with a sense of harmony and possibility. Laughter began to mingle with the occasional spooky cackle, creating a symphony of holiday cheer that was entirely unique and wonderfully promising. Chapter 19: Mistletoe and Magic. As the sun set on Merry Hollow, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered landscape, the town square bustled with activity. Residents from both Christmas Town and Halloween Town gathered for a grand celebration, their contrasting appearances creating a vibrant tapestry of holiday cheer and spooky delight. Holly's Gingerbread Cottage Bakery had set up a lavish spread of treats that perfectly captured the essence of both holidays. Gingerbread zombies with peppermint candy cane limbs stood next to sugar plum fairies dusted with edible cobwebs. The air was filled with the mingling scents of cinnamon, pumpkin spice, and peppermint. As elves and goblins chatted animatedly over steaming cups of hot cocoa topped with marshmallow ghosts, Jack took center stage. With a flourish of his hands, he began to weave intricate frost patterns in the air. The delicate ice crystals sparkled in the light of jack-o'-lanterns, casting eerie shadows that danced and twisted into spooky shapes. The crowd gasped in awe as the frost and shadows merged, creating a mesmerizing display of holiday magic. Near the newly restored Chronocandy Clock, Mayor Kringle and Mayor Cripp stood side by side, their contrasting figures drawing curious glances from the mingling crowd. Mayor Kringle's jolly red suit and white beard stood in stark contrast to Mayor Cripp's tall, skeletal form and flowing black robes. As they stepped forward to address the gathering, a hush fell over the square. Mayor Kringle cleared his throat, his voice ringing out with warmth and cheer. Friends from both Merry Hollow and Halloween Town, we stand here today as a testament to the power of unity in diversity. Mayor Cripp nodded, his bony jaw clacking as he added, "Indeed. Our recent trials have shown us that while our holidays may be different, our spirits are stronger when we work together." As the mayors finished their speech, Wraith and Pumpkin stepped forward, ready to showcase their unique blend of Halloween and Christmas magic. Wraith's shadowy form seemed to ripple and expand, enveloping the square in a gentle darkness. Gasps of surprise turned to wonder as twinkling stars began to appear within the shadows, creating a mesmerizing night sky. Pumpkin, grinning widely, waved his hands and conjured a field of glowing pumpkins. Each one carved with intricate Christmas scenes, they floated gently upward, mingling with Wraith's starry shadows. The effect was both eerie and enchanting, capturing the essence of both holidays in a hauntingly beautiful display. As the performance reached its crescendo, the pumpkins burst into showers of candy canes and candy corn, raining down on the delighted crowd. Children from both towns scrambled to catch the treats, their laughter echoing through the square. With the magical display concluded, Mayor Kringle called Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin to the front. "These brave individuals have shown us the true meaning of holiday spirit," he announced, his voice filled with pride. "Their unwavering commitment to harmony between our realms has saved us all." Mayor Crypt nodded solemnly, producing 4 medals crafted from a blend of silver bells and black onyx. "We honor them not just for their bravery, but for their ability to see beyond the differences of our holidays and find the common thread that binds us all." As the medals were placed around their necks, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Holly felt a warmth spread through her chest, not just from the praise, but from the sight of Halloween and Christmas residents standing side by side, united in celebration. The festivities continued into the night, with residents from both towns sharing stories and traditions. An elf regaled a group of wide-eyed skeleton children with tales of Santa's workshop, while a witch taught a cluster of eager Christmas fairies how to brew the perfect spooky hot chocolate. As the celebration wound down, Holly, Jack, Wraith, and Pumpkin found a quiet corner of the town square to regroup. The weight of their recent adventure still hung in the air, but a sense of accomplishment lightened their spirits. Holly produced a batch of her latest creation, cookies infused with a blend of contentment and curiosity. As they each took a bite, a warm feeling of satisfaction spread through them, along with a spark of interest in what was to come. "First things first," Jack said, brushing cookie crumbs from his shimmering blue coat. "We need to make sure all the time anomalies have been fully resolved." Wraith nodded, her shadowy form rippling slightly. "I've been keeping an eye on the temporal shadows. They seem to have stabilized, but we should do a thorough check of both towns." Pumpkin pulled out a magical map he had grown from a pumpkin seed. "I've marked all the spots where we encountered time disturbances. We can use this to track our progress." As they pored over the map, Jack's expression grew thoughtful. "We need to establish some guidelines for future interactions between Christmas Town and Halloween Town. We can't risk another incident like this." Holly's eyes lit up. "I've been thinking about that. What if we create a series of emotion-infused treats? Something to help residents from both realms understand each other better?" "Brilliant idea, Holly," Jack beamed, frost patterns swirling around him in excitement. Wraith and Pumpkin exchanged glances, a spark of inspiration passing between them. "Speaking of understanding between realms," Pumpkin began, his jack-o'-lantern grin widening, "Wraith and I have been talking." Wraith continued, her voice a whisper on the wind, "We're thinking of starting an inter-holiday detective agency to help solve any magical mysteries that might crop up between the towns." Holly clapped her hands in delight, a shower of sugar crystals falling from her fingertips. "That's wonderful. You two make an excellent team." Jack nodded in agreement. "It's exactly the kind of cooperation we need to maintain this new balance." As the team continued their discussion, Mayor Kringle and Mayor Crypt approached, leading a small group of subdued-looking confectioners. "We've been talking with our misguided friends here," Mayor Kringle said, his jolly demeanor tinged with seriousness. "They've expressed genuine remorse for their actions." Mayor Crypt nodded, his skeletal face somehow conveying empathy. "We believe they deserve a chance to make amends." Holly stepped forward, her green eyes studying the confectioners. She sensed a swirl of shame, regret, and hope emanating from them. "What did you have in mind?" she asked. One of the confectioners, a tall figure with candy cane-striped hair, spoke up. We'd like to use our skills to create something positive. Maybe special treats that celebrate both holidays?" Jack considered this, frost patterns swirling thoughtfully around his fingers. That could work. Under supervision, of course. Wraith materialized fully, her violet eyes gleaming. "We could use the Chronocandy Clock to coordinate controlled holiday exchanges. Supervised visits, cultural programs." "Exactly!" Pumpkin exclaimed, his pumpkin head glowing with excitement. "We could create a schedule of events throughout the year, bringing a touch of Halloween to Christmas and vice versa." The team gathered around the Chronocandy Clock, its gears now ticking smoothly with a harmonious blend of holiday magic. They began to plan, their ideas flowing as freely as Holly's hot cocoa. As the night wore on, the team found a quiet moment to reflect on their adventure. Holly looked at her friends, sensing the changes in their emotional auras. "We've all grown so much," she said softly. "I never imagined my sugar magic could evolve like this." Jack nodded, a mix of frost and shadow playing across his features. "Embracing my dual nature has been liberating. I feel more whole than ever before." Wraith's form solidified slightly, a rare occurrence for her. "Working with all of you has taught me the value of stepping out of the shadows sometimes." Pumpkin's jack-o'-lantern grin softened. "And I've learned that there's more to magic than just tricks and scares. There's real power in bringing joy and understanding." As they stood together, watching the first light of dawn break over Merry Hollow, there was a sense of closure to their grand adventure. Yet, in that moment of ending, each of them felt the stirring of new beginnings, new possibilities that stretched out before them like the golden rays of the rising sun. As the celebrations continued in the distance, Holly and Jack slipped away, seeking a moment of quiet together. They found themselves in a secluded corner of the Gingerbread Cottage Bakery's garden, where the air shimmered with the lingering magic of their recent adventure. Above them, a sprig of mistletoe hung, glowing with an otherworldly light. Its leaves sparkled with frost, while tiny jack-o'-lanterns nestled among the berries, creating a perfect blend of Christmas and Halloween magic. Jack smiled at Holly, his ice blue eyes twinkling. With a graceful wave of his hand, he conjured a delicate ice sculpture between them. The frozen creation captured their journey in intricate detail, from their first meeting to the final battle at the Stardust Clock Tower. Holly gasped in wonder, then placed her hands on the sculpture. Her sugar magic flowed into the ice, infusing it with the emotions they had shared throughout their adventure. The sculpture began to glow softly, and as they watched, scenes from their memories played out within the frozen tableau. "It's beautiful, Jack," Holly whispered, her green eyes misting over. "I can feel every moment we've been through together." Jack wrapped an arm around his wife's waist, pulling her close. "And there are so many more moments ahead of us, my love." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching their memories dance in the ice. Then Holly turned to Jack, her expression thoughtful. "What do you think comes next for us?" she asked. "For Merry Hollow and Halloween Town?" Jack's frost patterns swirled contemplatively. "I think we have a unique opportunity to bridge our two worlds. With your emotion magic and my dual nature, we could help foster understanding between the holidays like never before." Holly nodded excitedly. "And think of all the new recipes we could create. Combining Christmas and Halloween flavors could lead to some truly magical treats." As Holly and Jack continued to discuss their future plans, their eyes met, and a moment of tender silence fell between them. The air around them seemed to shimmer with anticipation, the magic of both Christmas and Halloween swirling invisibly. Jack gently cupped Holly's face in his hands, his touch cool but comforting. Holly's heart raced as she leaned in, closing the distance between them. Their lips met in a soft, sweet kiss that sent sparks of magic coursing through their bodies. As they kissed, a whirlwind of holiday magic erupted around them. Snowflakes danced with autumn leaves, while candy canes twirled alongside tiny jack-o'-lanterns. The air filled with the mingled scents of peppermint and pumpkin spice, creating a unique and intoxicating aroma. Their magical auras, usually distinct and separate, began to blend and intertwine. Holly's warm, golden sugar magic swirled with Jack's cool, blue frost magic, creating a dazzling display of green and purple light. The colors pulsed and shifted, reflecting the perfect harmony of Christmas and Halloween. As they slowly pulled apart, both Holly and Jack were breathless, their eyes wide with wonder at the magical display surrounding them. The garden had been transformed into a whimsical blend of both holidays, with frost-covered pumpkins and candy-striped spiderwebs adorning every surface. "Holly," Jack said softly, taking her hands in his, "I promise to stand by your side, not just as your husband, but as your partner in guarding the magic of both our holidays. Together, we'll ensure that the spirit of Christmas and Halloween remains strong and balanced." Holly squeezed his hands, her eyes shining with emotion. "And I promise to always support you, Jack, in all your forms. We'll face whatever challenges come our way, protecting the magic that makes our world so special." Chapter 20, Seeds of Adventure. As the sun began to set on Merry Hollow, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered landscape, the Halloween town delegation gathered in the town square to bid farewell. The air was thick with a bittersweet mixture of joy and sadness, the bonds formed during their adventure evident in the lingering hugs and heartfelt words exchanged. Mayor Crypt, his skeletal frame adorned with a mismatched assortment of Christmas ornaments, approached Mayor Kringle with an oversized, oddly shaped package wrapped in black and orange paper. "My jolly friend," Mayor Crypt proclaimed, his voice echoing with ghostly resonance, "a token of our newfound alliance." Mayor Kringle's eyes twinkled as he carefully unwrapped the gift, revealing a jack-o'-lantern carved to resemble his own bearded face. The pumpkin glowed with an eerie green light, its expression shifting between jolly and spooky. "Ho ho ho!" Mayor Kringle chuckled, his belly shaking. "This will certainly add some fright to our Christmas nights." Nearby, Wraith Shadowmist and Pumpkin Spice stood with Holly and Jack, their expressions a mix of emotions. Wraith's shadowy form seemed to flicker with uncharacteristic warmth as she addressed her new friends. "It's been unexpectedly pleasant," Wraith admitted, her violet eyes softening. "Perhaps Christmas isn't entirely without its charms." Pumpkin Spice nodded enthusiastically, his jack-o'-lantern head bobbing. "We must do this again. Next time, you'll visit Halloween Town, yes? I'll grow you the spookiest, most delicious pumpkins you've ever tasted." Holly laughed, her green eyes twinkling. "We'd love that, Pumpkin. And you're both welcome here anytime. There's always room for a little Halloween in Christmas, as we've learned." Jack, standing tall with his frost patterns swirling contentedly, added, "Indeed. Our realms are stronger together. This is just the beginning of a beautiful friendship between our holidays." As the group exchanged final hugs and handshakes, promises of letters, magical mirror calls, and future visits filled the air. The Halloween Town delegation began to gather around the portal that would take them home, each member carrying a piece of Merry Hollow in their hearts. As the Halloween residents gathered around the portal, a magnificent spectacle unfolded. The gateway shimmered with an otherworldly light, its edges adorned with an intricate blend of Christmas tinsel and spooky cobwebs. Jack-o'-lanterns carved with snowflake patterns lined the base, their eerie glow mixing with the warm twinkle of fairy lights. Mayor Crypt stepped forward, his bony frame silhouetted against the portal's glow. He turned to address the crowd one last time, his voice carrying a hint of emotion. "Merry Hollow, you've shown us the true spirit of Christmas. We'll carry a piece of your joy back to Halloween Town." Wraith Shadowmist and Pumpkin Spice stood at the portal's edge, their forms already beginning to blur with the magic of transition. Wraith's usually stoic demeanor softened as she nodded to Holly and Jack. Pumpkin Spice waved enthusiastically, his jack-o'-lantern head bobbing with excitement. Until next time, my festive friends. Pumpkin called out, his voice echoing as he stepped into the swirling vortex. One by one, the Halloween residents passed through the portal, each carrying a small token of Merry Hollow, a candy cane, a sprig of holly, or a twinkling ornament. As they vanished, the air filled with a mixture of spicy pumpkin scent and sweet peppermint. The Merry Hollow residents gathered close, waving goodbye, with mittened hands and teary eyes. Elves hoisted young ones onto their shoulders for a better view, while gingerbread men danced a jolly jig of farewell. Even the usually stern Marshmallow Mel dabbed at his eyes with a peppermint-striped handkerchief. "Come back soon," called out Mrs. Claus, her cheeks rosy with emotion. "We'll keep the cocoa warm and the cookies spooky." As the last Halloween Town resident disappeared through the portal, its light began to fade. The magical doorway slowly shrank, the blend of holiday magics swirling in a dazzling display before winking out of existence. Holly and Jack stood hand in hand at the front of the crowd, their fingers intertwined. Holly's green eyes shimmered with unshed tears, while Jack's usually cool demeanor melted into a soft smile. They watched in silence as the portal closed, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air where it had been. As life in Merry Hollow settled back into its usual rhythm, subtle changes began to ripple through the town. At first, they were easy to dismiss as lingering effects of the recent adventure, but soon it became clear that something more profound was at work. One crisp morning, Holly stepped out of the Gingerbread cottage bakery to find a peculiar sight. Nestled in the pristine snow surrounding her shop were tiny sprouts of candy corn, their tricolored tips peeking out like spring flowers. She blinked in surprise, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Jack, come look at this," she called out to her partner, who was busy creating intricate frost patterns on the bakery's windows. As Jack approached, Holly noticed something odd about his handiwork. The delicate swirls of ice, usually reminiscent of snowflakes and stars, now bore unmistakable Halloween motifs. Tiny jack-o'-lanterns and ghostly shapes danced across the glass, shimmering in the morning light. "That's different," Jack mused, studying his own creation with a mix of confusion and fascination. Inside the bakery, customers were commenting on an unusual quality to Holly's latest batch of treats. Mrs. Claus took a bite of a gingerbread cookie and her eyes widened in delight. "My dear, these are simply marvelous. There's a hint of, is that pumpkin spice? And something else I can't quite put my finger on. It's spooky, but in the most delightful way." Holly sampled one of her own cookies, surprised to find a complex flavor profile that indeed carried a whisper of Halloween. Yet, rather than clashing with the traditional Christmas spices, it seemed to enhance them, bringing a new depth of joy to each bite. As the day progressed, more peculiar occurrences came to light. Elves working in the toy workshop reported hearing faint growls and moans coming from their supply closets. However, instead of the fear one might expect, they described the sounds as oddly comforting, like a lullaby from a friendly monster. As the day wore on, the subtle blending of holiday elements became more pronounced. At noon, the Stardust Clock Tower chimed, and the residents of Merry Hollow paused in their activities, expecting the familiar melody of Jingle Bells. Instead, they were treated to a hauntingly beautiful tune that seamlessly wove together the cheerful notes of Christmas carols with the eerie refrains of Halloween anthems. The result was a melody that sent shivers of delight down their spines while simultaneously warming their hearts. Mayor Kringle, who had been in the town square overseeing the removal of leftover Halloween decorations, found himself tapping his foot to the new rhythm. He turned to Holly and Jack, who had joined him for lunch. "Well, I never thought I'd say this, but that sound is quite enchanting," he admitted with a twinkle in his eye. As they discussed the strange occurrences, a small group of Halloween Town residents approached them. Wraith Shadowmist led the pack, her shadowy form seeming more substantial in the bright winter sunlight. "Mayor Kringle," Wraith began, her voice a mix of hesitation and hope, "we've been talking, and, well, some of us would like to stay in Merry Hollow. At least for a while." The mayor's bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise, but before he could respond, Pumpkin Spice chimed in enthusiastically. We promise to be on our best behavior. No scaring the elves, unless they ask for it, he added with a wink. Holly and Jack exchanged glances, a spark of understanding passing between them. The adventure they had shared had clearly left a lasting impact, not just on the town, but on the very fabric of holiday magic itself. I think, Holly said slowly, her eyes twinkling with newfound wisdom, that this might be exactly what both our realms need. A little bit of Halloween to keep Christmas from becoming too saccharine, and a touch of Christmas joy to brighten the spooky corners of Halloween Town. Jack nodded in agreement. The balance we struck to save our holidays, it seems to have evolved into something more. Something beautiful. As they stood there, watching the small group of Halloween residents mingle with the curious Christmas folk, there was a palpable sense of magical evolution in the air. The boundaries between the holidays were blurring, not in the chaotic way the rogue confectioners had attempted, but in a harmonious blend that promised growth and new possibilities for both realms. Holly and Jack sat at a small table in the Gingerbread cottage bakery, enjoying a quiet evening after a long day of baking and frost making. The bakery was filled with the warm scent of cinnamon and sugar, mingled with a hint of pumpkin spice, a lingering reminder of their recent adventures. As Holly sipped her hot cocoa, decorated with a delicate frost pattern courtesy of Jack, a shimmering green light suddenly appeared in the center of the room. The light coalesced into a small, glowing shamrock that hovered in the air before unfurling into a scroll. "Is that what I think it is?" Jack asked, leaning forward with curiosity. Holly nodded, her eyes wide with excitement. "A magical message. But I've never seen one quite like this before." She reached out and gently plucked the shamrock scroll from the air. As she unrolled it, the green glow intensified, and a lilting voice with a distinct Irish brogue filled the bakery. "Top o' the evening to ye, Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost. This be a formal inquiry from the Leprechaun Embassy of Lucky Clover Valley. We've heard tell of your successful holiday exchange program and would be mighty interested in joinin' the next one. What say ye to addin' a touch o' the green to your festive mix?" As the voice faded, the scroll dissolved into a shower of golden sparkles that settled on the table, forming a tiny rainbow. Holly and Jack exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with the promise of a new adventure. "St. Patrick's Day in Merry Hollow?" Holly mused, a grin spreading across her face. "Now that would be something." Jack nodded enthusiastically. "Just imagine the possibilities. We could have shamrock-shaped cookies with frost icing, or maybe even..." The bakery door burst open, bell jingling wildly as Wraith and Pumpkin rushed in, slightly out of breath. "Did you get it too?" Pumpkin asked, his orange hair glowing with excitement. Wraith held up a shimmering green scroll, identical to the one on Holly and Jack's table. "The Leprechaun Embassy contacted us as well." Holly beamed, clapping her hands together. "This is perfect. A tri-holiday celebration could be just what Merry Hollow needs after everything we've been through." The four friends gathered around the table, minds buzzing with ideas. Jack conjured up a small ice sculpture of Merry Hollow's town square, which they used to plan potential decorations and activities. "We could have a rainbow slide leading into a pot of gold-wrapped chocolates," Pumpkin suggested, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Wraith nodded, adding, "and a haunted rainbow maze for those seeking a spookier experience." As they continued brainstorming, Holly noticed something odd about the message scroll. "Wait a minute," she said, picking it up and turning it over. "There's a postscript here that we missed." In shimmering green ink, barely visible unless caught in the right light, was an additional message. "P.S. Be warned, me friends. The merging of 3 holiday magics may awaken an ancient power long forgotten. Prepare yourselves for a challenge that'll test the very fabric of your realms." The team fell silent, exchanging concerned glances. Jack was the first to speak, a determined glint in his eye. "Well, it looks like we've got another mystery on our hands." Holly nodded, her voice filled with resolve. Whatever this ancient power is, we'll face it together. After all, that's what we do best. Pumpkin grinned, rubbing his hands together. I can't wait to see what kind of tricks these leprechauns have up their sleeves. Wraith's shadowy form seemed to pulse with anticipation. Indeed. This promises to be our most intriguing case yet. As the night wore on, the four friends continued their planning, their excitement for the upcoming tri-holiday celebration mixed with a keen sense of the challenge that lay ahead. Whatever magical mystery awaited them, they were ready to face it head-on, united in their determination to protect the harmony they had worked so hard to achieve.